Happy Friday. Hey, thank you guys for waiting here. Good morning, Robert. I see that actually came in right in the middle of your mid-morning nap. Top of the morning, my people. Welcome back to the Dennis Herrera Show. It is a Friday, so happy Friday to everybody. My man, probably on break from work. Good to see you guys on here. Unc Andy, always complimenting. I appreciate you very, very, very much. Thank you so much, guys, for being here with me. I wish that I can say I had a great show set up for you today, but, well, unfortunately, we are going to have to put up with, I think it's a couple of hours. I know. It's a couple of hours of hearing. Now, you guys know that normally I'd be, I used to stream all these hearings all the time, and I mean, they're a lot of time consuming. It's you gotta bite your tongue, while you're listening to these morons talking and everything. But I'd like Markwayne the Rock Mullin, as I call him. I don't know if anybody else calls him that, but hey. Remember, you heard that here at the Dennis Herrera Show first. I'm sure you probably thought about that anyway, because of, The Rock, so to speak. But with that being said, we're going to go ahead and listen to the hearing only because of Markwayne Mullin is going to be in this hearing. Now, one of the things that you guys already know about me in these hearings is that I find them very boring. But the reality of these hearings, even though we don't like them or whatnot, I think they are very important because sometimes I find that they have some information on there that even though it doesn't matter what, proof or facts or common sense things, we give to our brothers on the left, they just don't want to listen. You give them facts and proof, and they just don't see it. And they just turn into this Marxist mentality, and they just deny. And how do you get through that? You know what I'm saying? Like it's so difficult, but at least you as patriots, right? I don't know. Maybe you're already seeing things like this. I think most people don't. But I think it's important that we show the hearings sometimes. I know I don't like them either, but that there is some information in there that we can learn from. And so, I'm normally very informed with all kinds of stuff, and you guys will catch me in my English. Sometimes I have a little bit of a hard time putting things together, which the libtards, they love to get on that. But the fact is, my heart is for the American people. It is for the United States of America. When people think about, somebody running to serve the people, the first thing they always say is, oh, well, you have no experience in politics. It's like, do you really want a politician or you want a citizen that is concerned and actually loves his country and his countrymen? People don't realize that sometimes, when you hire a career politician, well, that's what you get. It's just like lawyers, right? So very hard to find a lawyer that is honest, and truthful all the time. You have lawyers on both sides of the aisle where, they will know, they have this client, privilege thing, because they don't want to disclose the truth. And I hate that. So lawyers, they're always lying, either to protect or to criminalize. And I hate that part of the system. But you know what? I feel like I'm a good leader. I'm very good at managing people. I'm very good at coaching. I'm a very good player on every sport, and I consider myself a little bit above average when it comes to working ethnicities, ethics, and leadership. But I really believe that a good person that is going to be a good servant for office, okay, has to be truthful, has to be themselves, has to be honest, and not a pretender just because of the people that are watching or the people that are listening. So talking about this is because I am still thinking about running for office in a couple of years, and I know that the people that don't like us or don't like me, they're going to do everything they can to put me down and take all the clips and, all these bites and stuff from my show and all the cursing and everything that I do on here. But one thing I want to make clear is what I do here in my show, it is my own personal, not a bubble, but, this is my personal channel. Serving the people. I'm sure that I'm still going to be using some very strong language, but be more mindful of the people that I'm serving. Now, with that being said, even if I was somebody that didn't have experience in government or whatnot, I can tell you that I'm not a lawyer, but I will have lawyer. I'm not an attorney general, but I will have an attorney general. I'm not a treasurer, but I will have a treasurer, and I'm not a secretary, but I will have a secretary. And I think that I'm very good at putting different departments to work where it needs to be so that we can get a good result. And one of the things that you guys already know is pretty obvious, and who knows, maybe in 2 years somebody else that actually has money or has some sort of experience and actually thinks the way that I do or the way that you do and, want to take care of the people, who knows, maybe that person will run and, I'll probably support him, sponsor them or whatever. I think it's fantastic. But what I do want is a change for the better of our people. And, that's just how it is, I think that a lot of people pretend to be something just so that they are liked, They pretend to be something so that they can feel relevant themselves, They need to find some sort of, not assurance, but what's the word? Confirmation that they are who they are. I don't need confirmation. I don't need, to be popular. I don't need people to just like me. I love all people, and I do enjoy just, having a bunch of new friends and, and new families. Family is people that always have your back, just like military brothers, right? They're all brothers. I consider myself that I became an American citizen. I feel like an adopted child of the American citizen population. And I'm proud of it. I'm happy. I want to do everything that I can to make this country better each day. And even though we're just doing a small little tiny podcast, with a little bit over 20,000 people, I still believe that the first thing that we got to do to make this country better is take that first step forward. And so I'm letting you this know today. I don't know why. Sometimes I feel like the God has a purpose for everything in our lives. And so I wanted to start off with that I still want to run for office. I still feel that we can make a huge difference. And I'm going to tell you, man, as much as I have suffered doing this podcast, as much as I have put up with all this negativity on the left, as much as I have getting so many death threats and all this other stuff, I'm going to tell you that there's going to be a lot of changes that will be coming here to Washington State. But I feel that the people are getting ready to step up. I feel that these Democrats, socialists, so-called socialist Democrats, we know they're communist Marxists, but the so-called socialist Democrats, they're setting themselves up to fail, huge failure. And the Democrats who support the stupid mentality of the socialist, communist, Marxist mentality and ideologies, they are destroying the Democratic Party all the way down to the bottom to where they're not going to be able to recover for decades. I'm going to tell you that right now. Gavin Newsom recently made a video saying, we're going to do some tax refunds for 23 million Californians. And this tax refunds is to help with on affordability and with the high prices. And I'm thinking, please, desperate fool. And people can say 23 million people. Oh man, and tax refunds. Oh, this is going to be great. It's going to be up to $1,050, he says. And I'm thinking the whole time, tax refunds. That tells me you stole my money. If you're a Californian, that's exactly what you got to say. Wait a minute, you're going to steal my money because this is not going to happen until October 7th. Coincidence on the date? Maybe. But it's not going to happen until October 7th. So you are in California are paying $2 more in gas. Now, you guys know that we had a caller yesterday. He was happy. He says that California, San Diego, is cheaper than Ohio. What the hell is going on in Ohio? Anywho, we know the reality. The gas prices are way up too high, that there is price gouging and all these other things. We understand that. But we don't want to hear about tax refunds. Tax refunds means that you took my money when you shouldn't have. That's what tax refunds mean. And I think that what he should do, and I would give him kudos for this, is if he said, we're going to do tax cuts. Because there is a difference between a refund and a tax cut. A tax cut is actually going to save you money, not take your money and then give you back a piece of it. A tax cut is 100% less pay. You know what I'm saying? So that's where I'm going with that. And I think that this once a year or whatever the hell he's planning to do, I mean, he's about to get booted anyway. You know, he's trying to give some crumbs to people and see who bites. You know what I mean? And I think that he's too late. He's like too late Jerome Powell. You know what I'm saying? Jerome Too Late Powell. That's he is Gavin Too Late Newsom. That's what that is. But you know what? It's you know, it is what it is. You know, I see a lot of government, local government, I call them, and state government, that they just abuse the constitutional rights of the people. And I'm talking specifically mainly here for Seattle, Washington, that they're doing so many unconstitutional things. And unfortunately, these damn blue cities and states are breaking federal law, you know, and they're being the sanctuary cities, and they don't understand the harm that they're causing the American people. Or maybe they do, and they just don't give a shit. Let's be honest. All these socialist Democrats sat down when President Trump reminded them that the purpose of the government is to serve the American people, not the illegal immigrants. And every single Democrat sat down on their ass. And, well, they're jackasses. That's why their symbol is a jackass. It makes sense to me, to be honest. I mean, even the Bible says that the fools lean to the left. Just with that right there, I just would never call myself left. But with that being said, I think that a lot of the state officials, you know, the governors, the mayors, the city councils, and all these other dumbass people that are so incompetent to do such an easy job. When you got all the tools to do the job, it should be easy if you know how to do it. And, you know, they don't help the people. They are abusing the budget. They're destroying the budget. And they don't help the president. Imagine that. You know, one of the stupidest things that people say, it's, oh, Trump's war, Trump's economy. I know it's easy to say it that way, but let me tell you something. I think in a little different way than anybody else. I think a lot of people think the same as I do, but most people, especially on the left, they just don't have common sense, so they don't critically think things through. You know, so. You know, I'm looking, President Trump laid out the agenda, laid out the goals, laid out that we're not going to be no punk bitches to the world. We voted for him. What do we want to see? Well, what I want to see is the vice president supporting him 100%. I want the attorney general to support him 100%. One of the reasons why I blame the people here in Seattle, if the voting was legitimate, right? We still have some questions. They don't want to release the voter rolls. There's a reason for that. But regardless, we blame the voters because we know that the governor is going to have a lieutenant governor. That lieutenant governor is going to do what the governor wants to do. That is the agenda. That's what people voted for. The attorney general for the state is going to do what the governor says because that is what people voted for. The whole administration, legislature, the executive branch, and the judicial branch, the people voted for that. So when they vote for that agenda, you expect to get that agenda. Well, here in Washington State, we have gotten that agenda because we were stupid enough to either not vote the right way or believe that the elections were not rigged. And just because we caught a couple of illegal immigrants voting in the election, we're going to believe the attorney general when they say that that doesn't mean that that cheating is happening? Well, you know what? I still have some questions, and I think that they are legitimate. And it has nothing to do with being racist or anything like that. So with that being said, the city council, they do what the people want, correct? Okay, well, there is a vote. With that being said, we voted for Trump. We want the attorney general to do and kick ass for Trump. You know why? Because Trump works for us. He serves us. He's doing what we voted for. I want massive deportations. Everything Trump is doing, I voted for. So we won. I want to be able to see that our votes, our democracy, is being respected. Our democracy doesn't just go for one side. Democracy is for everybody. And all these little children on the left that do not understand that they lost, that we won. You got the right to protest. That's fine. But you're just being little bitches. Stop it. You're being childish. You lost, period. We got 2.5 more years. Shut the hell up and get out the way. I want the whole administration to do what Trump says to do because I voted for Trump. You understand that? I want every Republican in Congress, in the Senate, to do what Trump wants to do. Do you know why? Yes, because we voted for him. We want the agenda to get through. Yes, we have an agenda. And we want it to go through because it's for American people. Yeah, that's a big difference between us and them. It's like we're one big family of the United States of America, but for some reason, some people don't want to do the dishes. Some kids talk shit back to their parents, while the rest of us are respectful to our parents. Yeah, we talk shit to each other, but to our parents, we are respectful. We're not rebellious. We follow the rules in the house. The leftist is like the one child in the house that always complains, "Oh, Mom, you're always telling me what to do, blah, blah, blah. Always me, 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 me." You know why? Because the other person does everything before they even tell him. And that's us on the right now. That is us. So anybody that says that the Republicans in Congress shouldn't do what Trump says, shut the hell up. We voted for those Republicans in Congress to be there, to be in the Senate. Why? Because we have an agenda. We want the Republicans, which is the president's a Republican, we want those people to have the president's back. You know why? Because if they have the president's back, they got our back. Now let the other side argue with us, whatever. But everybody that we voted for to be Republican and to be leading our country needs to be on the president's side. Everybody, every rhino needs to get the hell out. Vote those fools out. With that being said, let me remind you, the Democrats are so far left, they are destroying this country. But instead of learning, seeing their mistakes, they are stuck on this Marxist mentality that they just got to deny, and deny. It doesn't matter what the facts are. It doesn't matter if the truth is right in front of them. It doesn't matter what you show them, what you prove to them. They will still deny. That is the Marxist way. It is a godless way. They don't know what they're doing. And instead of admitting their mistakes, they double down and make it even worse. It's like they don't know how to tell the truth. It's like they don't know how to be honest. Let me give you an example. Democrats are such fools. They're such loyalists. Either that or they're just plain stupid. They think no matter what, my party, F the country, my party comes first. It's like a bunch of gangbangers. They don't care about the people's well-being as long as their color is winning. Well, doggone it, I care about what happens to the people. And I don't give a shit if you're Republican. If you're messing up, I'm going to call you on it. If you're Democrat, I am calling you on it. So what do? Well, here we go. New York. New York. Biggest example. Seattle doesn't fall too far behind. But New York, these people are so ignorant. New Yorkers are the stupidest people on the planet. I think Somalis are smarter than New Yorkers. Don't get mad. I call you by the fruits. By the fruits you shall know them. They are, that's right, they are willfully ignorant. That is true. They truly are. They listen, pay attention to this. They listen to a radical, far, far, far left. Cindy, you're a moron. Listen, the guy is a communist. We know this. Okay, all the young people, the stupid, because they're still stupid, they're still ignorant. They don't know history. Apparently, they don't even know what the hell 9/11 was. They think it's like another 7-Eleven competitor store. But we do. We know what Muslims are known for, and they haven't changed. They're getting worse. You can talk about Christianity and the Inquisition and all this bullshit in the history and all the things that were true and bad, but that's not who we are today. We condemn the bad Christians. Muslims can't because they will be infidels. Well, they're still infidels anyways. But they get a candidate that literally says nobody is illegal. Nobody. Think of that. What kind of security are you giving the people of your city and state? When you said nobody is illegal, you have no checks and boundaries. You have no security. You have nothing to keep your people safe from the enemy. That's what they're saying. They don't even claim to be citizens of this country. They just call themselves migrants. All the illegal immigrants and the morons on the left side are going to be putting negative comments on my chat. I get it. I expect that. I expect that. But I'm starting off with this because the hearing that we are going to listen to, oh my gosh. I'm just preparing you, just warming you up for the hearing that we're going to listen to. DHS Secretary Markwayne, the Rock Mullin. What a badass. We're going to leave New York alone, but they just hired 3 new morons that are so willing to destroy this country. Oh my gosh, I can't even let it go. Let me give you my piece. Let me give you my piece, and then we'll move on. Listen. You'll know a great leader by the decisions that they make. But not just by the decisions that they make, also will be backed up by the results of those decisions. Let me give you an example. The most recent thing. President Trump did something that many presidents and other politicians that could have done something never did. We are in this war, 47-year-old Iran war, not ours, Iran war against the United States of America. Now, I don't like Trump because he hasn't declared war. He needs to go to Congress and declare war and destroy this freaking filth. But that's neither here nor there. I voted for him. I trust that he will get the results that I need, or we need, or hopefully do the best that he can. I don't expect him to be perfect. He's not God. With that being said, he made the decision that many presidents didn't want to make because the risks are so high. See, this is how people become successful in America, like Elon Musk. He took the risks. He took all the pressure. All or nothing. He put it all on the table. And now he's a trillionaire. Yeah, God bless him. He's not perfect. He's a dumbass when it comes to women and family values, but hey, that's his life. President Trump said to Iran, we warned him a few times. We told him, hey, you need to stop enriching uranium. He got rid of the Obama deal. Why? Because they were enriching uranium anyway. And they were blocking inspectors from coming in there to do the audits. You know why? Because they're hiding something. Which reminds me, that's what Democrats do when the federal government comes and asks for the voter rolls. They're hiding something. Anywho, he goes in last year, does a precision strike on the nuclear facility, which the Iranians said nobody can touch. Well, President Trump annihilated that facility. That doesn't mean that it's not reachable. You can always dig it out. That's not what it means. But that's a warning. That showed them that we can destroy them at any given time. Fast forward to today. Iranian people, the majority of them, go on the street because they saw what the United States of America, President Trump, our leader, did for Venezuela. Over 8 million people left Venezuela because of the horrible government and the tyranny that they had. President Trump changed that. Venezuela now has a chance. Iranian people saw that. So they go out and protest on the street. And they call out to Trump, us, the United States of America. Now, while I agree that maybe we shouldn't be involved, I don't give a shit. I voted for President Trump, and he knows what he's doing. He could have just gone over there and destroyed them, period, at any given time. But he said, if you lay one finger on those protesters, yeah, I'm paraphrasing here now, I will go on your ass. Well, that didn't sound right. I will go in, kick your ass. That's better. You know what? The Iranian government, this tyrannical government, yes, that's right, they're Muslims. They kill over 30,000 people protesting. Imagine that. And then the leftists, the outcry for two people that were actually trying to kill federal agents, doxing federal agents. Two people lose their life. Oh, my God, the whole country is in revolt now. And shut up. Not one peep about 30,000 innocent Iranian people being killed for protesting. No weapons. No cars trying to run over soldiers. No protesters with guns trying to threaten and fight and arrest with soldiers. No, just literally protesting innocent people. Ended up being over 45,000 people. So, with that being said, after 45,000 people dead, President Trump said, I warned you, and my word is my bond. So we went and kicked some ass. Now, we lost this war, apparently, to the left. Ah, man, I can't help it. I was trying not to laugh at that. I don't know. These leftist people are so retarded. Oh my gosh, dude. I don't know about you, but if I destroy your Air Force, I won. I won against the Air Force. If I destroy your military on the ground, guess what? I won on the ground. And if I destroy your Navy fleet, I won on the Maritimes. Oh, yeah, we lost that war for sure. Yeah. I don't see one fighting jet flying over Iran. Oh, man, you libtards crack me up, man. I try not to laugh. I was on a very serious message and a very serious note. And with that being said, let's get back to it. Gas prices go up. Straight to Hormuz. Oh, speaking of gas prices, I forgot to check my daily check. To have it here in hand, of course, for you, and so that you can actually stay with me. Now, yesterday it was down to 73 as I checked. Today is down to $72 the barrel of oil. Let me tell you who the morons are. We can all use the word moron, but in reality, it is the facts. It is the truth that tells you who the real moron is. Like this U.S. Navy bullshit fake-ass spook guy. Listen, they have been giving us shit. And I thank you, every single one of you patriots, who has been supporting me, who has been listening to me, getting trashed, insulted, etc. on this live chat. God is great. God is great. Yeah, that's right. I am a joke. I'm a fake. I'm a whatever the hell you want to call me. But let me lay down the facts. Let me lay down the facts. The barrel of oil under Biden hit a high of $130 to $135 a barrel. You know what the highest price was on gas? $5.72. Interesting. Yeah. I think that under President Trump, libtards, they always make me look like a genius. While they're over here cursing at me and telling me all this, gas prices, unaffordability, all prices are so expensive, so high. Yeah, bitch, because you don't know how to spend your money. You don't know how to budget. And you keep allowing, never mind, we'll get to that later. They complain about the gas. Well, the barrel of oil under Trump went up to $110. Some say 120, but 110 is what I saw. But let's call it $120 at the highest. At the highest, 120. Still $10 to $15 cheaper than Biden's. And what's the price right now for the gas? $6 in East LA. Wow. Wait a minute. Back it up here real quick. Let's take a look and see who the morons is. Here is the moron. Well, you know who the morons are. But here we are. Check this out. Hey, listen. You want stats. You want numbers. You want facts. You want the truth. Well, the truth shall set you free, but you can't handle the truth. And the truth is that the barrel of oil is down to $72. Now, you think that's great? No, wait. There is more. You ready for this? There is de facto that I call inflation. That's right. Imagine the price of the barrel of oil being at $72. when the cheapest price under Biden was $82. That was the cheapest price. If you want to say, oh, it was going down under Biden. What a bunch of loonies. Facts. $72 a barrel of oil today. Tell me, why are you paying $6 of gas? $6 a gallon of gas. No answer? I know that little brain of yours is already smoking. Yeah, I know. You can't make sense of it, can you? It's as if somehow your brain has been infected by some sort of virus that is destroying anything that you think makes sense. The brain is overheating. It's in shutdown mode right now, trying to reboot, trying to figure out what this virus is. Now, we call it truth on our side, and it helps us make common sense decisions. But the libtards, those guys that are on my chat insulting the mess out of me, I can tell, I don't even have to look. Those people, yeah, there's no hope for them, my friends. All I can do is reach out to the real American citizens, not the illegal immigrants that are on the chat throwing blank, blah, 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 and all the dumbass, white guilt, socialist people. Fuck them all. I'm talking to the American people who actually have common sense left. It is ridiculous that we are at a $72 a barrel of oil. Think about this. Even with what's going on in Iran, we should be at a $200 a barrel. Remember that? The Democrats, oh yeah, the fear mongers, they told us. Even Trump almost believed it, I think. Even Trump almost believed it, I think. I can't think straight. Hold on. Yeah. This passport, it says I'm an American citizen. Can you believe that? Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Oh, my goodness. $72 a barrel of oil. And you're paying $6 in California on East LA? $6. The barrel of oil, $28 cheaper than $100, and then you add $30 on Biden. That is $53, and then you add the other $5 for the 135 barrel of oil, the highest price. That is $58 cheaper. $58 a barrel of oil cheaper than Biden's high price, $5.72 a gallon. Why are you paying $6 in East LA? Who's the moron? Add inflation to that. That, my friends, that's why we voted for Trump. Eggs. Remember that? Eggs. We got no eggs. They're so expensive. Shut up. I remember they got so expensive I couldn't find no damn eggs to buy. And when I did find the eggs, I couldn't buy them. 3 dozen eggs for $50. Funk that. But the leftists, they loved it. They didn't care. Not one peep about unaffordability. Not one peep from you libtards. Not one peep. Not one complaint about high gas prices. Not one. High rent. No housing available for Americans and residents. Not one peep from the left. Not one. California is paying over $2 extra a gallon of gas. Not one peep. Not one peep from the libtards. Well, I am nobody's bitch. I'm nobody's fool. I do my homework. You gotta have some common sense in order for this to make sense to you. We're not talking about extraterrestrial UFOs or information that is not available to anybody. I really want to know, why are you a libtard? Tell me, why are you a libtard? Are you just such a criminal that you just can't stand people being prosperous in this great country that I love so much? The United States of America. It means more than you think. I'm going to drop something. Not one of you, not even you, my friends, my patriots, not even you, my conservatives, understand this meaning of the United States of America. Are you ready for this? Nobody has ever said this to you. But first, salute, my friends. Stay thirsty. The one truth. First of all, I need to keep my coffee warm here. No. Hold on, guys. There we go. Okay. You have to understand something. We're about to celebrate 250 years of greatness. Understand this. First, you have to think, how did this country begin? Let me start off by the very simple things. Our Native Americans. Our Native Americans, they migrated from Asia. The earth has been broken into pieces. At this point, everybody is a migrant. I got you. Times change. Evolution happens. Civilization happens. Native Americans were fighting other Native Americans for territory, for boundaries. That's right, borders, walls, so to speak. They were fighting to survive, and they were fighting for territory. Interesting. You notice how they didn't just all united. The Comanches and the Apaches and the Crow and the Blackfoot and the whatever else. I don't like to bring in my Navajo people because I love my Navajo. I don't care how drunk and crackheadish they get here in Washington State. I love my Navajo people. Anywho, they weren't there helping each other. Please. The stronger tribes were raping the weaker tribes. They were conquering each other. This is just the beginning of the United States of America. There was no horses. There was no tomatoes. You believe that? That's right. And then, let's just say the Europeans. The Europeans came. Now, what did the Europeans have that the Americas didn't? Yeah, we have some great temples that are ruins for a reason. They were not sustainable. They're not livable for people to survive. The Europeans, well, they already had irrigation systems. They had buildings. They had castles. They had iron, explosive, which of course they got that from China. But still, they were already evolved. They were developing faster. They were surviving diseases that we were not even ready to survive yet. It's such a big circle of history. But the fact remains, the Spaniards brought horses. That's right. And the natives benefited. The settlers started building small towns, something the natives could never do. The Spaniards conquered the whole Midwest of the United States of America, which is the Comanches territory. That's crazy, ain't it? That's crazy. We have all these trees and fruits and things that we never had in America's continents. We had a lot of things, but we have a lot more because of the Europeans coming here. Now, we still have migrants, and I explain this all the time. I don't think people understand this. There is migrants that are migrants, like New Yorkers. Apparently, they never want to be American citizens. They continue to call themselves immigrants. Why? You're no longer an immigrant. You are now a permanent citizen of this country. I say I'm an immigrant just to make a point that I come from another country, but I'm an American citizen. I am no longer considered an immigrant. I am now part of the family called the United States of America. Let's fast forward a little bit, shall we? The white man brought diseases. Of course, they didn't chemically go and build it like in the Wuhan land from China. It was just part of the system. 90% of the Native Americans killed by their own immune system. You know who tried to save their lives? Guess. That's right. White people. There was some there was some evil white people, but let's be honest. So was the witch doctor from the tribe that was killing your children as well. Anywho, we have wars. We have states that united because of the tyrannical governments where they come from. Their tribal leaders betrayed them. They were abusing them. They were killing them. So they decided to separate every single place in the Northern American continent, besides Canada, they're still there. But the United States, everything that the United States is today, these people were suffering. They were being abused. And they decided to be part of the United States of America. There is more details, obviously. But everything that is united in the United States of America has been a benefit for everybody. And be lucky that this United States of America was not Germany being led by an Austrian. Donald Trump, if you compare him to Hitler, you are an ignorant and the stupidest person on earth. Because you don't know who Hitler was. You confuse these little words and you mix them together. But this country of the United States of America was built on hope. It was built on slavery. It was built on hardship. It was built on freedoms. It was built on fear. It was built on courage. It was built with patriotism and vision and dreamers and liberties. All this country asks is that everybody follow the law. We don't want illegal immigrants in this country. We want migrants who are vetted, who are willing to come to this country because they love it and because they want to build it even better. Not because they can come in and get free health care, free welfare, and come in and work under the table and make money and send it back to their countries. That is not what we want. And if you're an American citizen and you support illegal immigrants, what a damn shame. Don't call me shame. Call yourself shame. I'm giving you facts, truth. Every single day I give you that. and you still don't want to listen and stay on the left. It is your prerogative. But that, my friends, is probably something that nobody's ever told you before, but that's what this country is made of. I had a native from Canada. I forget what his native tribe is. And I told him, I said, well, I'm a native as well from Central America. I migrated here to the States, but I'm a native of America. My ancestors go back over 6,000 years. I'm sorry, 100 million years. It sounds better, you know, because that's how the Democrats like it. It sounds better when you add more years. And here I am. And I said, this country is what it is because of everything that I've just told you. And he says, oh, the white man is a racist. If the white man, listen to this logic. If the white man would have never come here to to the Americas, my tribe would have ruled and conquered the other tribes. I kid you not. I'm not making this up. I started laughing, and I'm sorry. I thought I misheard. What'd you say? My tribe would have conquered. Oh, boy. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, common sense is just, this is why Republicans are going to keep kicking ass, and Democrats are going to disappear. You guys are too retarded. And I'm going to tell you something, though. As retarded as you are, and I'll only call you that because of what you're calling me on the chat. As retarded as you are, there is hope for you. See, nobody knows who you are on this chat. Don't announce it to the world that you're the moron. Don't announce it. Keep it to yourself. The beauty of it is that you can still repent from your evil ways. You can always change your mind and follow what is right. Follow what is moral. See, if you're on the left, hey Scott, if you're on the left, hold on guys, I will say hi to everybody here. Hold on, give me a second. I'm almost done. If you are on the left, you are lawless, you are godless, and you're anti-American. You know why? Here we go. Democrats allow a political movement disguised as a religion, Islam, to multiply in the United States of America. That's a fake God. Not only that, but they're also fake Christians. And they twist the word of the Bible to excuse their immoral behavior, their perversion. Disgusting. Disgusting. And I'm sorry, if you are a supporter of the left Democrats, you are an LGBT lover. You're not loving the people. You're loving the sin and the perversion. Let's get that clear. You're not like us. See, we love everybody. But I don't love you being drunk all the time. I don't love you being an alcoholic. I love you. I don't love your alcoholism. I don't love your drunkenness. How would you be faithful to your husband or to your wife? What do you have as a moral boundary? How do you judge a pedophile? How do you judge child abuse? How do you judge evil indoctrination? You come into my channel and say that we're a cult and we're dark and we're all this and we're that and this and that. How are you judging? You say you're a Democrat and you're a Christian, and yet you have a homosexual as a pastor. That is an abomination to God. Repent from your sins so that you may be saved. That's what the Bible says. We love our neighbor. And that's why we got to tell you the truth. A If I don't love you, I don't give a shit what you do. Go jump off a cliff. I don't care because I don't love you. But I do love you. And I say don't jump. Can you piss me off? Absolutely. I'm not Jesus Christ. Would you be able to provoke me to break your teeth? Absolutely, I am not Jesus Christ. I will never be able to be perfect. But the truth shall set you free. You can't call yourself a Christian and be a Democrat, for they want to mutilate our children. They worship demons. How can you be a Christian supporting that? They worship Satan. How can you be a Christian? They hate Jews. How can you be a Christian? Men lay with men and women lay with women. How can you be a Christian? Everything that you do goes against the Bible. See, I know your demons pretending to be Christians. And you know what I wish? I wish Muslims would do the same thing that I'm doing right now. I wish Muslims would get out there and judge the bad people in their Muslim community. Judge the Quran. Judge their fake-ass pedophile prophet. Do that. You see the big difference between that fake religion and somebody who has a conviction that Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior? He is the only begotten Son from God the Father, and the Holy Spirit is here to give you discerning and to continue to strengthen us to fight these demons who roam this earth. Holy water is the truth to demons. Man, God is great. God is great. Hollywood is one of the biggest machines that the devil uses to corrupt people. I'm going to tell you, I'm going to give you, oh my gosh, I was so disgusted. I was so pissed off. Listen, you guys ever heard of a show called The Boys with a Z? I watched one episode, like the first season, when it first came out. I watched this episode and I was disgusted what I saw. But now there's 5 seasons. And I thought, oh, this is very popular. Maybe it was just that one time. I watched an episode of the season 4 or 5, I think is what it is. Season 4 or something. Here's what's interesting. I know I'm going a little bit off subject of what I started with, but listen to me. Listen really carefully. I used to watch a show called Supernatural. I used to love that show. I think, it's science fiction. It's fake. I get it. All this stuff, right? But they have all these satanical rituals, and I just overlook it. It's not a big deal. I think it's, whatever, right? But a lot of the casting from that show, Supernatural, was actually on this episode that I'm watching. Now, Supernatural made God to be this useless, coward, not so bright person to be God, okay? And everything was just a joke, people suffering. It was just a joke to God, and he would just, whatever he writes comes true. All right. He plays a character who multiplies himself to do all the tasks that he needs to get done. Viewer discretion is advised. This verbal thing that I'm going to tell you right now is very graphic. If you're under the age of 18, please don't listen to this. The people come into a sauna looking for somebody. And here is the guy. He multiplied himself in there. The first guy, bend over, bend over, bend over, bend over, bend over, bend over. The guy behind the one in the front was literally eating shit. I kid you not. Disgusting. And I was so mad at myself and thinking, you're a fucking moron. You knew that this show is disgustingly perverted, godless, blasphemous, disgusting. And I was so mad at myself. That's what the left is like. This is what they support. We all can watch anything. But should we? It's crazy. That is the reality of the Democratic Party today. Listen, if you don't believe in God and you have no morals of Christianity, I got you. Don't worry about it. I get it. You're ignorant. But if you believe in God and you call yourself a Christian, or at least have some sort of a, Christian-like mentality or morals, or more, if you believe in God, you have a moral compass, is what I'm saying. And the more the left gets support, the more corruption comes out in the open. See, a lot of these demons, they raise false testimonies against our president. They call him a pedophile, child rapist, and all this kind of stuff. No proof. They raise false testimonies because that's what demons do. And the stupid little humans that they are with no brain, they just follow and they think it's funny. I know some people like that. But I can't do that. And see, I will separate myself from you. I love everybody. And as Jesus Christ came, listen to this. Listen to this. Jesus Christ came to die on the cross for everybody. And the Bible also says that everybody is called back by God. But you see, Jesus Christ didn't force anybody to believe in him. Jesus Christ didn't just come to die on the cross so that you can be a fucking moron and be saved by doing nothing. No, you have to do something. Follow me, he says. The people that judge my language, you're the biggest hypocrites. If you stand on the left disagreeing with me and you don't like my language, you are the biggest hypocrite. And that's why I curse, to prove a point. Now, Jesus was crazy. Good crazy. Jesus went into the temple and started turning tables and whipping people, insulting them, calling them snakes and vipers, Satan. He was upset. He was pissed. But righteously so. And that's why I talk the way I talk. Because all these people on the left, which are obviously here on my chat, on my channel, that's the way they deserve to be talked. Now for everybody else, my patriots, I love you very much. This country is the greatest country on earth, and you guys know, and I know, everybody knows it, the whole world knows it, that we are the best country on earth. And the forces of evil are going to continue to try to destroy us and divide us. But as my oath reminds me, that I don't only fight against foreigners who are trying to destroy this country, I also have to fight the moron, domestic, dumbass, naive, gullible, white guilt, socialist, libtard Americans. Damn, that was a mouthful. That was a mouthful. Oh, man, they're jumping right now. Ah, smoke's coming out of their ears. But if you are not one of them, you will not put any negative comments on my chat. So you don't have to worry about it. Nobody knows who you are, and probably never will. But for all those American patriots who are really, truly American and you love this country, thank you so much for being here with me. Let me say, Brian Waza. Let me say hello to my peeps. Going to go all the way to the top, and I'm going to say hello to the first ones who got here. Only my peeps, as I said. Let me see if oh, man, I can't even go all the way up. What's going on? Well, okay. I know Robert, big bro. Thank you for being here. Let's see who else is in here. We're going to read some good comments in here. Let's see. What happened to my members? Were all here. The chat, there's not much activity, it looks like. Brian Reed, of course. Some of you guys haven't renewed the membership. That's probably why I don't see you, but that's okay. I still love you. Scott Barron was here earlier. My Canadian friend, eh? Thank you for being here. Love you, brother. Thank you for your support. I still want Alberta to be the 51st state of the United States of America. We want some of the Canadian goodness over here with us to replace the moron Americans that we still have in this country. Let me see who else is in here that I got. I think it's just Robert is the most famous guy in here, apparently, and Brian, apparently. Everybody else, guys, if I missed you, I'm sorry. But Linda says, I love all. I hope so. I hope you still love me, even though I'm over here being rude to these jerks. It is what it is, my sister. Let's see. Okay, we got nothing else. All right. With that being said, oh, my goodness. Get ready for 2 hours and 7 minutes of torture on the hearing. Oh, it's okay. It gives me a chance to get another cup of coffee ready for myself. Gulf of America, let's go. Streamlabs, keep kicking some ass. Oh, what the? Oh, Brian. Brian, come on, man. Brian got blocked. You got to find a different way to insult these people, bruh. You know how you can insult them? Just let them talk. Just reflect every comment right back to them and let them have a piece of that. All right, guys, if you have been here with me, thank you so much for being here and supporting the Dennis Herrera Show. My name is Dennis Herrera, and I am your Honduran migrant who came here legally, has never been illegal, and waited 35 years, 3.5 decades, to become an American citizen. And my friends, nobody can take that away from me. And that's why they hate me. But I'm on the American side, so I hope that you are also on the American side. Here we go. Let's get into it.
Elderlies are being probably exported now more than we've ever seen it, because naturally law
safeguard opening statements. I'm going to waive my opening statement. I reserve the right to do a closing statement if I see fit. But with that, and moving right along to the gentleman from Laredo, the floor is yours for your opening statement.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. And again, we want to thank you for your leadership. As you know, you'll be leaving Congress at the end of the year. And I just have to say it's been a pleasure working with you and your staff along with our staff. So thank you again for the many years of experience. I'd like to welcome the Secretary again. It was a pleasure talking to you yesterday, and the Deputy Secretary also, Mr. Egger also, and we look forward for your testimony and the dialogue as we start here this morning. You know, there's many issues that we want to talk about, but before I get started, I like to take this time to acknowledge the bravery of a Border Patrol agent, Alex Medellin, who, while he was off duty, he responded to a fatal plane crash in Laredo, Texas. On June 16th, he joined first responders and Good Samaritans to rescue people from the flames of a airplane that crashed there in Laredo. I understand that his bravery is a reflection of the courage and the commitment of those that serve not only Laredo, but all across the nation. But I just wanted to say thank you for that individual, that Border Patrol agent. As I move forward, we certainly want to look at hearings that we've had in the past, and I think it's we know the work that Homeland does. It's critical to the national economic security, safeguarding physical and technological infrastructure and networks, encourage and making sure that we counter the foreign threats. And again, I appreciate all the work, and we understand the way threats have been evolving and the way this committee has been working with your department. Let me start off with the $260 billion from reconciliation. Despite the efforts of the chairman and myself, we try to finalize the funding for all of DHS in fiscal year 2026. We tried, didn't get to that, but we do know that there was a reconciliation that added $260 billion to the department. I'm a big supporter of the department, but I'm big supporter of Article 1 of the Constitution. And that $260 billion it's more than 4 times that Congress usually allocates to the department in one fiscal year, not including the disaster relief fund. These funds were never considered by the members of this subcommittee, nor did the reconciliation include a single safeguard to keep the funding accountable to the taxpayer. That should concern every member of this appropriations panel. The power of the purse and the duty of oversight are inseparable, not because Congress is entitled to this authority, but because the American people deserve accountability. We attempted during the markup to add additional oversight to the reconciliation through various amendments, but we were not able to do that. We did have a few of those amendments that were put in the chairman's mark, and I certainly want to thank the chairman for adding some of that. A lot of the language that we were trying to add had been there for many, many, many years, but were lost when the Border Patrol and the ICE were removed from the FY26. And I'm a big supporter of ICE, of Border Patrol, but I want to see those safeguards. And they've been common sense measures like reporting deaths in federal custodies, minimum standards for detention contracts, partnership agreements, and certainly protections, as we talked yesterday about the Riverland in my district. I do want to say that I am thankful to the chairman because he did reserve some of those protections in the chairman's mark, and I certainly want to say thank you for that. I believe in strong border security, but it's got to be more than fiscal barriers, especially to the border communities where we've had historical lows. I think the numbers have gone down by 96%, and I congratulate all of y'all. I did not support open borders, and I do not support open borders. But again, we got to have the right measures at the border. And keep in mind, the numbers went down without a single foot of border wall being constructed, without a single foot of border wall constructed. In my opinion, it's something that I've advocated for many years. You got to have repercussions at the border. You can't slap people on their hands and say, come into bienvenidos a los Estados Unidos. You got to have repercussions at the border. And then at the same time, you got to work with our neighbors, Mexico and other countries. And again, numbers went down. I believe that your numbers are at 96% without a single foot of border wall. But again, we got to look at what's important, and technology, intelligence, well-trained personnel. I think we have reached 21,000, almost 21,500 Border Patrol agents, which I support, and I supported funding for our Border Patrol. But we got to include our communities when we talk about border securities. The right policies matter. And as I mentioned, repercussions at the border for anybody that enters the border, the United States illegally, we got to have those repercussions. The reality is the $260 billion that we added, it's going to run out. It's going to run out in 3 years. And when we talk about hiring, the 21,500 Border Patrol agents, and as you know, the reconciliation added 3,000 agents to this, but at the end of this, we got to annualize their salaries. So again, we got a lot of issues that we certainly want to look at, and I look forward to asking some of the questions of Mr. Secretary. It's always a pleasure seeing you again, and the Assistant Secretary. Look forward to working with both of y'all. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Cuellar. So I'm going to go to you now for questions. Shall I deduct a minute 44 from your questioning?
No, sir. You should add an additional minute and a half.
Thank you for your advice. I want to let the committee members know that we had a couple of ways to go with this. And so I thought it would be, especially with what's going on or not going on the floor, or that we don't know for sure what's going on the floor. We're not going to do 2 rounds of questioning, but Mr. Guest, would you like to come grab your seat? Or are you sitting by the door for reasons the rest of us should know about? If there's a problem, we'd like to go too, but anyhow. So we're going to do 1 round of 8 minutes per person to allow you, since it's been over a year, to allow everybody to have a good shot at having a discussion with the secretary. But that's it, 1 of 8. And so, and I am going to attempt to be fairly disciplined about the 8 minutes. But with that said, we're going to turn right around. Oh, yeah, that's right. Mr. Secretary, would you like to do an opening statement?
Well, for the sake of time, and I think you're pushing pretty quick to get in and out, I will do what you did and waive opening statement. I think the ranking member is going to ask me the questions that he talked about, so I'd be happy to address all those. I wrote them down here and discuss them, and I can discuss them to the open market or opening, or if it's part of your questions, I'll just defer to you when you ask the questions, because there's several of them here I want to address.
As you can see, the secretary's training as a member of the House of Representatives is still strong in his ethos.
Well, I think it's part of the Senate that taught me best, but I'm kidding.
Well, okay, those 8 minute questions.
I was moving first. That's right.
So with that, we're going to start with questions. I don't see Ms. DeLauro here yet for her opening statement. So, Mr. Cuellar, the floor is yours for 8 minutes for questions of the secretary.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Again, on the oversight provisions that we've had, detention, all that we had. Look, right now we know. Look, next year there might be a different chairman here, and we are certainly going to put it in the chairman's mark on this. But you voted on this, I assume, when you were in the House and the Senate, because we've had a lot of those provisions. Standards in detentions, the protections that we talked about yesterday. We added under what I call the Trump 1 administration 6 protections: SpaceX, the Chapel, and all of those protections that we have down there in the Valley. They've been there since Trump 1. We negotiated with under the Trump 1, the secretary that was there in your place. And we added those protections. But then when the reconciliation came in, some folks are saying, well, those dollars are outside Congress, so we're going to go ahead and do that. In the chairman's mark, the way I understand it, we did put language there in the chairman's mark saying that those areas will be protected. Texas has 1,200 miles of border, and we just want those 1 mile here, 1 mile here, 1 mile here be protected. And I'm hoping you can work with us dealing with those reconciliation dollars.
Thank you, Ranking Member. The reconciliation dollars and appropriation dollars are by statute two separate funding. It has two separate regulations. Same thing with detention centers and reporting language. We know the difference, and honestly, it's kind of a quagmire because we have to deal with so many different statutories. It would be easy if we just had one. Yeah. And just move forward. I would prefer that because it'd be an easier way for us to report, but bureaucracy gets in its way. We understand that. The wall, my number one job is to protect the homeland. And I'm telling you, Ranking Member, I love my job. I love that President Trump gave me this opportunity. I wake up every single day and I get to protect my yard just like I protect your backyard, people in California, people in New York, people in Oklahoma. I look at it all the same. It's part of homeland. And we strive every single day. My deputy, Troy Egger, who's truly invaluable to me, we talk on a daily basis on the best way to deliver this. Rodney Scott, the head of CBP, we're meeting almost daily on the wall. Our thing that we're seeing with the wall is the cartels are always changing, and they're a threat. There's not 1 inch of Mexico's northern border that isn't covered by a plaza. Plaza is cartels, 9 cartels that control it. And they have plaza centers, they call it plazas, that they have plaza bosses, and they're always looking for vulnerabilities to push human trafficking and drug trafficking across our border. And they're getting very good at it. They're even using UAS now. That we just discovered our first tunnel in years because our wall is being effective. We are pushing them and to what we consider choke points. So the more walls we put, the more we can focus on trafficked areas. And we take a hard look at this. And there's members on this committee that has called me about it, and there's committee and other people throughout the House and the Senate that when you call, I answer the phone. If we got to go out there and take a look at specific areas, we will do that. I've been on helos, traveling those borders. We've been in vehicles traveling those borders to see where are the most sensitive areas, because we want to be cognitive of the surrounding areas, but we also got to take in first and foremost the safety of the homeland. And those are always something that we take in consideration when we're looking for any type of corridor.
Yes, sir. And I'm with you. I live there. I don't just go visit the border.
Yes, sir.
And I would love to have you go down to Laredo. And if you would allow me, we'll find a time to go
We'll
visit.
do it.
And Mexican food is pretty good down there.
I agree, but I just found out that queso is maybe like an Oklahoma thing, white queso.
Hey, we'll take any import from that. But I love to have you down there if you make the time, and we'll invite the chairman down
Sir,
there.
I'll do it. We can do it as a committee with the chair, with however we want to do it. I'll absolutely do that.
Yeah, and look, and let me just talk about a couple things on the border. And again, I'm with you on security on the border. Problem is the river goes this way. This is a border wall. What happens is, imagine if you were in Oklahoma, had property here, and they would take all this away. The middle of the river is actually the boundary. We're not going to put a fence in the middle of the river. We're not going to put it at the riverbanks because they will get washed off. The thing is, this is the where they put the actual fence at. If you look at it, and I've taken planes just following down here with Michael McCall, this is the way the river is. And when you put a fence over here, you're just taking things away from property that's been there. Laredo, for example, was built in 1755, a little older than our country. And all we want is go down there. Let's look at the best way to provide security down there. And that's all we're asking when you go down there, is just sit down with the folks there. We're patriots down there. We've been around for a long time. We live there. We just want you to come down and sit and spend a little bit of time with us there.
Ranking Member, actually, the deputy just got back from there yesterday. He spent a day and a half down there. The issue that we run into is the people look at the river as being the exact location of the border. It's not. The river is moved. And when we're talking about putting a barrier, we fought this in Trump 45 when we first started looking at surveying this. And the question was, do we follow what we consider the natural barrier is the river, or what actually the lines were when we draw them, back 200 years ago? It was because of some of the court rulings, it came to that we have to look at where our actual border is, and it goes back to the Roosevelt line. So when we start looking at the Roosevelt line is where we try to put it at. And there's some circumstances where we can't always run the Roosevelt line, but where we can, we do. But that's where we try to run is our true border line.
Right. And we have fences down there in the valley, with the exceptions of those 6 exemptions that I talked about. There's our numbers from Border Patrol. Even with the fences, look at the heat maps. You still have people addressing. And if you ask any Border Patrol chief, I haven't asked this Border Patrol, but I've asked Border Patrol chiefs from Bush 1 all the way up to except for this current one. And I've asked them, how long does a border fence slow down somebody? And they have always said from a few seconds to a few minutes. So again, I'm for border security. I got about 20 seconds left because I'm going to make sure we follow this. But look, we can talk about it. I'm for border security. You're for borders. All I ask you is go down there. I understand Tom Holman was down there also in Laredo. Appreciate notifications before instead of hearing that from my mayor and other folks. But I ask you to go down there and spend a little bit of time with our communities.
We will do that, and we are addressing the primary wall. That's why we're putting in the wall system now, which is called the secondary wall too, because the cartels have been exposing it. We're putting in smart fences, which allows us to respond when they're tampering with the wall. The second wall, which is the primary wall, which will still be within our footprint, we're constructing it sometimes at the same time. Partly we're going to have to come back and do it, but we'll all have it done before President Trump is out of office. We'll have the complete primary and secondary wall done. And that gives us time when they cut the fence, we can react because they're doing it in very rural areas. We can react before they can get past the secondary wall. And we know how many we're dealing with. Plus, we're using UAS now to put up with heat sensors to be able to track them and see what we're dealing with. So you're absolutely correct. The cartels have got really good, but that's what they do. They're criminals. And so every time you do something, they try to figure out a way to get around it. And we're going to defeat them at every turn.
My time is up. Thank you. By the way, according to FBI statistics, Laredo's the safest city in Texas. Thank you. Look forward to seeing you in Laredo.
Thank you, Mr. Ranking Member. Next, we're going to go to the gentleman from Florida. Mr. Rutherford, the floor is yours for 8 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, it's great to see you, particularly in this position as a former law enforcement officer myself. It's great to have somebody in there that understands law and order. We wouldn't need the wall, like he said, if every administration would enforce the current law as it is, but they won't. And so we need this wall. The first one is an impediment. The second one gives you time to get there, and great plan. I want to speak a little bit about organized retail crime and cargo theft, because they are no longer isolated property crimes. They are sophisticated, they are interstate, and they are often transnational criminal enterprises that threaten the integrity of the U.S. supply chain. They impose higher costs on consumers and generate illicit proceeds that support these cartels who are running these things and other criminal enterprises. I would also mention that these are the non-domiciled CDL drivers that are killing our American public out on our roadways because they don't know how to drive. Last month, the House overwhelmingly passed the Combating Organized Retail Crime Act, CORCA. This committee also passed the FY27 Homeland Security Appropriations Bill, which we included language in that bill for the $4 million to establish the Organized Retail and Supply Chain Crime Center that would be created through CORCA. So we're funding it in advance, hoping that the Senate will do the right thing. We have to start fighting these cartels who are absolutely taking over our trucking industry. First, I'd like to know, would you agree that combating cargo theft and this organized crime is imperative to our national security? And from a homeland security perspective, how important is it that Congress provides DHS with the tools and statutory direction that CORCA gives to treat organized retail crime and supply chain crime truly as a national security threat?
Thank you, Sheriff or Congressman, for the, I've called you Sheriff for
Sheriff,
long.
please.
Yes, okay.
Yeah.
Sheriff, thank you for that question. It is something that we're seeing organized crime expanding into. Unfortunately, underneath the Biden administration, they had 4 years to build a network because there was just no enforcement on this. The Trump administration has had a zero policy, and we're kicking all the networks. We're going from the cities on down to the borders. That's part of the president's enforcement and going by city because they do have networks there. And what we're seeing is cartels and other organizations that are, because of the drugs that we are having a strong effect on, because of the human trafficking that we have taken away from the borders, from them able to traffic humans and across, they're moving more towards the retail theft. There's been a kind of hands-off policy. We're seeing this really bad in sanctuary cities. We're seeing as CDLs, drivers, that they're not required to have the same amount of training or hours in a truck or months or years of service. They can just simply switch their DOT number out and move right on. And we're seeing that they're directly tied to it. And we're seeing CDLs come out where it just simply says no name. Oklahoma, I would say we're one of the strongest to enforce this, but the more cooperation we have with the 287G program, we can combat this, because ICE, even though people consider them just rounding up illegals, ICE is Immigration Custom Enforcement. HSI, who falls underneath ICE, is also part of that. They combat human trafficking, retail theft all the time. For Congress to convey their interest in this, we have the authorities already to do it, but to convey it helps us get more cooperation from sanctuary states and sanctuary cities saying that this is different. Because when you have these sanctuary governors and sanctuary mayors that go out and say you cannot cooperate at all with ICE, right, what they're doing is at the same time saying you can't cooperate not just with immigration, but with other investigations that ICE does, which is much more than that. And so it really handcuffs us from being able to do it. So what we're doing is we're hitting all the red states, we're hitting the blue states that will cooperate with us, but we're just pushing them then into these high sanctuary cities, which is why you're seeing retail leave on a constant basis, which is not good for the economy. It's not good for anybody to do that. So the more you guys can help us and convey your interest, especially, this should be a bipartisan issue. This be something that no one is looking at this as a blue or red issue. This is across the state, because when we lose a pharmacy, or you lose a grocery store, or you lose a mom and pop shop, or you lose a jewelry store because they're getting robbed to death, literally, and no one's enforcing it, that's not good for anybody. That affects all your all's constituents. Almost said all of ours, but I guess they're all your guys' constituents now. And we just simply want to enforce laws. What we don't do at DHS is pick and choose which law to enforce. We enforce the laws that Congress passed.
Right, and I think it's important that DHS and DOT, that we come together on this, because part of the enforcement, I can tell you, if you want to end this, let's start seizing some of those trucks instead of giving passing the cargo on. And when we stop these
we have the
drivers who are violating cabotage, let's start some seizures and forfeitures on these vehicles, and that'll stop.
We actually have that authority through the 287G program. And when I go back to Oklahoma, even though we have 4.3 million people in the state, we have more arrests under the 287G program, and we've revoked and confiscated more illegal CDL drivers than any other state. The only one that has more arrests is Florida. Their population is quite different. Right. Oklahoma has stopped, revoked license, and arrested and confiscated vehicles more than any other state, because we have complete cooperation with the 287G program.
I'm glad you brought up 287G, because that leads right into my next issue. Because when I was sheriff, I started a 287G program within my jail.
I didn't know it was that old.
Oh yeah.
I'm kidding, sir.
Thank you. But here's the thing. We've made significant investments in the program, and I want to say thank you You all have done so much in expanding the 287G program across the country. I think there's now over 2,000 state and local agencies involved in the program. That's phenomenal. So can you talk a little bit about that and how important that is? I can tell you the former ICE chief who retired told me in the hearing, it's the best thing since sliced bread. And we can't get these darn sanctuary cities and states to participate in this program. And I like your idea, Mr. Secretary. We need to find a way to hold them accountable.
Yeah, so the 287G has been super successful for us. One of the things that I want to kind of tie back to, because again, that's allowing us to have the partnerships with all the sheriff organizations. The Secretary has been very focused on recovering UACs, children that made it across the border, 450,000. Through the Secretary's leadership and working with the White House, we've been able to use the 287G program. We've been using Big Beautiful Bill money to actually work and fund that, basically helping the Sheriff's Department and going out and working with us to help us locate these kids. We've located over about, 108? Yeah.
147,000.
147,000. And again, it really thanks to you guys funding the Big Beautiful Bill, being able to give us the money. And really with the partnerships with the sheriffs, this also helps build your local communities. This money goes directly to them. That helps them build up their facilities, their capital, their cars, all of that stuff. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Chairman, I see my time is up and I yield back.
Thank you to the gentleman from Florida. You are now tied with the gentleman from Laredo for best timekeeping skills. It is my understanding that the distinguished ranking member of the full committee wants unanimous consent to enter her opening statement in the record. So if that's true, without objection, so ordered, and the floor is yours for 8 minutes for questioning.
Okay. Well, I was just going to say, because I was late and my colleagues have been sitting here as I do want to put my statement into the record, but let me just have my colleagues go first and then I'll come back. Okay? Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am. Your statement will be entered in the record, and
you
we
very
now
much.
recognize the gentlelady from Illinois for 8 minutes for her questions.
Secretary Mullin, I want to discuss FEMA's denial of disaster assistance for families in Illinois. You and I both come from communities that deal with tornadoes. Just last week, Northern Illinois was under a tornado watch as severe storms swept through the region, downing trees, disrupting flights in and out of Chicago, and leaving thousands without power. And between August 16th and 19th of last year, severe thunderstorms, extreme rainfall, flooding, and damaging winds impacted communities across Northern Illinois. Homes were damaged, roads were flooded, power lines were down, and families suffered significant losses. Illinois requested a major disaster declaration that included individual assistance, which helps affected families pay for home repairs, property losses, childcare, temporary housing, moving assistance, moving expenses, and recovery costs. FEMA denied Illinois' request in October. Illinois appealed in November. Then on February 7th, 2026, FEMA denied the appeal and reaffirmed its decision. Unfortunately, Illinois is not alone. Since President Trump took office, the number of disaster declarations approved has been 30% lower than the historical average. And there's reason to be concerned that they're being politicized. An analysis from March of this year found that FEMA approved just 23% of disaster requests from Democratic-led states compared to 89% from Republican-led states. Don't get me wrong. Concerns about FEMA's response are coming from both sides of the aisle, including from your former Republican colleagues in the Senate. This should not be a partisan issue. Americans expect timely disaster assistance decisions that follow the law, not politics. What makes this even harder to understand is that Republicans have provided DHS with tens of billions of dollars through reconciliation funding twice on top of annual appropriations. Your department has repeatedly stated that this funding could support operations for years, yet families in my district were told there was no assistance or funds available to help them recover. On top of that, this committee does not have a comprehensive spend plan explaining how these funds are being used, despite my repeated requests over the last several months. Secretary Mullin, will you commit to a member-level meeting with my colleagues and I to discuss why Illinois' disaster declaration was denied and to see how we can support my constituents?
Ma'am, we haven't denied anybody a meeting with us. If you reach out, we'll meet with you. Just as long as, and we'll do it in a timely fashion, maybe not the next day, but we'll get to it as soon as possible. But I do want to address if you don't mind, what you talked about here on politicizing it, because I don't.
I actually don't want to talk about politicizing.
Well, but
it.
if
I want to meet with you. To
But I mean,
discuss this
but
in
you
depth.
made some
This is my
accusations
time,
here
Mr.
about
Chairman.
President Trump that's actually not accurate. Because
Mr. Chairman,
if you're going to make accusations, though, you have to let us respond back to them.
reclaiming my time, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, so you're lying about
Mr.
it then,
Chairman,
because you don't want to hear the truth.
Mr. Chairman, this week President Trump's
Mr.
nominee.
Secretary, the record will reflect that you have agreed to meet with the lady and her folks. And since I'm trying to keep people in 8 minutes, please proceed.
Thank you. This week, President Trump's nominee to head FEMA, Cameron Hamilton, appeared before the Senate Homeland Security and Government Affairs Committee and pledged that FEMA would be fair and reasonable when evaluating requests for disaster aid.
Listen. Listen. I normally don't interrupt the hearings. Obviously, the libtards are not even listening anyway, so I guess I can interrupt. The problem with FEMA is that they were not managed accordingly. They had so many failures. Now, FEMA is still important, but we had to get rid of the garbage in FEMA. Billions of dollars were wasted during COVID-19 and nothing to show for. FEMA was ran like garbage, so it had to get cleaned up. Like everything else in this country, the Republicans had to clean up all the garbage that the Democrats do. Let's put the blame where the blame goes. Every single one of these snakes in Congress and the Senate, what pisses me off about these things is that they have 8 minutes to ask questions. And what they do is they use all 8 minutes to make up fake ass information and then get pissed off when we try to give them an answer. I can't stand these people. DEI at its best. And the chair is garbage. Now let me tell you something. I don't know the rules about that they have in Congress. Okay? I don't know what the rules are. But I think that common courtesy should be allowed. And I think that when somebody is lying, they should be called out on it. If she is accusing Trump or anybody or the people that are there on the hearing, like Mullin right now, if she is accusing him with false testimonies, well, she is just getting a reaction for that lie. And I wish that, he brings up a good point, right? He says, you just made a false statement, which the libtards, they eat it up and they believe it. They never question anything. They just believe it. He said, you just made a false statement. If you really care about the people, which you don't, we know this. But if you really wanted to pretend that you care about the people, speak the facts. We know the facts. Oh, for Pete's sakes. I'm not a secretary of Homeland Security. But let me tell you something. We know that when we shut down, that's right, Elon Musk and Doge, when they shut down, well, they didn't shut it down, but they found all the fraud, all the waste and abuse in the government. Libtards should be happy that people are being accountable. They're being held accountable for it. Every American should be happy for that. Instead, they make it a political fight. And that pisses me off. She just lied about everything she just said. Listen, you want a meeting with him, don't use your fucking 8 minutes to defame somebody, falsely accuse somebody, and then say you don't need to have an answer. And you just continue slamming that person. I don't think it's fair. As far as I know, our justice system allows for people to defend themselves. Remember the trial with President Trump? They didn't bring all the accusations to the table. They waited for the end of the trial to bring in all these fake misdemeanor accusations. President Trump was acquitted, 100%. He was vindicated, 100%. We have a justice system. It doesn't just work one way. It works for justice. These hearings, I told you, I hate listening to these hearings. They have 8 minutes to get information out of these people, these witnesses. And they spent the whole time accusing, and not asking questions. And when they don't get an answer that they want, they get mad. My time, shut the hell up. They would have to fire me. They have to do something. I would fucking stand in there and be like, shit, did you bring me here so that we can get some information out into the open to the public, or did you just come here to slander me? Did you just put me up here to try to embarrass me? Do you even give a shit about the people? That's what I would say. Now, I respect the rules, but you be honest. If you're not going to allow me to speak, then I'm out. Take me to court. Bitch, I will sue your ass until you're broke and fired. Is it just me, or what the hell is wrong with our government? What the hell is wrong with our government? This idiot congressmen and senators. It's like the legislature branch is such a useless fucking tool in the government. You feel me? Bruh. Okay. President Trump brings out 2 women. Kristi Noem. She did a good job. Pam Bondi had a great career, but as we are all aware of, and I'm sorry, ladies, but we knew that the women will fuck up the budget. They dropped the ball. Pam Bondi reached out for popularity too fast. Kissed ass too quick. Dropped the ball by mishandling the Epstein files. Kristi Noem, another woman. Sorry, ladies. Fucked up the budget. Stay within the budget. Women just don't know how to use money properly, apparently. There you go, libtards. There is a win for you. The women President Trump put in charge for these 2 very important positions, Attorney General and Secretary of Homeland Security. These 2 women fucked it up. So you win. Democrats win. All of the people on the left, you win. You were right. Now, we got Tom Blanche. Superb. A man with the brain, with character, integrity, professionalism. And Markwayne the Rock Mullin, a man of family values, integrity, and very patriotic. We win, conservatives. We win, Americans. We win. So Democrats win, and we won even more. We got two great men that are perfect for the job. All right. I think I can continue. Okay, this DEI sons of bitches, they're driving me crazy, bro. Crazy.
Secretary Mullin, will you make the same commitment as Mr. Hamilton to evaluate disaster requests fairly, reasonably, and without regard to politics? Yes or no?
It's interesting that you won't allow me to answer those questions. I can explain it to you because I don't look at states different between blue or red. I look at them across the country as a whole. And if you actually want to know what we're doing, I'll be happy to. So you're not worried about this. I don't look at this any different, ma'am. And I'm not here to argue with you. I'm not here to fight with you. I like facts.
Great.
Accusations doesn't help anybody.
I appreciate
the more
that
you're informed, the better you know,
and
because you're saying some stuff that's not true.
And I hope that Illinois receives the same fair consideration as any other state. Now, I'd also like to address another deeply concerning matter, detainees who died while in your custody. Secretary Mullin, since Donald Trump took office, DHS's immigration detention system has been plagued by medical neglect, abuse, overcrowding, and a historically high death rate. I saw these dangerous conditions with my own eyes when I visited the Miami Correctional Facility in Bunker Hill, Indiana, where I met with individuals who told me that it takes months to receive medication refills, including for life-threatening illnesses like diabetes. Others reported being left unattended with infected boils and other serious conditions. So it's no surprise that a detainee at that facility died shortly after my visit, or that more detainees died in ICE custody in 2025 than ever before. Secretary Mullin, does DHS have any official specific internal goals or policies to reduce deaths in custody?
Ma'am, your numbers just aren't accurate. We've had 0.009%.
Mr. Secretary,
You're asking about this. It's 0.009% of deaths. And we've had 54 total in the president's time. Those are dangerous accusations you're making.
Mr. Secretary.
Those are dangerous accusations that she's making. Because in the state of Illinois, they're twice as high to die in a state penitentiary of Illinois than they are in
detention. You are
detention
invited to this committee. This is my time.
And you need to be informed by what you're saying.
I am informed.
No, you're not, ma'am.
Mr. Secretary, does DHS have any?
Do you realize that? Do you realize that we have one doctor per 1,000 for detention centers and for our federal detention centers in the state of Illinois? They have one per 1,800, but yet she wants to focus on our detention centers.
You'll get your time.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So I guess this is a good place to stop. We are trying to keep members to 8 minutes. Mr. Secretary, you know that too. That's fine.
Well, fuck the members 8 minutes. How about you keep the members to the truth? That's what we care about. Fuck your 8 minutes. How about you spend, as the chair, why don't you tell them, spend your 8 minutes speaking the truth. Stop making up shit.
Fine. So we all know how the clock runs here. The idea is to get together to forward questions. And I'm going to have you repeat your question when we start up again.
Thank you.
But
Yeah, tell them, ask the damn question. I'm going to tell you, if I was chair in that chamber, I would say you got 8 minutes to ask questions, not to fucking tell a story. Ask the damn questions. What? Am I the only one? Do you guys get pissed about this as well? It is ridiculous.
I can tell you this. If this format won't work, then we'll reschedule the meeting for later.
Yeah, do
when
it.
we can keep it to all the issues accordingly. So this is the efficient way to do it. But if we can't do it the efficient way, then we'll go to Plan B, which will not be today.
Do it.
And I don't mean that as a threat to anybody. I'm just saying this is not Meet the Press or Fox News or whatever for anybody involved. It's what's the question? What's the answer? Mr. Secretary, if you need more time to respond to that, the committee will make any of your comments part of the record, and we will endeavor to make sure that you get to meet with whoever wants more time. But while we've got the whole committee sitting here, we're not going to do the XYZ debate, whatever the heck. So, ma'am, please repeat your question, and as near as I can figure, you got about 4 minutes left.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You're welcome.
Secretary Mullin, does DHS have any specific internal document, policies, or goals to reduce deaths in custody?
All right. I'm going to address your comment here, little libtard. Let me tell you something. Of course, I'm not a lawyer, but that is the fucking point, isn't it? These people are supposed to be our servants. These people are supposed to be honest, not fucking lawyers, to hide the truth. They're not there to defend criminals. They're not there to defend lies. They are there to uncover the truth and serve the people accordingly. That is the fucking point. I don't have to be a lawyer to ask these fucking servants to do their job and to be honest. There's a big difference. Don't be retarded. Just because you don't have a degree on something doesn't mean you can't question it. These people work for the American people. Don't lie. See, some of us actually follow procedures that we're seeing. We listen to the hearings. We see the proof. We see the facts. We see the story unfolding to its fullest. Everything we've been saying, we have been right about. So what gives?
And we do a wonderful job on providing medical to. We're doing a wonderful job at it. We have 0.009% of deaths in our
whether
prison,
the department that you lead,
which is a lot better than the state of Illinois.
Is it your testimony that you do not know whether or not the department that you lead has a policy to reduce deaths in custody?
No, I did not say that, ma'am.
You didn't answer my question.
Yes, I did. You're making accusations, and you're not even looking at your own state.
No, you have no policy or plan to reduce deaths in custody.
That's not true.
2 months ago, I asked ICE.
Our medical staff does a phenomenal job. In fact, every detainee sees a doctor or a nurse with every 2 weeks.
I reclaim my time.
Okay, ask your next question.
Okay. 2 months ago, I asked ICE Director Todd Lyons the same question. He said that ICE, quote, hopes that there will be no deaths in custody, but admitted that the agency had no actual policy in place to prevent them. Rather than implement one, he resigned just a few hours later. Secretary, since that hearing, 3 more people have died in ICE's custody, and those are the only deaths we know about based on your agency's public reporting. So, Mr. Chairman, I would like to request unanimous consent to enter into the record a report that came out today from Human Rights Watch and Physicians for Human Rights titled Dying in Detention, Rising Deaths in an Expanding U.S. Immigration Detention System.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. Drawing on government records, detention data, and expert medical reviews, this report outlines 52 deaths in ICE custody during President Trump's second term and highlights the concerns we've been raising to your department regarding the lack of access to medical care, suicide prevention, transparency, and accountability in detention facilities. Secretary Mullin, ICE's detainee death reporting has not been updated since April 28th of 2026. The death rate in ICE custody has doubled during President Trump's second term. Will you commit to reporting detainee deaths as required by law?
We do report them, ma'am. No one.
So is it your
I don't know.
testimony then
We
that there
report
is
these.
no-
What you're talking about is what Congress has asked us to do, which we're not required to do, is report the deaths after they're released. That
no.
doesn't make any sense. They're
Okay,
not under our
Mr.
watch at that
Secretary,
point. If
is
they
it your
die in our
testimony that
release,
you are
we
Is it your
report them.
testimony that there have been no deaths since April 28th?
I didn't say that.
Okay, so are you going to commit to complying with the required reporting
Ma'am,
requirement?
we were shut down for
Okay,
115 days under this
reclaiming my
department.
time.
So I don't know what
Secretary.
we just now reopened. So I don't know what reports
Mr.
you want us to
Chairman,
do.
I don't
You're
know what's
willing to
funny,
fund
Mr.
us.
Chairman.
You want the reports, but you don't want to fund
the
us? That makes no
Secretary's belligerent
sense.
here and has been taking up my time.
What's your next question?
My next comment is that the ICE
No, there's no
director-
questions. It's just comments.
No, I had a question. He didn't answer my question. And
So the record will reflect that. What's your next question?
yes, sir. There is a policy of reviewing and publicly reporting deaths that occur within 30 days of a detainee's release from custody. And that policy existed to prevent ICE from avoiding accountability by releasing seriously ill people shortly before they die. And as a nurse, I find this deeply troubling change in their reporting posture. Families deserve answers, and Congress should be able to conduct oversight, and the American people should have confidence that deaths connected to federal detention are not being hidden through administrative loopholes or filibustering. Transparency is not optional. There are laws and reporting requirements, and if this administration is unwilling to account for what happens to people in its custody, then it's Congress's role to question whether it deserves more authority, more detention capacity, or any additional cent from the American people. Mr. Chairman, thank you for letting me finish my comments, and I yield back.
Thank you. You have been much more timely than a couple of your predecessors on either side of the aisle, and I appreciate that. Mr. Shreve, you were here first. Are you having a good time so far? The floor is yours for 8 minutes for questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have been interested by the Chippy discussion this morning, and the subject is important. I appreciate this opportunity to put some questions to our Secretary. Mr. Secretary, thank you for being with us. Saw you in Indianapolis not too terribly long ago when you came in with Senator Young. So congratulations on the new work. I want to use my time to focus on some practical issues that matter to my home state. The subjects are roadway safety, trade processing, and counter drone readiness. And so if I could start with roadway safety, Sheriff Rutherford spoke in this lane to some degree, but
Do you see, libtards, why I get upset about the Democrats' BS and their questioning? Why don't I open up your eyes for a little bit if you want to really listen? I just posted a few things. Multiple individuals who died in the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement under ICE custody in 2026, which is what she's talking about, passed away due to a range of causes. Investigations and federal reporting have attributed these fatalities primarily to inadequate health care, they say. Okay, this is people that are here illegally in this country, mind you. They should be deported immediately. Nonetheless, this is what they say: delays in routine care. They get private doctors? I gotta wait 3 months for a doctor's appointment, so fuck you very much. And I'm an American citizen, so shut the hell up. Unaddressed chronic illnesses. Does that sound like ICE mistreatment as they making it look? Does that sound like ICE is over there just beating the hell out of these people in the facilities? These chronic illnesses, such as diabetes, and they say untreated infections, as if they are out there telling everybody, hey, this is what I got, this is what it is. They are illegal and they shouldn't be in this country, period. Severe drug withdrawal. Oh my gosh. Let's blame ICE for their drug addictions. Typical fucking socialist Democrats. You guys are so retarded. Every time that I discover something, every time that I think I can give the leftist people a benefit of doubt, you guys bring me back to the point that you can't not be any more retarded. Drug withdrawal, fatal multi-organ failure, and shock resulting from lack of proper medical monitoring during withdrawals. Really? Fuck 'em. They're not our responsibility. I thought they're not under the jurisdiction of the United States of America. Suicide. Yeah, that's ICE agents. They're convincing people to commit suicide in ICE facilities. At least one highly publicized death of a detainee, Geraldo Lunas Campos, was classified by a medical examiner as a homicide resulting from asphyxia due to neck and chest compression during a physical restraint by guards. Well, how do you think that happens? That's right, somebody resisting arrest. And these are illegal immigrants. These are illegal immigrant criminals. I got no pity for these people. No, I don't. You can hate me for that, but I got no pity for them. You socialist Democrats who happen to come through my channel, you caused this. You are encouraging this.
Indiana, like Texas and other states, specifically suffered 2 crashes recently involving individuals that were unlawfully present in the U.S. operating commercial vehicles. 5 Hoosiers were killed. These tragedies expose a weakness in our federal verification system. In both cases, the drivers were able to obtain or...
And you know what else is the law, Samuel? Not to fucking cross the border illegally. Now shut the hell up.
To maintain CDL's commercial driving privileges because the DHS SAVE system did not accurately reflect their immigration staff that can plow an 80,000-pound rig up and down our highways. Hoosier families, like families across our country, deserve confidence that this federal system is working, that the information is timely, and that ineligible drivers are not allowed to get behind the wheel of these big rigs. Mr. Secretary, how will the Verify Act help ensure that states can quickly timely identify illegal aliens before licenses are issued or renewed? And if I may append to that, what additional steps is DHS taking to ensure that CDLs meet all federal requirements that are already in place, sir?
Well, Congressman, we work closely with Secretary Duffy with the Department of Transportation to do this. That obviously falls underneath his committee, but we do find them on the road when we're enforcing 287G, and when we do, we report it to him. So when we're doing road enforcement, we work hand in hand with the Department of Transportation. When it actually comes to the license being sent out, we can investigate them if they're being done illegally. The standards that is set for federal, not state CDLs, but federal. So if you're crossing state lines, or interstate versus intrastate, when that happens, we are constantly in communication with other agencies as well. So some of this stuff, especially if it's negligent, we can work closely with the FBI if we feel like it's organized crime, to which the sheriff referred to a while ago. When we're talking about unlawful CDLs that are issued for international or for intrastate, not just interstate, then we also work closely with the Department of Transportation. We go after the illegals that shouldn't ever have the documentations to begin with. So when we find the documentations, we work with that. And Congressman, can I ask you to do me a favor and let me respond to Ms. Underwood, since she wouldn't, so I can point out some of the hypocrisy between the federal detention centers, but yet most Democrats don't pay attention to their own correctional facilities, because we see this quite common in our state. So just some facts here. Illinois has failed in 29 other facilities to have adequate medical or dental care. That's from their own state health inspectors. Illinois employs 16 full-time physicians for 29 facilities across the state. We're 1 for 1. Every detention center has a doctor put on staff. Illinois has a quarter of their facilities that don't have a medical director. 60% of their nursing positions are vacant right now. By the way, this isn't the state of Illinois. They have 1 doctor per 1,875 detainees. We have 1 per 1,000. Plus, we have nurse anesthetists that offset much of it. Illinois' state correctional facility doesn't. So I would suggest that maybe our Democrats should look at their own backyard and look at their actual constituent base. We have people in our detention centers that enter this country illegally, and we're trying to get them off our streets because one death at the hand of an illegal is 100% preventable. And they shouldn't be in this country if they didn't come here legally.
All right. Well, I was glad to offer you that time to respond to my colleague from Illinois and then back to Indiana. We have
Very good. You have 3 minutes on the Indiana project.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Secretary, Indianapolis is not only my home, but it's home to the second largest FedEx air hub. And the subject of foreign trade zones matters much to distribution-based economies such as that which we have in Indiana, the crossroads of America. Businesses in and around my district depend on the functioning of these foreign trade zones. They offer not just logistical convenience for Hoosier manufacturers and employers. They mean savings through duty restrictions, lower processing fees, reduced costs, helping companies compete. And we compete globally, doing value-added work here in the U.S. The foreign trade zone application process is handled by CBP, and there have been significant delays, in some cases 6 months to 12 months in those applications. I know CBP is operating under resource constraints, and I appreciate the work our officers are doing under difficult circumstances. The fiscal year 27 House mark includes important investments in CBP that may enable, modernization in the automated commercial environment improvements. What resources could CBP benefit from to ensure that companies in Indiana and beyond can take full advantage of these foreign trade zone programs quickly and efficiently?
Consistent funding is the most important thing we can have, which is what Reconciliation 2.0 does. It gives us 3 years of full funding, so we can't allow some of the radical that serves in our chambers to play games with our custom border protection. When we talk about having funding that's been shut down 4 times over the last fiscal year, the last time was 115 days, it makes it very difficult for us to deploy new technology, more techniques, and it's very hard to hire when you're shut down and no one's getting paid. It's very, very difficult. Having consistent funding, we have the men and women inside all DHS, but especially through CBP, that can do their job, and they're experts at it. We have new technology that we're constantly wanting to deploy. I will say, because of the Republicans in both chambers passing Reconciliation 2.0, which President Trump's initiative, we're going to be able to have new technology to keep these trade zones operate and keep our economy moving forward, which right now, because of President Trump, he constantly says it. We were a dead country. Now we're a thriving country. We're the hottest country in the world because people want to do business inside the United States, and we need to be effective and efficient on bringing products in and out of this country.
I appreciate the Secretary's commitment. Much of this shouldn't be ideological. We just got to take care of the
It creates
customer.
jobs. That's right.
Mr. Secretary, I appreciate your testimony and the time today. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
To my colleague from the Hoosier State, thank you for winning the Timekeeper Award for today, and your first place position is probably pretty strong. I'm just guessing. To the gentleman from Hawaii whose name is not King but Case, Mr. Case, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Mr. Cuellar. I appreciate that.
I see that your time has expired.
You get an extra 8 minutes.
Mr. Secretary, I want to return to a point that Mr. Cuellar for real made in his opening statement, which comes down to this basic point. We've thrown a heck of a lot of money at Homeland Security in the last few years. We started with a base budget for Homeland Security of $62 billion in FY 2025. Of course, for FY 2026, we had the exclusion of ICE and GBP at $48 billion, back to $65 billion in FY 27 as passed out by this committee over the objections of all Democrats. But most directly, $191 billion in reconciliation in 25 and another 70 in 26. For a total of $261 billion. Now, granted, that's spread out over a number of years. But the committee's concern, and I think this goes to all members of the committee, is really a failure to itemize where that reconciliation money is actually going. It's been very, very slow in all departments for us to get information on the reconciliation money. And so I'm just wanting to understand what information the department has provided to the committees of jurisdiction, both funding and authorization, on your actual utilization of the reconciliation monies. And, I asked that in the two tranches. First of all, the 191 billion. Do we have the information from you we need now to know where you're spending that money? And then the 70 billion as well, which is more recent, granted, but we still need that information to make budget decisions.
Congressman, thank you for the question. And I just got to say, honestly, you guys have a beautiful state. I hate what you guys have been through since I've been in office. You guys have had 2 trillion gallons of water dumped on your beautiful state, earthquakes and volcanoes. And Governor Green and I have worked very closely together. I seriously think I talk to him more than I do my own governor of the state of Oklahoma. There's not a week that goes by we're not visiting. We've done pretty good about getting you funding there. It's interesting because through reconciliation, we're required by statute on what we report and what we don't report. Because we had to go through reconciliation to get funded, and it shouldn't have been that way. I would love to have done it through regular order because we had some substantive changes that was in the first bill that we brought up, but because we started playing politics with it, and I'm sure that wasn't you, but there was politics that's played with it because there's no excuse for not funding ICE and CBP. There's reconciliation issues that on the statute side of it, but we are trying to be as transparent with all the dollars that we spend. There's nothing that we don't want to share. We have nothing to hide. I tell all of our employees, we do stuff here. I don't do anything under the table. I understand that we were way behind on reporting from the previous secretary. We're trying to catch up on all the letters that was sent. We're trying to catch up on all the requests that was sent and some of the stuff that we're behind. We're not there yet, but I can tell you, I'll let the deputy talk about this. His office and the undersecretary's office, once it gets filled, works on this nonstop.
So the short answer is we, especially for the 191 billion, we have all the detail that's required. I did see letters coming through from this committee asking for this information. Of the 191, there's approximately 124 billion that we've actually apportioned, worked with OMB going through, and we've committed or obligated about 66 billion at this point.
And has that information been made available to us?
It will be made available. There's the reporting process that and like the secretary said, with the delay, we've had a lot of challenges with the back office with all the delays with the shutdowns, but we'll be getting everything updated. And then within the department, we absolutely track this very carefully.
Okay, and what about the 70 billion? Is that not due to us yet?
The 70 billion obviously passed fairly recently. All the department or the two areas, ICE and CBP, are putting together their spend plans, working with OMB to get the apportionments. And once the apportionments are in place, we'll start working through the obligations that'll follow the same path that we're going through right now with the 190 billion.
Okay. One of the concerns with the 70 billion as we went through that debate was that 5 billion of that 70 billion was allocated to the Secretary's office unspecified. First of all, do you agree with that? I just want to make sure we're on the same page. And second, what exactly are the plans for the Secretary to have 5 billion to spend at his discretion?
Yeah, the 5 billion is very similar to what you saw in the 190 billion OSAM fund that we had out there for the secretary. And it's really kind of broken up into kind of two categories between the judicial or stuff that's done non-immigration and the 2.5 that would be potentially stuff that we could do to augment stuff. And the example that I would say the secretary has been very focused on is counter UAS. So this type of money outside of a program of record allows the secretary the flexibility to whether, where we're only spending $40 to $60 million a year, he can go all in, set up a task force and put in, up to probably 500 to 600 million at his discretion.
And we're also doing 3.5 billion is going to ice cutters. We had one ice cutter. President Trump's initiative is get us up to actually get to 50, but we're doing 11. We're buying some of that through section 90007, which is the Secretary's fund, replenishing some of it with the 5 billion out of this reconciliation 2.0. This is also the way we're able to keep CBP and ICE operating during the 115-day shutdown. And then the counter UAS, we're vulnerable. extremely vulnerable, and it was extremely it was made more apparent during our preparation for FIFA. So for the first time in history, we have all 11 stadiums covered with counter UAS. That's never happened before. In fact, none of these stadiums even had counter UAS. So this funding, because there's no line item for counter UAS in our budget, we were able to use this funding, which is a lot because we got to work with local partners, and we also got to reimburse certain agencies too. So this gives us the ability to flex when we need to, because of the new threats that are facing the homeland every single day that isn't always line item.
Okay, thank you. I think we all want the information on how you're spending that money very transparently. I appreciate your comment on transparency. And by the way, I don't want to let your comment on FEMA's help to Hawaii go undiscussed. We have, in fact, had major challenges, and FEMA has been very, very good. And in prior hearings with your predecessor, I commented in particular that what appeared to be a vendetta against FEMA was completely uncalled for, given what FEMA has actually done for Hawaii on the ground with 3 straight disasters in the last couple of years. So appreciate your partnership on that.
Governor Green has been very helpful in this, because of the way he reports to us when some governors don't. His accountability, what he says, what he gets reports in on a timely manner, the way he communicates,
right,
is the key to getting this done.
I'm texting him as we speak to say that you're saying nice things about him. So
No, don't say it. Don't publish it. I hope that isn't on.
This is published. My time is about to expire, and I'm not going to incur Mr. Cuellar's wrath. And so I'm going to list some questions for rhetorical purposes. Why does the Coast Guard need $2 billion more in the supplemental, which was submitted yesterday, number one? Will you reverse course on the cuts to CISA, which I think are penny wise and pound foolish? How much do you actually, I'm going to stop right there because I'm over time. I don't want to get in trouble.
Can I answer those real quick? I can do it real quick. So,
No, Mr. Secretary, I can make it easy for you.
Yeah.
I am going to yield Mr. King, who some know as Mr. Case, 2 minutes of my questioning time for you to answer those 2 questions.
well, it won't take me 2 minutes. So the $2 billion supplement fund that we sent back, we've had a tremendous amount of more expense because of the threats that are facing us with the actions in Iran. Plus the narco boats that we're having in, those weren't there. The president has put a tremendous amount of emphasis on putting new cutters on the water and utilizing the Coast Guard in a way that hasn't been used before. That comes with manning power too. And so the $2 billion to stand up to meet the force needs of us moving forward, and also on some reimbursement costs that we incurred during the shutdown. So while we're shut down, DOW was paying our fuel bill because we still had missions. Our international waters, and it wasn't, they weren't patrolling themselves. And since we didn't have the funding, we had to do it. And so that's reimbursing also to the DOW and for our mission sets.
And you have
and counter US, sorry. Counter US, yes. Or CISA, I mean. CISA, absolutely. Listen, CISA has very unique authorities, and we have adversaries that are attacking not just our government, but attacking our businesses every single day. And the one that has that authority to do it is CISA. It probably got a bad rap because it wasn't utilizing its authority. It was politicized for a little bit. We're hiring the best people. We're bringing in a director for CISA. We want to stand it up and be not just average. We want to be the go person for cybersecurity in the nation. That's our focus. That means we're going to hire back up. We are about half staffed what we need to be. Do we need to hire everybody back? No. Do we need to hire about 600 people back? Yes, but I don't want to put bodies in position. I want to put the talented individuals that know what they're doing and have partnerships with our state and local officials.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your forbearance, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Cuellar, thank you for helping out your colleague from Hawaii on getting those questions answered. And we're going to go now to Mr. Guest, the gentleman from Mississippi. The floor is yours for 8 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here. Thank you for your leadership. I want to start first with an issue that is a priority not only of mine personally, but also of my delegation. In May of this year, tornadoes hit South Mississippi, causing extensive damage. There is an outstanding FEMA disaster declaration. Now, I will say that it has been approved by your agency. Your agency has been extremely receptive. We have contacted FEMA, and I can say that they have provided all the information that we've requested, and you have done everything on your end and your agency's end to try to get Mississippi the needed relief. At this point, we are still waiting on that to be signed off by the White House. And so my request to you, Mr. Secretary, is if you would please press the White House to review the outstanding request for assistance because it is something that is extremely important to my home state of Mississippi. Ms. Secretary, thank you for the work that you've done in securing the World Cup. I know that we are now 2 weeks in, and it appears that the World Cup has been a great success for America. I have enjoyed watching videos of fans from across the world come to some of the 11 host cities across the country. Speaking of the reception that they've received, getting to experience American hospitality and getting to feel secure in the 11 different sites that you and local and state agencies are responsible for securing. You mentioned some of the challenges, the UAS, anti-drone, some of the challenges securing the stadiums themselves, and then some of the outer events that are occurring. And so as we are 2 weeks in, just kind of want to get your thoughts. I know we're not done. The mission is not complete. But one, I want to congratulate you, but I also want to get your thoughts as at this point, kind of give us an update on where we are 2 weeks into the FIFA World Cup.
Thank you so much, Congressman. First, real quick on the disaster, the president's well aware of Mississippi. Him and I, actually, he was texting me while the governor was texting me. Cindy Hyde-Smith was in the vehicle with him, and we were working together. I turned around and called the president. The president said, make sure they get the disaster relief or the disaster declaration over to me. We'll start working on it. We're waiting on preliminary numbers to come in that the governor knows about. When he sends us to us, he'll go straight to the president, get to the president's desk, and we'll put in. But they're still assessing the damage there, which was horrific. The discussing FIFA, thank you. DHS has done a phenomenal job, and keep in mind we're shut down through the majority of this, trying to stand this up. We have 78 Super Bowls in 11 cities in 38 days. Plus, we're assisting 13 games in Monterrey, Mexico, and Mexico City. So we've been spread thin. We couldn't do it without our private partnership and public partnership in our state. This hopefully can show that DHS, with CBP, with ICE, with TSA, with the FBI, we can work together and have a good working relationship when we're looking all together for enforcing laws and making sure that we're safe. So when we're working in New Jersey or we're working in New York or we're working in Seattle or we're working in LA, we're working flawlessly together. And hopefully we can do that to enforce other nations' laws too, because we've had no serious major incident. Now, there's a lot of fans that go around. Things happen. But there's been no serious issue. We've had some threats come up. We've been able to knock it down because of our relationship with FBI plus ICE, which has HSI, which can investigate, go make the arrest. So we've had a great fan experience. We've got great rapport back from our fan base, or even in the fan zones that they have set up for the fans that experience the games that can't get in. We've had a great time. We do have a tremendous amount of counterfeiting. We're starting to see more human trafficking come in place. Just in Dallas last week, we rescued 4 kids and 1 adult female. Arrested over 90 people that was involved in that human trafficking ring. We continue to push on that, but because of our great men, women in uniform, not just in DHS, which we have 80,000 badge officers inside DHS, but because of the state and local police and sheriff departments, we're able to say that we have a safe and secure area to which our fans can experience something. And I'm not a soccer fan. I've never been at a soccer game before until LA in our opening day on the 12th of June. I loved it. It's like becoming a NASCAR fan. Watching it on TV isn't as fun as being there in person. And being there in person was something to experience. And so now I find myself watching it all the time in the evenings. I'm even going back through and speeding through games. And it's pretty exciting.
Well, thank you. And again, the men and women that serve with you and our state and local partners for the great job that you're doing.
Congressman, can I use your 30 seconds, 15 seconds of your time
Please.
real quick? There's been two things brought up about deaths inside of detention centers across the United States, right? Across all the detention centers in the United States, there's been 54 deaths, 54, which is one too many. I get it. We don't want any deaths, but it's 0.0009%. In the state of Illinois only in the last 12 months, and their 29 facilities, 170 deaths. I just want to again point out the hypocrisy from those that are against our detention centers, which aren't even paying attention to their own backyard in the facilities. And by the way, these numbers aren't unusual to state penitentiaries across these blue states.
And thank you for the job that you do of providing quality health care to those people that are in detention under your watch. Want to switch and talk briefly about the border. I know Representative Cuellar talked a little bit about the importance. Again, thank you for the incredible job that you and your agency have done. The border is as secure as we've seen in our lifetime. We know that on the budget reconciliation bill that there was money for technology, not only wall construction, but technology. I am a huge fan of the autonomous towers that are there placed along the border. I believe that they serve as a force multiplier, that they allow agents to then perform other missions until they are notified of suspected breaches there along the border. I know that there was a first tranche of money that came out. There's scheduled to be a second awarding or second tranche of money for border security technology. Two questions. One is, can you tell me if you know, Mr. Secretary, an anticipated timeline as to when those awards will be announced? And then the second part, and then I will let you answer and yield back, is as we look at investing in new systems, I would ask that you take into account the input of your rank and file officers who are there. Too many times it seems like that systems have been purchased, not just within DHS, but across the government, that don't necessarily advance the overall mission of the agency. We don't seek the input of those people who are there going to be operating the systems. And so I know I'm about over, but I wanted to give you a chance to answer those two questions before I yield back.
Absolutely. The technology we put in place is technology of today. We don't want technology that we bought last year and it's outdated by the time it gets put in place. So the AI is a game changer. It is a force multiplier. These autonomous towers do allow us to have capabilities that we didn't have in the past, but they've also changed since we first deployed them last year. We're currently going through new testing, new requirements that we see that was holes and laps in the systems, and also greatly taking the input of the individuals that patrol the area and where we need to be paying attention to. Some of those areas just, it doesn't make any sense because they have too much traffic. So when you see it, you don't have time to react. Sometimes it's proximity to a road that we had put it there, and we're not necessarily aware of it because it's not a road that was on our maps, but it's a road that they use or a trail that they use that's well used. Our officers or agents that are on the ground, they know that, and so we're constantly starting to get feedback, having it deployed in better spaces, but changing the technology and then be able to update in real time with the technology, kind of like we do our phone.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I apologize for being over time, and I yield back.
Apology accepted. The gentlelady from El Paso, the floor is yours for 8 minutes for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, Mr. Deputy Secretary, welcome. I am going to begin with the positive. First and foremost, thank you so much for the time you made for me and my team recently. It was a really great meeting, and I so appreciated your openness to hearing me out and hearing out the concerns that I brought to you. I also want to thank you because ICE Acting Director David Venturella came to El Paso and he exhibited the same openness. This is quite a turnaround from your predecessor and his predecessor. who I could not secure a meeting with, could not get an audience with, and it was incredibly frustrating. So I want to thank you for that. I also want to thank you. GSA just announced this week that the top 3 bidders for the Bridge of the Americas modernization project have been selected. And as you know, my community has gone through a multi-year process around the modernization efforts. The vast majority of El Pasoans who participated in the process said, let's remove commercial traffic from the center of our city, and let's move it to our other ports of entry that have capacity. And you've upheld that decision that had heavy input from CBP and the community. So it's great to see the progress, and I want to thank you for your support of that as well. There's a couple of issues I do want to raise with you here during my time of local issues. The first, and I had extensive conversations with Mr. Venturella about Camp East, Montana. And many of the concerns that I had expressed to the private contractor have emerged in a GAO report. And it has been a very frustrating several months. I know we have a new contractor, for which I'm delighted, but so much of what I had sounded the alarm about really fell on deaf ears. And when I sound the alarm about issues that I'm seeing in my oversight visits, it's not to play gotcha. It's not to one-up anyone. It's to uphold the standards that I know we all agree should be upheld. And so I think it's really important that especially members who are sounding the alarm when there's a private contractor, that private contractor be held accountable by all of us. I'll give you a very quick example because I don't want to use too much of my time, but the medical as an example. And that medical contractor is still on site, by the way, at Camp East, Montana. Just one glaring example. I spoke with a detainee, and I've spoken with dozens and dozens of detainees, but he expressed to me, he had been at Camp East, Montana for weeks, and he expressed to me the pain that he had been living with his arm. And I asked him what happened. Well, his arm had been broken during an arrest in Minneapolis. And he had been complaining for weeks to the medical about the arm. He had a brace. He took off the brace. I could see like a letter S. His bone was so broken. And medical had only given him aspirin. And so these are the things that I'm sounding the alarm about, that I will continue to share with you because I know we want to hold these contractors to federal standards. So I wanted to share that with you. When Acting ICE Director Ventrella was in El Paso, we had a roundtable to talk about the 3 warehouses that were purchased by your predecessor in Socorro, Texas, which is in my district. Whoever preceded you that chose those 3 warehouses chose the worst possible location. Mr. Ventrella heard from the mayor and from the water district and from the emergency services district. Socorro is actually a very small municipality, and they struggle with water, wastewater, pump stations. Their emergency services district only budgets for their population. And Mr. Ventrella heard from our folks. The emergency services district chief told him, I'm going to have to double my staffing if you all proceed to put human beings instead of pecans, because those warehouses were slated for pecan storage. I'm going to have to double my personnel. I'm going to struggle with that. I'm going to have to buy another fire truck. The water district shared with Mr. Ventrella just how challenging it has been to get water and wastewater to existing residents. And I'm not going to go into excruciating detail, but I want to flag for you, whoever made the decision to buy those warehouses, which I know was before your time, picked the worst possible place with the least amount of infrastructure. And it truly is not feasible to convert those warehouses into spaces that will hold human beings, whether for training or staffing or detention. So I feel very obligated to share with you, to sound this alarm, that it would take years to prepare those facilities, but it would also take probably multiple millions of dollars on top of the overpayment to purchase those warehouses. So, I'd ask for you to please take a closer look. Now that Mr. Venturella has been there, hopefully he has a more kind of on the ground perspective about that.
We are evaluating all 11 that was purchased. There's some that just, quite frankly, probably won't work. I believe there's at least one in that area that probably just won't work. We do have issues with detention centers, just not enough bed space. So there's some that we're trying to make work, but there was some due diligence that maybe wasn't actually checked off. And so, man, what you're saying is not wrong. We're going through and reevaluating every one of them to be the best possible outcome for our mission inside of DHS.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Something else I wanted to flag for you, and this was in the GAO report about the use of WEXMAC, the procurement tool for DOD that has been used for some of the private companies that have been hired for the private detention. WEXMAC was used.
We're not using it anymore.
Great.
Yes.
Okay, that's fantastic. Thank you. That is fantastic news. Okay, let me move on to a couple of other points before I run out of time. The ranking member mentioned sensitive spots along the border where we previously thought the wall would not be constructed. And I want to flag for you two that are of particular importance to my district. One is Mount Cristo Rey, which is actually in my neighboring colleague's district, Representative Gabe Vasquez, property owned by the Catholic Church. The decision to take the diocese to court to acquire some of that land has really caused incredible distress in the community. So I wanted to flag that for you, maybe for a future conversation. The other area, and this is way outside of my district, but a place near and dear to my heart and to my constituents' heart, Big Bend. And Big Bend, we have seen really a coalition of law enforcement, private property owners, ranchers, nature lovers come together to want to preserve and protect Big Bend.
Big Bend, we only have like 2 miles now that we're going to put a physical barrier in. The rest of it will be smart fence, so there won't be a constant barrier across there. We're having to do it in the high traffic areas. We do study the high traffic areas, and so we've got that problem resolved. As far as the site which you're discussing, we have already worked on this. We have a gate that's going to be available for those that are trying to come in from Mexico side to be able to make the pillage to the site. The site itself will not be disrupted where the wall is going to be at. I forget how far off, but it's quite a ways off from where the wall is actually being constructed. I don't have the exact footage, but it's not close. I mean, you're going to be able to see it, but it's not going to be close. But we're working with that sensitive area the best we can. But we can't leave it open because it is a high traffic area. It is a visited site. So we do have to control the flow coming in and out so there's not criminal activity taking place at the same time. But we've worked closely with the senators in the area. We have been out there, visited the site, and it was one of the first areas that we had to work through other than Big Bend to come up with a second solution for it.
Thank you.
It's not perfect, but it is manageable.
I would like to connect with your team just to get more specifics.
Absolutely.
If you don't mind.
Absolutely.
And
Reach out to us.
Way over time.
I aim to please the crowd. There you go. You wanted to have a map from Yahoo. The Gulf of Mexico, in parentheses, is what it used to be called. So a lot of maps from Yahoo is always going to show the Gulf of Mexico. But I love the big capital letters where it goes above the smaller capital letters of Mexico. And it says, Gulf of America. The Gulf of America. You know, it's actually pretty damn simple to see. I'm going to show you this map one more time. Let's study this map really good, okay? Let's go ahead and take a look at this. Here we go. This little area from here to Yucatan, it's Mexico. You can still go call it Gulf of Mexico in Mexico, but this whole majority, all of this is part of the United States of America. You know, what's great is that this part of the map, Texas, used to be Mexico, which, you know, let's be honest. If Texas was still part of Mexico, I would have to agree that it should still be called the Gulf of Mexico. But you see, the Mexican government, they dropped the ball. And Texas left Mexico. Arizona left Mexico. California left Mexico. Utah, New Mexico, they all left Mexico. You know why? Because they suck. Guatemala was Mexico. They left. Salvador was Mexico. They left. Honduras was Mexico. They left. Nicaragua was Mexico. They left. Costa Rica was Mexico. They left. Panama was Mexico. They left. Shut the hell up. It is the Gulf of America. Let's go. You know what I'm saying? Let's go. And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free. Oh, my poor lip-tards. Oh, my gosh, man. Listen. Oh, man. See, this is why the United States of America is such a great country. Not to boast on myself. I'm just going to say it. I'm going to say it like it is. The United States of America is such a great country because they get migrants like myself who actually have common sense, who actually use critical thinking, who actually is educated, who actually uses the brain to think. I love history. I know a lot of Latin American history. And now that knowledge of Latin American history is here in the United States of America in a place called Seattle, Washington. And is given out to 20,750 people. Not just in the United States of America, but throughout the world. Now, 20,000, I get it. It's not that many. I got you. You can make fun of my numbers. That's fine. But you know what? The truth will get around. Now, not everybody's going to like me. Probably one person out of 1,000 probably will like me. And I'm okay with that. But now I belong to the United States of America. To whereas Javier Hernandez is just an illegal immigrant. He lives in Mexico, or he should live in Mexico, since I see Mexican flags under that name. You see what I'm saying? So I am the kind of immigrant, that has built the United States of America. You see what I'm saying? Let me put the nail on the coffin to the argument that migrants built this country. Think about this. If that is true, why is this illegal immigrant, Javier Hernandez, here waving the Mexican flag? See, he's not building the United States of America. Now, if he is an anchor baby, because his parents are illegal, he's still not building the United States of America. You see what I'm saying? He's still not building anything. give the land back. Are you fucking kidding me? No. The people of the land chose to be the United States of America. These moronic people will never understand. But my friends, migrants like myself, that love this country, that respect the law, that respect the American citizens' rights and the Constitution of the United States of America, those are the migrants who build this country. You like that? You can repeat it all you want, Javier. But you're still un frijolero, cabrón. Un nopal, como dicen en México. Canta y no llores, huevón. Stop crying, you baby. Javier Hernandez, ya no llores, cabrón. Stop crying, baby. Big baby crying. Gulf of Mexico. Oh, my God. They took away my Gulf of Mexico. As if you ever gave a damn about it. You probably didn't even know that it was called the Gulf of Mexico before President Trump changed it to the actual name that makes sense. The Gulf of America. Now, see, people think that is the Gulf of the United States of America. No, it's not. It's the Gulf of America, the continent. But President Trump just knows how to troll people. And I love it. Now, for us Americans, of course, it is the Gulf of the USA. You know what I'm saying? We love it. But in reality, let's be honest. It's neither Mexican, neither American of the United States of America. Right? Why do Mexicans get to call it Gulf of Mexico? Let's talk about it. Mexico is not what it used to be. You're right. You know what the United States of America would be without Mexicans like you? Better. Mexicans like you are what's shutting down our country. You should be in Mexico. Go fucking help Mexico. You know what's funny? You know what? Indulge me. Indulge me. You know what I find very funny about all these Hispanics that think they're all righteous and mightier than thou? You know what I find very, very funny? That we have a few... Oh, Brett, you crossed the line. Get the fuck out of my channel. You crossed the line. Get out of here. Go. Hammerman, you're very close. Check this out. Check this out. All these hypocrite, snakes, slithering Hispanics that think that they built the United States of America to be the great country that it is. Listen to the stupidity of the argument. Wait for it. Hold on. You're going to love this question. Hold on. Wait for it. Salud, my friends. Stay thirsty. Don't forget your coffee. Ready? You ready? Here is the question. In Mexico, there is 100% of Mexicans. Oh my God. What a discovery. In Honduras, in Guatemala, in all these Latin American countries, 100% Hispanics. Oh my God. Here's the question. You ready? You ready? I know you're ready. You ready? Ready? Here you go, boy. Come on. Get excited. Yeah, come on, boy. Here you go. Mexicans, here you go. Here you go. Ready? Which country's better? The United States of America or Mexico? Boom! Mic drop! Now, that's what you call a mic drop. Now, go ahead and answer that question. Honestly, go on now. Tell me, man. Don't be shy. Tell me, which country is better? The United States of America or Mexico? Oh, Amanda, you missed it. You missed it. Yes, they do. They do call it Mexico. Now, I don't know why they call it Mexico, because they don't spell it like the native language says. They spell it Mexico. And still they pronounce it with a J, which has the H sound, sort of. I don't know what the hell that is. They keep spelling it Mexico, but they call it Mexico. Now, come on. I want to see it. Come on. I want to see if you're honest. Which country is better? The United States of America or Mexico? Come on, Javier. Keep putting the Mexican flags down. Keep putting the Mexican flags down. Go on. I'm going to tell you guys, listen to me, American friends and family. Listen to me. These retarded people who call themselves Mexicans are so stupid. They are the reason, I'm talking about the ones in here, they are the reason why Mexico looks like shit. Therefore, they are trying to make the United States of America look like shit. But I'm going to tell you something right now. You guys know that I am Honduran. And what many people, they call it a third world shithole country. They called me that when I was live in Honduras. Remember that, guys? I remember. Yeah, I was the one that they were trying to insult. The difference is this. I think Honduras is just beautiful. We got a lot of little imperfections. I get it. It's not perfect. But it's the country where I was born. And here's the difference. I love that country. But I also love the United States of America. And I recognize that this United States of America has given me better opportunities than Honduras. That doesn't mean that I hate Honduras. Now, if you've seen my show and you see that I put my Honduras flag sometimes, that's where I was born. My kids, they only wave the American flag, okay? Because they're not Honduran. See, that's a nationality. It's not an ethnicity. A nationality is different than ethnicities. All these fucking idiots that call themselves Mexicans who were born here, unless their parents really are illegal Mexicans in the United States of America, then they would be right. They would be right to call themselves Mexicans because they don't belong here. You see what I'm saying? They are under the jurisdiction of the parents, therefore, they're not even Mexican. They're not even United Americans. They're actually Mexicans. With that being said, these Mexican people that are in this country, the great United States of America, the reason why they are pieces of shit to me, it's not because Mexico is bad. Nah. Watch the difference. Mexico, oh my God, Mexico is gorgeous. It's beautiful. Even in the poorest neighborhood, I don't care. It still looks beautiful to me. Mexico is a great country, in my eyes. Here's the difference. I'm not in Mexico waving my American flag or the Honduras flag. I respect Mexico. You have to understand, I'm giving shit to the people that are shit in this country. Waving the Mexican flag when they don't believe that Mexico is better than the United States of America. This is the hypocrisy of these retarded people. See, I love. Hammerman, shut the hell up. You don't know shit about the history of Mexico. Bro, listen. I'm going to put you in timeout. I'm going to put you in timeout just by pure principle. Do not insult the Mexicans. Do not insult the Mexicans. Oh, free cube. Okay, this motherfucker. Okay, bye. 30 minutes in the slammer. Out of here. Javier Hernandez, he's over here waving the flag. Hey, Larson, how are you? He's waving the Mexican flag. So here's the one question, okay, for those couple of people that came here. I'm going to tell you something. Honestly, I want to retire in Honduras. I know, my American patriots, I love you very much. I want to retire in Honduras. I do. Maybe I will probably announce it before you even know it. Obviously, you will not know it if I announce it. That's funny. Before you think, I am telling you, man, I love Honduras. I can tell you right now the area where I want to live. And I wish that I was smart enough or that I was wealthy enough to find out a way for me to help Honduran people the right way. Now, I know my patriots, you guys already know this if you're listening. If I renounce to my American citizenship, which I can, it's not because I hate the United States of America. It's not because this is a shitty-ass country. It's not that. It's because if I renounce American citizenship, because I am still Honduran by birth, I can actually run for president in Honduras. No, you can laugh at that dream, but it's possible. It's not impossible. Now, with that being said, I think that the United States of America, come in. Hold on, I had to answer here the door. Let me give you guys some more boring hearing, so I can get the door. I'll be right back.
I have other questions, but we will follow up. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, ma'am. Gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Siscomani, the floor is yours for 8 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Secretary, for being here. Both you and Deputy Secretary.
I haven't seen you in the workout for a while.
I was hoping you weren't going to bring that up today.
It shows too, by the way.
It shows. Okay, I will take that as a compliment. This is
Mr. Siscomani. You now have 16 minutes to pick up.
Yes, I will happily take those 16 minutes and go home and cry afterwards. But thank you, Mr. Secretary, for being here, and thank you for the workouts that I've apparently been skipping. I'm very proud to support the men and women that serve along with you in this important department and all that you do and to keep our country safe. And especially during such a difficult time.
Don't worry, I'm back. I know you missed me for the 1 minute, I think, or less. But anywho, see, that's the difference. That's the point that I'm trying to make to all these idiots. It's, listen, this country is undeniably great because of all the people that have come into it and embraced it and assimilated and have loved it. But if you're a criminal, if you don't respect our law, if you don't assimilate to the United States of America, you don't have any right, any bragging right about migrants helping this country be great. You understand that? You are garbage. Salvadorian gangbangers don't make America great. They aren't building shit. Criminals, cartels from Mexico are migrants that aren't doing shit to make this country great. They are garbage. They are scum. Just because you're a migrant, you don't get the bragging right of being a migrant if you are here illegally. First time on the Dennis Herrera show, is it? Well, we don't sugarcoat the information. Truth is the truth. Facts are facts. Reality, my friends, is what we live in. Not in science fiction. And I hope, that the people that do love this country, that are here illegally, will understand something. If you really love this country, you will self-deport. Now listen, I'm telling you this because I love you. You will self-deport because when you do that, you give yourself a second chance to be able to come here legally. And when you do come here legally, you don't have to worry about La Migra. You don't have to worry about ICE. You don't have to worry about somebody trying to deport you. You will have a real, legitimate social security. You can still send money to the people in your family back in your country. But you will be a migrant who is building America to be better. But as long as you keep your mentality that you are Mexican, that you're Honduran, or that you are another country, another nationality, you will never, ever be a migrant that builds this country. For you cannot serve two masters, because you'll hate one and love the other. But if you are here, listen, I'm from Honduras. I have no shame that I became an American citizen because I never betrayed my country. If I came here illegally, I betrayed my country. You know why? Well, I guess common sense just doesn't come to everybody. Let me tell you why. In my family, assuming in a perfect world that everybody has a father and a mother, I didn't. My father died when I was 4, almost 4. But let's say in your family there's a father and a mother. There are rules. And as a father and a mother, you teach your children to respect the law. You don't have to like me or call me American. I don't give a shit. I don't need your confirmation. But the example is valid. You see, as a father, me, myself, I'm going to put myself in this spot. Me as a father, with my wife, we teach our children to love this country, to be patriotic to this country. We want them to respect the law, to be good American citizens, so that they can enjoy life in a better way. Now, I'll be so proud of my kids, whether they are working as janitors or they are CEOs of big corporations making millions. I will be proud of both of them. There is no shame on earning a living. But if they decided to break the law and go to jail and be felons, they will bring shame to me and my family. We have an oath in Honduras. We make this oath since we're children. Watch the difference. I have made an oath to always respect the Honduran flag and make others respect it, to honor it. How do we honor it? You follow the law. Immigration law is really a universal law. You just don't go into somebody else's property. You got to respect it. You got to respect the land that you're in. The oath is that you have to respect and love the land that you live in. At the time of making that oath, I was in Honduras. And as such, unfortunately, nowadays, when you hear Honduran, probably most of you guys will think criminals, illegal immigrants. Fuck this Hondurans. They bring shame. They are just bad people. You can say all of those things because of illegal immigrants that have come from Honduras. Rolling, you kiss ass as well. So what? You kiss ass. It doesn't matter where you're at. Whose ass do you kiss? Everybody's kissing somebody's ass. You will kiss your own ass if you could bend over that way. I actually know some people that, out there that know how to do that. That is crazy. Serenity, shut the fuck up, bro. Shut up. You had your chance. You're a piece of shit and you're an ignorant fool. Dumbass. I gave these people a chance so many months ago, and they all ruined it. They all ruined it by being dumbasses. You didn't earn my respect, so you don't get shit from me. With that being said, by asking permission to the United States of America before coming here, we wanted to come here back in 1980, 1981. But they said no. So we didn't come here illegally. My mother waited until she got the yes. 5 years. Almost 5 years she waited. And then I waited an extra 5 years because I didn't get permission to go with her. I know. She abandoned me for 5 years. It's okay. She was doing what she thought was right. At least she taught me well. Respect the law. Doesn't matter how bad she wants to be with me. It doesn't matter how important it is that we provide for our loved ones. It doesn't matter what the need are. It doesn't matter if we're hungry, if we're starving. It doesn't matter. She always respected the law. And I waited 5 years. My mother taught me to never force myself on anyone or their property. I wouldn't even take a toy unless I had permission from the owner of that toy to play with it. Some of you guys that have been with me for months, you know the story. When I came to this country, my mother took me with her. She used to clean houses. Very well done, by the way. Better than anybody I ever met. So she used to clean houses, and she took me with her. And she would tell me that I had to clean the boys' room, the son, about my age. And I always tell this story to you members and my subscribers, my family, my patrons. You guys have heard this story before, I'm sure. But if you haven't heard the story yet, my mother told me to clean this room, and this kid, there's a rich family, they're rich. He had dollars everywhere, 5, 20s, 10s, you know what I'm saying? Coins everywhere. And I remember that I would go And I would grab all the coins. And I would just stack them up. Quarters, nickels, pennies, dimes. And the dollars were wrinkled. And he had a jar full of dollars. And I was straightened out the dollar bills. I wanted toys, sure. I wanted some snacks, you know what I'm saying? I know what money's for, you know what I'm saying? But I folded those bills and I stacked them neatly on his desk. I did a mediocre job cleaning, obviously. I was 13 years old. And my mom came in and she grabbed all the clothes that I had gathered from the floor and she put everything on the washer and doing laundry, make the bed, dusted everything, vacuum. Oh my gosh, that room looked fantastic. And I, inside my little heart, I was so proud of myself. You know why? I always believed that God is always watching. And I was so proud of myself and say, see, God, I didn't steal one penny. And I'm proud to be an American where at least I know I'm free. I'm one of those migrants that respect other people's property. Just as I respected the borders. Just as my mother respected those borders. Now, we all have black sheeps. We all have people that don't want to respect the law. But when the consequences arrive, I am not the one that stands there and be like, oh, I'm sorry, you can't take that person. They're illegal, but you can't. No, that's not my call. That is the consequences of being here illegally. You will get deported. So I was so proud of myself because I didn't steal any money. Instead, I proved to God, as he always knows, that I'm a very honest man. Back then, young man. Young teenager, I guess. Here is the kicker. You ready for this? For Christmas, my mother, this is right before Christmas. For Christmas, my mother gets told to come earlier to clean the house. Normally, by the time my mom arrives, they have already left for work. But there she was with her husband. These are rich people. With her husband and her son. Little did I know. Now, this is back in 1990. Little did I know. The lady tells my mother that they saw me in the room. And they saw me grab the money. I was there with my mother, and I was very uncomfortable. I was like, oh, shit, I didn't steal anything. I'm inside. I'm talking to myself. I'm nervous. I don't know why. I'm innocent. And we saw your son grabbing the money. And I'm like, my mom is going to beat the shit out of me. But they're lying. And she says, and I felt this chill that came from the top of my head all the way down my spine. And they said, we are so proud of your boy. Oh, yeah. I'm telling you, it's a fantastic story. But I was still nervous. I was still afraid because I thought that they were going to lie about me stealing. And they said that we love how he took his time to line up the coins and the bills. And just so you know, we counted that money on the floor. And not one penny was missing. My mother grabbed me and held me tight. Make me feel all warm and cozy up inside. And I was rewarded for being honest. I didn't like it. It made me feel uncomfortable. I thought I was in trouble. But they gave my mother a fat Christmas bonus check on top of the fee that she charged for cleaning their house. And they gave me a $50 credit. Well, not a credit, gift. $50 gift for Christmas. And I said, I can't take it. My mom said, take it. This one, you are not begging. You have earned it for being honest. In the words that every son wants to hear from their parents, I am so proud of you. You know why? I made my mother proud because she taught me to be honest. That's something I will never forget. Let me tell you, if you are an anchor baby, I don't blame you for hating the United States of America and their people. I don't blame you for that. I'm still going to give you shit because you're an idiot. But the kind of parents that I had, the way my mother raised me, it's not the way that illegal immigrants are raised. That is the problem. That is the key to the problem here in America. You see, as children, you were raised to break the law. You were raised to have an excuse to misbehave. You were raised to blame someone else for your problems. You were not raised to be honest, to be respectful. You were not raised to earn the right to be in this country. All the criminals are hating me right now, don't they? All these beaners and illegal immigrant sympathizers. They all hate me for telling the truth, which is crazy because if they are Americans, you will think that they will be happy. You will think they will be happy with what I'm saying. But they're fucking libtards. And they're just loyalists. They're not patriotic. They're loyalists to a party. And so you watch these videos during the hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants coming here in caravans. Their children crossing the border illegally. I don't have an Israel flag, Fox. Sorry. Oh, man. That's the only thing I like about you, Fox Mulder, the name, because I was a fan of the X-Files. The truth is out there. And it's crazy because I'm telling you the truth, and you libtards, you un-American bastards, either don't appreciate it or you are not from this country. Which either way, I don't give a shit. You're both garbage. So the children of illegal immigrants are taught that as long as you have an excuse to break the law, it's okay to break the law. Where my mother actually taught me the opposite. It doesn't matter if you're suffering, you respect the law. It doesn't matter if you're hungry. If somebody doesn't invite you to eat, you don't beg. Some people say survivor. Survival instinct. You will beg because you're hungry. You sell your soul for a few coins. for a meal. The name was Peggy, but yeah, Peggy will do as well. Her name is Peggy, but Peggy will do just fine. Why stand against me? Man, stop making me laugh, bro. Why stand against me instead of standing with me? Again, I'm going to say this again in the most loving way that I can. If you are here illegally, self-deport. Come back the right way. Okay? If you're an anchor baby, you're not an American. Okay? Go back to your parents' country. And don't give me this shit, I never been there. Just go. You're a grown-ass man. If you decide to be in this country one way or another, the least that you can do is two things. Well, three. The third one is my favorite. The first one is behave. Behave. That's it. Follow the rest of the law. Since you don't know how to follow immigration law, follow the rest of the law. You're still going to be a felon because you have to work unauthorized. You got to fake your papers to pretend that you can work. So you're still a felon, but behave. And number two, love this country. Appreciate it for what it is. Respect the people. Understand that this is not your country. It's theirs. And as such, respect it. Right? That's if you want to be here illegally. Just respect it. And when the time comes and you get deported, just remember, you ignored my advice of self-deporting. And number three, my favorite, shut the hell up. Sorry, Jonah. Streamlabs is very, very delicate sometimes. Now, I will say this. I know. Most of the time, now I'm Hispanic, so I lean towards my Hispanic people. We concentrate so much on the southern border. But it's not just because, all Latinos are on the southern border. That's not the only reason. That is one of the reasons. But it's not the only reason. The only reason is because that's when we notice most of the drugs, most of illegal immigration, crossings, all of those things, they happen on the southern border. Which I think is crazy because if you really look at the border between the United States of America and Canada, hey, don't blame me for the idea, but I'm going to tell you, I would think that it would be easier to cross from Canada to the United States of America than it is from Mexico to the United States. All right, so that's my advice. I give you the best advice that I can give you. You know what's funny? It's like Robert tells me all the time, these libtards just don't have any brains. They never understand. They are just so retarded. They really are. And who knows? Maybe some of these people in the chat are just, little teenagers that don't know what they're talking about. They don't know what life is about. And then a lot of them are just drunkards, drunk people like the zinc roofer. They don't know where the hell they at. Yeah, they probably forget their name for real sometimes. Out there in the backyard drinking some beer, maybe a little bit too much. And he just can't sober it up enough to be able to come in here and, do something constructive to help give the truth to the American people. No, Ethan, I've been here before the 90s. I was here in the 80s. But you guys don't need all the details. Stop getting all detective on me. I've been in this country since the 80s. Uncommon Woman, how are you? Good to see you on here. White Horse Original says, damn, Kenny, you're another idiot. Kenny says Canada owns Alaska. Oh, these guys, bro. Hey, man. You know what I'm saying? Oh, thank you, Travis. You know, man, I really love everybody, man. I really, you know, even if you are in here giving me shit, I'm gonna tell you this. Even if I actually saw the zinc roofer in person and I knew that it was him, I still wouldn't give him shit. I will have a big ass smile and shake his hand if he allows me, give him a hug, and then give him some shit. But I wouldn't hate him. I just wouldn't. None of you libtards. If I see Javier, all them illegal beaners that we have on this chat, all the illegal immigrants, if I see you in person, I will, and I knew who you were, I would never mistreat you. I want you to understand that. You know, as a matter of fact, I don't know if I said it on my live. I think I was talking to Robert or one of you patriots. I was talking about, I went to this Mexican restaurant. I think I might have said it live. I went to this Mexican restaurant, which the food sucked. The restaurant sucks, no flavor. And I was watching the Mexican families, you know, the husband, the wife, and the two girls, and, you know, just nicely dressed. Their hair is all done, clean. You know, the father, you know, with a hat like this, with the Mexican boots. You know what I'm saying? Oh, yeah, Mexicans got their boots. I know they're cowboy boots, but the Mexicans have a certain style. They're pretty cool. I like Mexican style. And we have too, but it's our style is actually more American than Mexican. But the point is that the husband look badass, you know? Pinche cowboy, you know what I'm saying? With the jeans and the big buckles and all that stuff. And the wife, just a beautiful dress. Beautiful, beautiful woman. Handsome husband. Just a handsome Mexican. And their little girls look like both of them. They're just beautiful little girls. Probably anywhere between 8 and 13 years old. And I'm watching them, and they're eating, and they are having a family moment. And I'm looking at them, and I feel teary. Because how many people, listen to me. I know you don't give a shit about me, that's fine. But how many people put their families to so much strain, that they lose their families? We got over 450,000 innocent children missing. Children being trafficked with cartels, with gangbangers, forced to be sex slaves. Multiple times they were raped, abused. Innocent women used for prostitution. Whoring them to make money because of illegal immigrants. Thousands and thousands of kilos of drugs, cocaine, fentanyl, etc. because of illegal immigrants. Innocent grandparents doing illegal drug delivery to pay the debt of their children. All because of illegal immigrants. I used to starve for weeks when my mother left me. Now, my mother sent money every month. That's not the problem. My mother sent money every month. It's just I had a really bad older brother, the firstborn. He was really bad with me. He hated me when I was born because I was so white and I had blonde hair and all this other shit. Whatever the reason was, I was my father's favorite. But even starving for weeks at a time. I'm not going to say my whole life was like that. Of course, I ate sometimes, and I probably ate more than I can remember, but I did starve for weeks at a time, many times. And I remember I had a sad but very happy childhood for some reason. For some reason, I was a very happy child. And I didn't have the toys. I made a toy out of a branch of wood from a mango tree. And I pretended that was a car. One of my neighbors actually had real cars, toys. And I wanted one, but, I didn't have one. So anywho, I didn't have the clothing. I didn't have the toys. I didn't have the food. But I did have God. But you know what I wanted to have the most physically? And now I know, maybe some of you guys probably didn't get to know your mothers or your fathers. My father died before I turned 4. But the one thing that I wanted, it wasn't food. Obviously, I was starving, but that's not what I wanted. I didn't want clothes. Obviously, I need it. I didn't want toys. Obviously, I wanted it, but, I didn't have toys. But the one thing that I really needed and wanted in my life was my mother. Even if I was starving, even if I was poor, even if I didn't have this and that, having my mother with me would have meant the world. And we would struggle together, but at least I had my mother. Now, some of you infidels or imbeciles don't understand why I am the person that I am today. But when my father died, I was almost 4 years old. And I was around almost 5 years old. And there was a disease that was dehydrating children my age. It was all the whole, like dengue fever, diarrhea, throw up. This virus will not allow me to keep anything in my stomach. Like the whole flu thing, the body weak and all this other stuff. And then I remember that the doctor told my mother to just take me home and enjoy the last few days with me. Because a lot of children were dying from the disease or the virus or whatever the hell that is that I had. And I remember we had, some of you guys may have seen it on one of my members' video that when I was in Honduras, I show you the house. It's all broken down, but whatever. I show you where it was. And I remember that I was laying down on the floor of our wooden house. There was a fridge on there. And I had some IV, like Suero is like, I said this before. Suero is like Pedialyte, right? So it helps you, recover from dehydration a lot faster. This is something the doctor gave us. It's not something you can buy at the store. It was like an IV type of thing, but it had a good smell and it had flavor and stuff, whatever. I just couldn't drink it because I would just throw it up and I couldn't do anything. Anyway, so I fall asleep. And when I fall asleep, I see that there's this gray clouds that form like fog on top of the mango trees. And the fog just comes down the mango tree, which, by the way, I always found peace in those mango trees. And I saw my father. Or so maybe a familiar spirit. If you don't know what a familiar spirit is, it's an angel that takes the form of something that you are familiar with. In this case was my father. And he comes to me and puts my head on his lap, and then he starts caressing my hair. And I can feel it. I can feel the hair moving. Might have been the fridge, right? Because the fridge throws air underneath, the motor, whatever. What's crazy is that my father touches my stomach. My father touched my stomach and he says, eat. I woke up immediately and I grabbed the fridge and I grabbed the bottle of Suero, Pedialyte, let's call it Pedialyte, and I just chugged it, the whole bottle. And then I faintly yelled for my mother because I didn't have the strength to yell. My mother comes running to me sobbing. She thought something was wrong. And I said, I'm very, very hungry. And my mother just started crying, and she just went out and she asked me what I wanted. I said, I want my favorite food. She already knew what it was. It was rice with pink spaghettis. And she went out and she just went and started cooking. What a beautiful day. Should have died that day, probably. But you know what? My mother was there. Now, if you think that's a fake story, here's the kicker. I told my mother what had happened. And she started crying. And I said, well, why are you crying now? And she told me that the neighbor right next door to us, he swear he saw my father coming out of the mango trees on a foggy morning. There was no fog. How does the neighbor know? Exactly what I have told my mother happened to me when the angel of God healed me. It is a phenomenal experience that not all people get to experience. Just like not all people get this privilege of having an American citizen passport. Man, that was fantastic. I'm surprised I didn't cry. I normally cry when I tell this story because it's true. What a great day to be alive. Now, for your entertaining purposes, we're going to go ahead and go back to the hearing. But don't worry. We will not listen to the whole thing. I just want you to listen to the Wicked Witch of the West. And I want you to see how Democrats like to lie. And this is what the libtards believe. And we all know that it doesn't matter how many facts, it doesn't matter how many truths we show them and tell them. Now, don't worry, guys. We have the power of booting people. There you go. Have a nice nap, bro. Have a nice nap. Here, go join your friend. Only American people will stay on here. Sing Roofer, you'll be next if you keep talking shit. Thank you, Long Melinda. It's a true story. It really is. My sister was crying when she got married because she flew back to Honduras to get married by the Catholic Church, and I was the Bible bearer. You know, the Bible bearer. Yeah, Bible bearer. I carried this big Catholic Bible that they had. It was gigantic, especially for me as a little kid. And my sister was crying because I was verily standing, walking straight. I was still weak, from being sick. And it was such a wonderful experience. I mean, sadly, I was still feeling kind of, weak. Otherwise, I'm sure I would have enjoyed the party. It was very nice. It was beautiful. But anywho, we'll go ahead and go back to the hearing here. And let me see who else needs to go. Serenity, is that the one that has to go next? Here we go. Yeah, okay. You go ahead and join your friends in timeout. Thanks for stopping by, bro. Until next time, we'll see you. All right, we'll see who else. I know Mayfleet. He is a coward. He's a piece of shit. I gave him so many chances before. I thought one day he had changed his ways, and then he went back to being a libtard. They just can't help themselves. This is how retardation works. But anyways, let's go ahead and finish this hearing part, because I want you to listen to this part, which is what really attracted me to show this hearing to you. I hate hearings. They suck. But let's take a listen to this.
Mr. Chairman, now you're back.
Thank you. We're going to have a committee remedial timekeeping class next week sometime for certain members of the committee.
Sir, it's called a gavel.
Well, actually,
I don't listen. I don't love censorship. Freedom of speech is fantastic, but you're coming into my channel here. See, like for example, watch. For example, you see the zinc roofer. See how he puts all those Z's on there? He's falling asleep, right? He's bored. Well, I just put him out of his misery and send him away. You see that? Like, for example, you say Mexican censor. Bye-bye. Just like that. I only want people here who want to conversate, not just tries to throw insults. I throw insults because I'm giving you all the information that I'm giving you. Everybody on the left always throws hate directly at me. Do you understand the difference? What's really crazy to me is how retarded people are. Because if I say retard, ignorant, libtard, all these things, you people always answer. Which leads me to believe that I'm not wrong. You prove me right every single time. And I wish that you wouldn't. I wish you wouldn't. I wish you would prove me wrong and show me that you can't come into my channel. Not yours, mine. And I got rules in my channel. Now, if we go on the street, you can say whatever the hell you want. I will warn you. You can say whatever you want. Don't get on my face, because I will break your teeth. I will break your face in. Just have some respect. That's all. I'm not going to go over there and cuss you. Blah, 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 blah. I'm not going to do that. Hey, how you doing? What's up? Hey. You know what I'm saying? I'll give you the smile. See, Mayfleet, no. See, Captain can be banished next. See, the Americans are talking. Kenny, go ahead. Here, watch this. I'm going to give Kenny. Okay, I think that's the 20th time that you say deport Dennis. So, man, there you go. OG is gone. John, what's going on? Robert says, Captain Howdy 14, how's your head? Still up your arse. Oh, Robert, be nice. Be nice. He's going to go next probably. I don't know. Did I already kick him? Did I kick Captain yet? No, not yet. Let's see. And the rules are that nobody can disagree with you. See, okay, I'm going to give you one more chance. You can disagree with me. Now, disagreeing with me doesn't mean fuck Trump. That's not disagreeing with me. Calling me an illegal immigrant, that's not disagreeing with me. In here putting a bunch of dumbass shit all the time, repeating it, that's not disagreeing with me. That's just shit that gets you banned. Here, let's see. Like, for example, your wish is my command. Here we go. I'm going to read a couple of comments from you, Captain. I'm going to give you some time for free, by the way. Because if you don't... See, listen. I know that you don't support my channel, so why the fuck are you in here? I don't understand that. Just leave. Fuck, man. Why are you making yourself miserable? Captain said, banish me all you want. It's just typical coward Americans that do that. I'm used to it, coward. Oh, so a lot of people banned you. You know what that means? That you're an asshole. That's what that means. If you're getting banned all the time and you're used to it, it's because you're an asshole. So it's not me. Got it. Here we go. All right, brother. Thank you for stopping by. Go find that leftist channel that loves your bullshit. Have a good one. Bye, Captain. Make it snappy, Captain. All right, guys. This is the moment that we all have been waiting for in this dumb-ass hearing. That somehow these guys want to be funny, but it's just not enough for me to like. All right, here we go. The trader says, oh, Brandon, let's see. Brandon, that's how you do it. That's how you keep your comment out there, man. Brandon pays $5 to say Dennis is a coward who runs away from debates and challenges. Seeing it over and over again is honestly sad. Grow a spine and answer the challenge. Now, I don't know if you watched my live yesterday. Well, that was your chance. You just missed it, sucker. But there you go. I love that. You have your freedom of speech. You pay for it. You get a heart. You get a like. Respect. That's what it's all about. And constrainer, bro, I was about to kick your ass out of my chat until you put that super chat in there. Even though it's just $5, it's okay. At least you understand how this works. Let's see. Jason. Jason comes in here. How many people heard hello from Jason? I don't think anybody did. Jason the pharmacist. He probably calls himself the pharmacist because he's probably selling fentanyl to college students. Let's see. Jason says, I don't get to read your dumbass comment. You just get to go away. But don't worry. It's just 30 minutes. Let's see. Brandon. Don't tell me that you're Serenity, bro. Don't tell me you're Serenity. I think Brandon, hey, listen, man, thank you for the $5. You don't come over here to troll, bro. Have a good one. Don't waste your money, man. You're an asshole. Listen, let me give you a piece of advice. If you are a libtard, I don't know that. If you're retarded, I don't know that. If you're just plain stupid or even a Democrat, I don't know that and I don't care. When you come into my channel, the way you comment on the chat, that's how I'm judging you. You might not like the way that I talk, but it's not directed to anybody unless they want my direct attention, and then I cuss at them directly. But you want to debate me, and you don't understand that simple action. And that causes a reaction. If you call my phone, well, I'm going to be nice to you until you're not nice to me. See, I'm nobody's bitch. And just because you put your miserable $5 on there doesn't mean that I'm going to fucking bend the knee to you. Fuck you very much. That's not how it works. Mayfleet, I'm going to tell you this. I had a call yesterday. Matter of fact, I got witnesses in here. I got a call yesterday from a socialist. Now, that's the way he identified himself. I didn't cuss him out. I didn't mistreat him. Do you know how long I talked with this socialist for? For free, by the way. No super chats. No money for debate. For free. I talked with this guy for 1 hour and 15 minutes. Now, I always tell people, you got 5 minutes to make your point. 1 hour and 15 minutes talking with a socialist. Imagine that. Who's a coward? I had a great conversation with him. Let me tell you something. He disagreed with me on everything. But the way that he was making his point, I can understand why he sees it that way. You know what I'm saying? That, my friends, is a nice conversation. If I just wanted to argue, well, then I'll just fucking sit here and argue with everybody. But that's not what we want. We talk about immigration, he disagreed. We talk about the economy, he disagreed. We talked about tariffs, he disagreed. We talked about a lot of things. An hour and 20 minutes, says Robert right there. We talked about a lot of things, and I gave him the facts and the truth as I see it, as I know it. Well, he disagrees with me. An hour and 20 minutes with a socialist. He had brains. See, he was making sense. Even though he's wrong, he was still making sense on why he believes what he believes. See, for example, here, Jason, I'm going to give you a benefit of doubt before I kick you off my chat. Listen, for example, here's a problem that I have with people that are against me. And they done it here. As a matter of fact, we're about to hear it right here, okay? The problem that I have with people is, yes, we talked about Israel and Iran. The problem that I have with people is this. They always have a one-side story, right? They're not willing to see the other side. Like, for example, what I just told you. I understand why he believes what he believes. He explained it very well to me. And even though we disagree 100%, with the contrary, our 20 minutes conversation, it was fantastic. I mean, we could have talked longer, but we don't work for free. But I really enjoyed the conversation with this socialist. And the reason for that is because he wasn't just, trying to convince me of his thing, of his side. We just have a conversation. I just want to know why you support that. And then the way that you normally come in here, and the people that I don't get along with is, you're going to say, oh, Trump did this. Okay. What did your party do? Oh, no. Biden was he was sharp as a tack. No, President Biden was the best. He made so many great things in history. Oh, my God. You come in with that bullshit. Well, tell me why. You come into my channel, you say, oh, you lying. Well, tell me why. What am I lying about? Right? If I am against illegal immigrants, what does our immigration law says? What does it say? Why are you mad at me with that? Why are you mad at me that I support the law? That is the problem. This is why I don't debate with morons. Serenity, I had a problem with him at first, and then we had a great conversation. Then he fucked it up again the next time. They just can't help themselves to be assholes. I just don't understand. Jonah, Joe Biden has been racist all his life, bro. Yeah, we know this, right? When I talk about Trump, see, people normally say, oh, Trump is this, Trump is that. Listen, I always know. Hey, listen, Trump has gone through multiple bankruptcies. He's gone through multiple marriages. Trump has fucked up this, and that. Trump has done this, has done that. I get it. I know all of that. But I also know that what he's doing is right. And just because I don't like his personal life doesn't mean that I'm going to push against him. Every Democrat love. Oh, hell no, Southwest. You don't talk to my sister like that. Get the fuck out of here. Anyways, sorry about that outburst right there. You see what I'm saying? Let's see. Let me see. Phantom Knight says, where is immigration? Has any mass deportation happened yet? Last I heard, CPAC said to change the subject. I do want a massive deportation, but, we have to appease everybody. Apparently, President Trump is not as rough as I am. He wants to be more diplomatic. He wants to give people a chance. Yada. But he's doing the right thing. Anywho, enough explanation. You libtards will never understand what I'm talking about anyway. All right, here we go. This is the juice of this scoop.
That's interesting talk coming from a guy from the Senate who hasn't done an appropriations bill since Christ was a corporal.
I had that one coming, sir.
Madam Ranking Member, the floor is yours.
We'll pay no attention to the remediation session, Mr. Chairman. I do appreciate, Mr. Secretary, your concern about the lost children, but I also want to remind people that let's not forget what was a Trump administration policy initiated by Stephen Miller, which was to let us separate children from their families at the border, because this would be a way to curtail or to stop immigration, separating children from their families, how to hurt them the most. I asked and had a phone conversation with Secretary Azar at the time. I know I was in my living room with my 2-year-old grandson on my lap trying to have this conversation, and I asked him if there was a way in which he had a list of how you could reunite children with their families. And he assured me that we did. You know, when you take your clothes to the cleaners, they give you a tag, and you then go back and you retrieve your clothes. When you get luggage, you go and get your luggage is returned. Well,
I wish the Biden administration would have done that.
Let me just say this to you, sir. Again, it is my time. 3,900 children were separated from their families.
450,000 kids were lost during the Biden administration. You didn't say a word
Mr.
about it.
Secretary, do not interrupt.
Don't you point your finger at me. Don't
I
be a
will
hypocrite.
point my finger
Don't you be a
at
hypocrite
you.
then. Then you be a threat.
3,900
You should be as upset about the
I
450,000
am
kids that
upset.
were lost. You didn't say a word about it. For 4 years, you never said a word.
Mr. Secretary.
Could you put him in his place for
Don't yell at
You
me.
should
I'm
be
the
put in
good
your
guy.
place.
Mr. Secretary, if you would like 4 minutes for.
That, my friends, is a libtard. That is exactly what I'm talking about right there. Did you hear that? That's exactly what I'm talking about. Now listen, if you, hey bro, divided, bring it down a couple notches before I fucking kick your ass out. Listen, if you're going to talk about what this administration is doing, it's because you have always been concerned about these things. So if it happened under a different administration and, you know, these things piss you off and upsets you, if you didn't bring it up before, bring it up now. And just like, for example, if I was her, then get the fuck out of here, Divided. Nobody needs your sorry ass in here anyways. Fuck you very much. Have a good one. All right. So if I was to be, it's okay, man. If I was to be her, in her position, Mr. Mullin, Mr. Secretary Mullin, during the Biden administration, 450,000 children were missing. During the Biden administration, we saw all of these things happen. Trump is allowing this to happen. I have a problem. Let me ask you a question. What about the children that are here? Well, now the Secretary Mullin, now he can answer. Ancient track. Go ahead. Explain to me how. All Trump supporters are dummies and traitors. Go ahead. Explain to me how. I'll give you a free chance. I know there's a little delay. I'll wait. Tell me, how are we traitors? Traitors to who? This guy's retarded. Oh, one more time and you're out. That's right, Michael. She didn't want to hear that. Yeah. Hey, Tanya, I'm still giving him a chance. Here we go. Your support an insurrectionist who tried to steal an election. All right. Guys, I seriously am trying. They just never leer. See, this is the problem with these morons graduating and getting education at the Leering Center. They were scammed. When the brains ran out, they gave him a kidney for a brain, and they believe it was a brain. So, apparently, you're so far left up your arse that you didn't notice that Tulsi Gabbard report on Dominion, which, by the way, if you don't know, they dropped the suit. Isn't that interesting? Yeah. Because the DNI report showed that Dominion software can be hacked, being that it has to be on the internet, and there was proof that they can be hacked. Now, I still want our great guy in New York. What's his name? I don't know why I'm thinking of all these different names in Italian. Our beautiful Giuliani. I want him to get his money back double time. Double the amount. And so she reported that there was actually proof of fraud. You know, today we hear it all the time. People have been jailed for voter fraud in California, in Minnesota. Why haven't you listened to those news? How come you don't know about that? What about Pratt? What about Pratt in California? He beat the snot out of Rama. Beat her completely. Hey, fuck this guy. Bye, Ancient. Get the fuck out of my chat. Fucking retards. Hey, Jeff, how are you, brother? Sorry about that. Retarded people. You see that? The moment that you hit them with a fact, that's how they react. Just like the Wicked Witch of the West over here. When she got hit with a fact, she... Total Recall transformation shit. Oh, man, I love my job, bro. I love my job, bro. Hey, you know what, Jonah? J6 was nothing more than a small riot perpetrated by a small number of people and possibly led by the feds. Well, there was undercover FBI agents on that crowd, and there were some libtards and Antifa in the crowd. You just can't miss these guys. They dress the same way all the time. And let's not forget who was actually funding the KKK and the Proud Boys and some other organization that I can think of at the moment. It was the Democrats. It was the same Democrat leadership that denied or rejected the offer from President Donald J. Trump to have 10,000 National Guards at their disposal for security. They denied it. Yes, Michael Montoya. Yes, Trump failed at the university. Congratulations. Now get the fuck out of my channel. All right, thanks for stopping by. With that being said, the moment that you start giving these guys some facts and some truth, the demons don't know what to do. It's like throwing holy water. Libtards, holy water. Get those demons out of you. I'm a Christian. I'm a Democratic Christian. Shut the hell up. Stop mutilating our children. Stop supporting perversion. Stop supporting sexual immorality. Stop supporting, you know what I'm saying? I can go on. Anywho, let's go ahead and listen to this again and watch the reaction of the Wicked Witch of the West. She just can't handle the truth. Oh, man, this is so funny. Here we go.
A closing statement when everybody's done, I'll give you that. But while members are on their 8 minutes, I need
Shut up.
There's a way to be in this country legally, but you have to follow the laws that Congress passed and that we enforce. I don't pick and choose, I enforce. But there is a right way to stay in this country, and there's a right way to become a citizen in this country, and you can't.
Markwayne, the Rock Mullin. That's what I'm talking about. He doesn't make the law. He enforces it. I don't make the law. I support it. If you're in this country legally, you got to go. You see what I'm saying? It's common sense. Common sense. You libtards never lear.
To go around that.
It's crazy.
There is more that we need. We've been working for immigration reform in this body. Really, the last time it was done, it was in 1959. Why was the last time it was done in 1959? Because we make politics out of it. It's the right, it's the left. It's the Democrats, Republicans.
Dylan, that's because they are godless and lawless. There's no question about it. That's why. But I hope that they can see reality for what it is, and we want them on our side. We're not going to hate them. Well, we don't hate them right now, but we talk shit to them because they deserve it. But if they're on our side, obviously, we have to hear the input.
Party is in charge and the other party doesn't want to help, and the other party's in charge, the other party doesn't want to help, and there's no common ground, but yet we always talk about them. I'm out of that game now. I just simply enforce it. But then we start playing games with which laws you want me to enforce and which laws you don't want me to enforce. If you don't want me to enforce the laws, then pass a law to say that law can't be enforced. That's fine. Until then, I'm going to enforce the laws.
Yep.
Thank you, sir. And see you in Arizona soon.
Yes, we will make that. We'll make that happen. We'll put it on the list.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, you're back.
Thank you. We're going to have a committee remedial timekeeping class next week sometime for certain members of the committee.
So it's called a gavel.
Well, actually, that's interesting talk coming from a guy from the Senate who hasn't done an appropriations bill since Christ was a corporal.
I had that one coming, sir.
Madam Ranking Member, the floor is yours.
We'll pay no attention to the remediation session, Mr. Chairman. I do
That's true,
appreciate,
Tanya.
Mr. Secretary, your concern.
Guys, listen here where the truth is going to make a demon come out of this witch. Pay attention.
About the lost children. But I also want to remind people that let's not forget what was a Trump administration policy initiated by Stephen Miller, which was to let us separate children from their families at the border, because this would be a way to curtail or to stop immigration, separating children from their families, how to hurt them the most. I asked and had a phone conversation with Secretary Azar at the time. I know I was in my living room with my 2-year-old grandson on my lap trying to have this conversation. And I asked him if there was a way in which he had a list of how you could reunite children with their families. And he assured me that we did. You know, when you take your clothes to the cleaners, they give you a tag, and you then go back and you retrieve your clothes. When you get luggage, you go and get your luggage is returned. Well,
I wish the Biden administration would have done that.
Let me just say this to you, sir. Again, it is my time. 3,900 children were separated from their families.
450,000 kids were lost during the Biden administration. You didn't say a word
Mr.
about
Secretary, do not interrupt.
Don't you point your finger at me.
I will point my finger at you.
Don't you be a hypocrite then. Then you be as you should be as upset about the 450,000 kids that were lost. You didn't say a word about it. For 4 years, you never said a word.
Mr. Secretary.
Could you put him in his place for
don't yell at me.
You should be put in your place.
Mr. Secretary, if you
put him in his place. Well, don't yell at me. I'm just. Man, I'm telling you, man, these people are just too much DEI, bro. Way too much DEI. Way too much.
You would like 4 minutes for a closing statement when everybody's done? I'll give you that. But while members are on their 8 minutes, I need them to have their 8
I
minutes.
started
Chairman,
my
I
comments.
appreciate that. My issue is that they say this for sound bites, and I'm not going to let them say
What
something
did
like
you
that
do
that's not
just
true.
recently for sound bites? I sympathize with the 400.
We are going to have something resembling order here. The time is the ranking members. If you would like to respond later on, there are methods to do that, but it's not a who can talk louder into the mic.
It's not.
So you are recognized.
Thank you very much.
I will not let her
Mr.
sit there and lie and accuse something this ridiculous.
You know-
Well, this is the legislative branch and it's my hearing, and so I'm going to try to some extent to control it moderately.
And do
Thank you.
not accuse me.
Well, you want to control it moderately. Let's call it for what it is. She cannot be abusive to the witness either. She also has to be told something, and she's not. That's the problem. You got to go both. You got to hit both ways. You got to be fair. You can't just pick, oh, well, she's got 8 minutes. Well, fuck your 8 minutes. You want to moderate, do some moderation. She's crossing the line, call her out on it. She yells at him, and then, don't yell at me. I'm just, shut up. He shut up very quiet, didn't he? And gave her the right to speak again with her lies. That's very interesting to me. Mr. Larson, how are you?
Of lying. Do not.
Then don't.
I do
don't
not.
lie.
I appreciate, and I said to you at the outset, there's concern for children across the board. We care deeply about what's happening to children.
If you're concerned about what's happening to children, enforce immigration law and stop inviting people to continue to break the law. It's very simple. I don't understand why these freaking people don't understand. Stop inviting them to break the law. Stop doing that. Stop defending criminals. Those families need to be together in their country. They just don't get it. Or they get it and they don't give a crap. That's what it is.
And I went to the border and I watched children in those fenced in places years ago and what was happening to them. So I have a long history, Mr. Secretary, in this area. 3,900 kids were separated. Secretary Azar told me he had a way to reunite them. Many of them were not reunited till today. And I don't want you to answer this now. Please get back to us and tell us what you are doing with regard to the settlement in terms of this issue, which is out there, which your department needs to come close to. I'll make a statement to you again. But this is fact from the bill, Mr. Chairman. The bill that the Republicans have proposed for funding the Department of Homeland Security cuts cybersecurity budget by more than $250 million. And the Trump administration is openly advocating for privatizing TSA while trying to eliminate their collective bargaining rights. We all know what happened earlier this year. TSA workers endured the longest government shutdown in history. There was a lot of discussion and talk invoked about the long lines and the use of leverage to force through a Homeland Security bill without any reforms to what were critical ICE and CBP reforms that were necessary, that the American people wanted and were clamoring for. They didn't want to continue to see masked marauders on their streets with just harassing people. Congress eventually passed my legislation that paid TSA workers, funded FEMA, CISA, Secret Service, and the Coast Guard. And today, and it took you 79 days on the Republican side to make that decision to pay these people instead of just talking about paying this. The administration continues to attempt to walk away from the collective bargaining agreement with TSA workers, something that the federal courts have now twice said is illegal. Indeed, Your testimony frames the attempt to force over 200 smaller airports in this country into a new security structure as a setting. And quote, the TSA, this is in the testimony, the TSA is on the path to privatization. My question on this issue is, given all that the transportation security officers did for us during a Republican shutdown, how can it be that the department's position is that TSA workers...
Lying again, calling it a Republican shutdown. Listen, I listen to all those hearings and this government shutdown bullshit argument. Every single time Republicans voted to open the government, and let's be clear, the Democrats, they threatened to shut down the government, and they did. And then they said the Republicans shut down the government, and the libtards who don't do their homework, they're like, oh, well, they have the majority. How come they don't have the government open? It must be true. There is a certain number of representatives that have to vote. I believe it's 60 to 61, I think. And Republicans, even though they have the majority, they don't have that many in their Republican Party. But libtards just ate it up like ice cream. Never question it. No, what for? But we question everything. And we saw Republicans voting. Democrats, every single one of them voted no, keep the government shut down. So shut the hell up. Let's watch and see what Mr. Secretary Mullin says.
Should not be granted the same basic labor protections.
Remember, Na says lies. Let's take a listen.
As federal enforcement officers, how can it be that your priority is to have them work for the lowest bidder, where the wages and the benefits of these workers will unquestionably be lower?
Well, actually, it was the Democrats that voted every time to shut them down. Republicans voted every time to open them up.
Pass, just give me
we
the
didn't shut
answer
them
to my
down. You
question.
shut them down.
Answer my question.
I did.
Answer my question.
What are you doing? Why are you moving?
Ma'am, I answered your question. You were the one that shut them down. It was the Democrats shut down. How many times did you vote to shut them down?
Why? You know, these people come to us
Go ahead.
to get funding for
Answer the question.
for the work that they do, and we are.
I'm actually factually correct. I'm factually correct.
The work
You
that they
voted
don't
to
do.
shut them down. Republicans voted to open them over and over and
Well,
over
what
again.
the
Your vote
Republicans
clearly
finally
said that
did.
you voted to shut us
What they
down.
finally
It
did.
wasn't until it became
Madam
popular.
Ranking
And then, by the
Member-
way, ICE agents came there and helped bring the
Mr.
lines down. The
Secretary.
same people that you also kept shut down for
Mr.
115
Secretary.
days. I'm answering the question.
No, you
I thought
didn't,
you said
Mr.
you answered it.
Secretary.
The floor is hers.
My dear,
Actually, I gave it to her. You know, there is a
Now
chairman of a
you're
committee.
cooked.
That's me. I gave it back to her.
You are cooked, nah. And with that, get the fuck out of my channel. Go find another account to come in here with. Zing Roofer, you're about to go on another 30-minute timeout.
this tells
She's
you
got it.
something about who these folks are. And
You have
everybody
another
on this
question,
panel.
Madam Ranking Member?
Well, yeah, no, I do, but I didn't get an answer to a question.
So the
How
record
can
will
it
so
be-
reflect.
Thank
Please
you.
ask your next
Okay,
question.
and I will. This has to do with FEMA. Simple question. And I want to start where I left off with Secretary Noem last year. FEMA. Simple yes or no. Do you support eliminating FEMA?
Wait, hold on, Mr. Secretary Mullin. Before we get to the question about FEMA, let me address a couple of answers here, a lot of questions here on the chat. Number one, let me see, where was that at? I like this one. Let's see. The level to which Dennis embarrasses himself daily is completely false. I don't know what the hell that means. But I think that he's just saying that I'm a false person. I don't know, something. What's funny is, like, what's so embarrassing about telling the truth and be proven right? Listen, I don't understand. I don't understand. Now, the answer to the second comment. I bought this jacket at the Men's Warehouse because the guy said, you will look good in this jacket. I guarantee it. And he was right, because I bet, you know what? I make this look good. I make this look good. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Now, FEMA was messing up in some areas, and FEMA needed to be dealt with. Billions of dollars wasted. They were just not doing their job right, and some places needed to be shut down. With that being said, okay, Mr. Secretary Mullin, go on, let us know.
Do you support eliminating FEMA?
There's portions of FEMA that
Do
need
you
to be back in
support
state.
eliminating
There's
FEMA?
no yes or no question on that. There's portions that need to go back to the
Do you
state.
support eliminating FEMA?
The record will reflect the response. The record will reflect the response. Is there another question?
Yeah, because let me just say, in April of 2025, the Trump administration
I always tell the
prematurely,
truth.
I'm glad we got that answer, because a poor gentleman who came before, it may have been with you, Mr. Chairman, that came before our committee, and I asked him this question, and he said, because Secretary Noem said, yes, she and the president wanted to eliminate FEMA. The gentleman said that he said it should be reformed, and the next day he was fired. Let it show that the secretary believes that we should shut FEMA down.
I never
April
said that.
2025, the
Mr.
administration.
Chairman, I never said that.
The administration prematurely,
The record will
unlawfully
reflect what you did and
ended
didn't say
FEMA's BRIC program. He intentionally halted roughly 2,000 active infrastructure and disaster mitigation projects across the country, including one in downtown New Haven, Connecticut. A coalition of 22 states and D.C. sued FEMA. A federal judge ruled in favor of the states in December, mandated that FEMA restore the over $3.6 billion in canceled funding. At the beginning of March, the judge had to order FEMA to comply with that ruling. 3 months ago, the day after you took over as secretary, FEMA formally announced a, quote, new and improved BRIC program. Yet, almost all of these communities are still waiting for their BRIC funding to be restored. Tell me, Mr. Secretary, when can communities with halted projects expect to receive their BRIC funding?
We actually restarted that when I first came in, and we did 24 or 25 of them. So
You've done 24 of the 25
Yes,
of the
ma'am.
2,000.
The reason why he can't just say yes or no, it's because, yes, we want to shut down FEMA, but only because FEMA was failing. There was a lot of cases. I don't know if you guys don't pay attention or don't remember or didn't hear anything, but there was a lot of cases that were taking forever, and the money was not being disbursed where it was supposed to. The help was not being, placed where it was supposed to be. The emergency was, just crackling down, and they were doing such a horrible job that they had to shut down a lot of areas of FEMA that they managed to keep it going, but they did get rid of a lot of areas who wasted billions of dollars. So we want FEMA, but we want them to do their job, to be held accountable. We want them to continue to do what they're supposed to do, not what they have been doing. That's why it's not a yes or no question, because we do want FEMA, but we don't want the bad side of FEMA. Does that make sense? I hope that was good enough.
Let me clarify that. So
Please.
2024 and 2025, they sent out the notice of notification.
By the way, President Trump did bring a health care bill, so shut the hell up because Democrats shut it down. Now what?
And so everybody can now submit, and those projects that were already submitted for those times period will be.
How many projects are there?
We can get you the details.
Please, there were 2,000 that we started with.
The secretary also provided direction for 2026 to get the NOFOs out on that, and that'll come out sometime in September. The secretary has done more to get.
I do not need your. You do not need to.
I just want to make sure you're clear.
Well, please spare us. Just give me the facts. Just give me the numbers. Let me
Son of
just
a bitch,
conclude,
you don't care about the facts.
Mr. Chairman. And thank you. I would like to work in an open and transparent way, because that BRIC funding for New Haven, Connecticut, which I probably will not get because I'm in a blue state.
No, because you're a witch.
The BRIC funding for New Haven, Connecticut is important, which is why we support the programs, bipartisan support for the BRIC program. So please, let's get the NOFOs out as quickly as possible and get the money to the communities that need them. My final comment to you is, I'd just like to go back a second. We need to go back to the issue of deaths in custody. It doesn't do anyone good to deflect, talk about what's happening in the criminal system in Illinois or in Oklahoma. What we need, because 54 deaths are 54 in what is civil detention, we need a plan to address the fact that 54 people in your department they were in civil detention, it's not criminal detention, are dead. They should not be. We need to hear from you. I don't need an answer. Now there is no time. I've taken an enormous amount of time. Get us a policy, a plan, in a timely fashion that says, how are we going to deal with these issues? I yield back and I thank you, Mr.
Thank you to the ranking member, the gentlelady from Iowa. The floor is yours for 8 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, it's nice to see you. Thank you so much for coming to testify today and for always taking my phone call. You know, as I've had questions dealing with many of the challenges faced with your shutdown from back home, that I continued again to support keeping you guys open so you could operate. You are always willing to take my phone call. So I thank you for that and for your openness with me as we were working through that. I also, as a fellow parent to teenage boys, appreciate your passion around kids.
Can I,
Yes,
just
sir.
someone said, appreciate you taking a phone call. I take everybody's phone call. There isn't a Republican or a Democrat that hasn't called me that I haven't called back.
Yeah.
Not one. And I'm very transparent in that, regardless of what somebody over here just whispered, because she's never called me.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate it, and I appreciate your openness to working with all of us to make sure that the good people at your agency are getting paid and can continue their mission of keeping our country safe, because at the end of the day, that is what we all care about on this committee, and this committee works tirelessly to make sure that you do have the resources that you need to rescue those kids, make sure that you're interdicting the drugs that are coming in from narco terrorists. And I want to talk.
Thank you, Kathy Warren. Oh my God, you made me pause the video. Oh my God, that is hella funny, bro. Who the hell votes for a loon bird like this blue hair cocktail? Oh my God. Oh my God, dude, that's hella funny. You know what? I put the. Oh my God, I love this kind of tears, bro. Listen, I know it's probably not that funny, but to me, oh my God, dude. Oh my gosh, dude. Thank you so much. Oh my, look, I'm crying, man, for real. Oh my goodness. Oh, hold on. Woo. Now you trigger my laugh. Now that's funny. You fucking trigger my laugh. Lord. Woo. Oh my goodness. Hold on. Oh my God, my hand is shaking, trying not to spit my coffee out. All right. I think the people. Oh my gosh, bro. Whew. I think. Let me get my composure back. I think that these libtards, they probably never got the information because they always saw FEMA abbreviated. They never saw the message that says federal audits have identified tens of billions of dollars in mismanaged funds, questioned costs, and improper payments. With the for the libtards that never leered in the Leering Center, Federal Emergency Management agency. That is the same as FEMA. Now you have been informed. If you didn't know, well, now you know. Ah, man, fantastic. Kathy, you are the hero of today. I appreciate it. Listen, there are some libtards. Yes, they are libtards because they are supporting socialist Democrats. But there are some libtards that are hella funny. And I know they can call me a Republitard or whatever the hell it is. But when they're funny, man, they are funny. Oh, boy. Hey, pretty good. Purdy. Ooh, pretty good. Pretty good says, someone call eyes. I found a brown-skinned Uncle Dennis. Hey, I'm a white man. What do you mean, brown skin? You haven't seen that part of me, have you? Everybody knows now. The only brown part that I have, it's not in the back. You got the wrong idea, but yeah. Anyway, let's get back to the hearing. You guys are joking too much.
Talk a little bit about that. I'm going to start with that actually, because I think that the Coast Guard is a shining example of what DHS does best in making sure that these narco terrorists are on alert. They should be afraid. And you have interdicted through.
All right. Just because Kathy made a great joke and I laughed until I cried, the opposite goes for dumbass jokes like Panda Man. Uncle Dennis found the drugs and he's talking nonsense. Opposite effect, my friend. Opposite effect. Okay, bye-bye.
Through Operation Pacific Viper, I think it just was announced milestone accomplishment last week, 225,000 pounds of cocaine seized. I mean, that's incredible. And that's drugs that did not make their way onto our streets, that are not killing Americans every single day. So I'd be interested in your thoughts of what you've done there to really escalate that operation. What do you see on the horizon there? That threat is not going away. And thanks to the Coast Guard families who are keeping our families safe. But I'd be interested in your thoughts there.
Just yesterday, I was actually in a close classified setting with the Coast Guard on our plans to continue that operation. But it's a joint effort with DOW, with Coast Guard, with CBP, with ICE, because it's a ring. The drugs doesn't just get to our shores and then dissipate. There's a ring that goes into our cities.
Aw, pretty good. Thank you so much. I appreciate the words of encouragement. This is my daily job. She says, Dennis, don't quit your day job. I thought about it, but thanks to people like you that continue to encourage me to not quitting my day job, well, I'm still here. So thank you so much for that support. Hey, Sergeant Searer, how are you? Good to see you on here. Always good to see you on here. Dennis looks like the dude that stole my catalytic converter. All right. You got that one. I like it. That was pretty good. That was a little bit racist, though. That was a little bit racist. As soon as people found out that I was Hispanic, they really thought that I was a fucking thief or a gangbanger. So borderline, but the joke is still pretty good. I like it.
Into our towns, into our states and our communities, and then the cash flows back in and back out. So the drugs come in on our shores different ways, and all the cash is going out. A lot of times overland, a lot of times in air. We're seeing more and more counter U.S. So we've got to combat it all together. This administration, through the direction of President Trump, has done more to combat our war against drugs than any president in our lifetime. And he's made it a task that he understands that we've lost more individuals in fentanyl overdoses than we have in the entire Vietnam War in 1 year. Not during 1 year in the Vietnam War, a year from fentanyl overdoses inside the U.S. And just the other day, we took enough fentanyl off our northern border from CBP that could kill 17 million Americans.
And I think people frequently forget about the northern border. We
Right.
focus so much on the southern border and
That's right.
Caribbean and these drugs coming in.
But that's a direct relationship because of our Coast Guards doing their job in our waters of the U.S. And it's pushing it. And then we have CBP doing their job on our southern border. It's starting to push cartels to operate in our northern border. So last week, the minister, that is my partner in Canada, met here in Washington, D.C. We talked about the challenges. They haven't dealt with the cartels like we have in our southern border. They're anxiously working with us and wanting to know our lessons that we've learned because they don't want it to get a foothold in their country. So because of President Trump, we are fighting it on air, we're fighting it in water, we're fighting on land, we're fighting on the northern border and southern border. And I'm not going to say we can eradicate it, but we're making a huge difference in this war on drugs. And every time we interdict these drugs, regardless of what agency underneath DHS does it, we're saving lives.
You talk about kind of the cross-agency work that's happening here. How many of these rings on the back end, so the drugs get in, they go out through these rings, are these run by, obviously the cartels, but how many of the people participating in them are illegals here in the United States?
Well, the biggest majority of them, the percentage of them would be hard to say, but the biggest majority of them are illegals that are here. Now, there's usually, when it comes to the money laundering of it, that's more of a white collar crime. More of those individuals are citizens inside the United States. But when you start talking about the trafficking, you start talking about the drug houses, the stash houses, the cash flow, the weapons flow, overwhelmingly the majority of those are illegals.
The criminal enterprise, right?
And most time they're forced to do it.
Right.
It's not that they're working off a debt for the cartels.
Right. And you talk about the atrocities happening to those kids too.
Yes.
Many of them are victims of that human trafficking.
And
run by
elderlies.
those same organizations.
Yes,
Obviously.
and elderlies are being probably exploited now more than we've ever seen it, because naturally law enforcement isn't alarmed when they see an elderly gentleman or an elderly woman that is driving. A lot of times they're forced to try paying the debt off of their kids.
Okay, that's, well, very concerning, and obviously we need to do whatever we can to stamp that out. You mentioned fentanyl, and I want to go now to one of the biggest sources of fentanyl, which is obviously the CCP in China. They're funneling it in through Mexico. I'm trying to get it in through all of these methods. We know they're not going to ever try to stop undermining our domestic and our international security, and spending billions of dollars on research and development intertwined directly with their military, billions more trying to ship those products into the United States and dominate supply chains. Can you?
You know, I try putting this hearing so that everybody is informed. Now, for you conservative Americans or patriots, and those who stand for the United States of America first before illegal immigrants, I try to put, content like these hearings so that you can get some information that you can tell people on the left that want to make you look like a criminal by defending your country. And I was hoping that maybe those on the left will actually listen to it, which they don't, of course, and then learn something about it. But let's be honest, they're just not going to learn. They never learn. They seem to be incapable of learning. For some reason, all they know how to do is leer. Now, I do have some clips that I want to go with. I think that it's probably going to be a little bit more entertaining than the actual hearing. Now, unless it's President Trump talking, you know what I'm saying? I like to listen to my president. Now, sometimes he can just, oh my God, bro, I'm going to pass out with all this bullshit political stuff, blah, 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 blah. One of the reasons why I didn't air the... I didn't stream the live event for the opening of the fair. I think it was called. He made a speech, which is this is the same speech that he's always going to make because not everybody hears it every time. But I just didn't want to hear it. I think that everything that he says, I like. Everything that he does, I like, and I believe that he's doing the right thing for America. Now, this is we're for capitalism. We're Democrat response to socialist wins. Yeah. Hold on, Mama. Next. Hold the horses. You are not next. All right, this is from your favorite news channel, Fox. we're going to listen to some Democrats, which we thought were so far left, but apparently, well, they have been replaced with really far, far, far left. They went so far that they went up their arse. Here we go. Let's take a listen.
We cannot keep paying for Netanyahu's wars with our tax dollars.
What? I can't hear you. Oh, there it is.
We cannot keep paying for Netanyahu's wars with our tax dollars.
And we have to use every tool in the toolbox to make sure that we abolish ICE and keep our immigrant neighbors safe.
The work continues, my friends. Solidarity forever. Abolish ICE. Free Palestine.
Made in the USA. Ha! Made in the USA. Oh, boy, I'ma tell you, man. You know what I'm saying? Now, shut the hell up. You like that? She thought he was going to say made in Mexico. Deny, 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 say the Marxist socialist retards. I'm telling you guys, even when we tell them the truth, when we show them facts, and all, it doesn't matter what we do. These retards will never learn. It's what they know is how to leer, and therefore they never leer.
For many voters, is they do want a different kind of politics.
These are the far-left radical Democrats that socialist Mayor Mamdani is supporting to take office. But moderate Democrats are making it clear that that's not their vision for their party. They're banding together against democratic socialists, and they're making a commitment to American values, strong borders, and patriotism. And one of those lawmakers is New York Congressman Tom Suozzi, and he joins us now. Thank you, Congressman, for joining us.
Good morning, Ainsley.
Good morning. There are 13 centrist Democratic House members that have signed the Promise to America, and it's really promoting capitalism over socialism. Why was that important to you?
You know, there's certain things that I believe in that are not being reflected in the current environment, especially with some of these races on Tuesday. And as we said in our pledge, you know, we're for capitalism, not socialism. We're for safety, not lawlessness. We're proud of America, not ashamed of America. And we need to be promoting those things. And, you know, the far left and the far right, you know, they're all very well organized. But those of us that don't support those far left or far right principles need to do a better job organizing and getting our message out.
Yeah, I'm glad you're doing this, but I was surprised that only 13 were willing to sign your pledge, this Promise to America. Why aren't more speaking out?
No. There'll be more people as time goes on. You know, we kicked this off about 6 months ago. We had a formal unveiling about it a month ago. And yesterday we announced the first 10 members of Congress and the first 5 Democratic candidates. And our goal is to get 20 candidates, 200 state and local officials, and 2,000 people throughout the country as far as donors and activists and people involved in their community to try and build a movement. This is going to take some time to organize an effort with people that are committed to this.
Yeah, I mean, they're socialists. It's almost like our country is going to have 3 different parties. They're not Democrats. They're just using the Democratic platform to get ahead so that they can have power. What does it say about your party that you even have to make this promise to America?
Well, you see this happening on both sides of the aisle. On the far right, you know, there are people that are right of center that are more moderate Republicans that don't agree with the Freedom Caucus or the MAGA extremists. And there are people on the Democratic Party that are left of center that don't agree with the far left. Mm-hmm. And we just need to do a better job organizing, because you'll see big rallies for people that are extremists, you know, far right, far left. But if I show up and say, hey, let's work together to solve the problems that we face in our country, you're not going to get a big rally for that. So we have to do a better job organizing to address the concerns that the American people have about affordability, about their safety, about taxes, about the things that people are concerned about every single day. Healthcare is too expensive, food prices are too expensive, your gasoline prices are too expensive. Let's work on the problems that really affect people's lives, and let's build a coalition of people that want to work together under some traditional values.
Well, Alyssa Slotkin, she's a Democrat from Michigan, and James Carville, they both have a message for these Democratic Socialists, the Squad. Listen to this.
there is every single day a debate going on in the Democratic Party. And for me, this is why I'm a big believer in just new leadership, significant change. The old models do not work for people, and that includes in the Democratic Party. I think we have literally found ourselves in a situation where we just don't have people who understand the moment and understand what leadership means.
By the way, as Jamie Harrison, the former Democratic chair, said, all of these people hate Democrats. Why do you want to run as a Democrat? Start your own movement. If it's such a powerful, sweeping movement that's got momentum everywhere, then go ahead and be at the head of it.
There you go. Even Democrats agree with me.
Don't use the Democratic Party to advance it.
I love that soundbite because it's like finally someone is saying that to them. Many of them are anti-Semitic.
Yeah, listen, the bottom line is I call myself a new kind of old-fashioned Democrat, someone who believes in the traditional values. Like I said, we're capitalist, not socialist. We believe in safety, not lawlessness. We're proud of America, not ashamed of it. We believe in fiscal discipline. And we have to organize better. We can't just talk about it at cocktail parties. You can't just come on TV shows and make a speech. We have to organize. And to organize that effort of traditional democratic values, we have to do the hard work necessary. And it's going to be a long slog. It's going to be a real battle. But that's what it takes to make change in our country.
Oh, Congressman, we saw AOC. She was so elated that all of these socialists won the primary, that earthquake in New York. She was so excited about this D.C. mayor and probably thrilled about this mayor out in Seattle. These are socialists that are winning across our country. And she was asked, does this mean what happened in New York? Do you think that gives you the momentum to possibly run for Senate? And she said, I'm not going to break any news here, but I am inspired and encouraged by all the new cases that we're going to be sending to the state assembly and to Congress. What is your reaction? What happens? Where's Bernie Sanders?
I mean, the bottom line is that this movement is taking place in very deep, deep blue areas, the same as the Republicans had in very deep, deep red areas, more of the MAGA movement and the Tea Party caucus and the Freedom Caucus. And the challenge has always been, and it continues to be, that those of us that are left of center, even those that are right of center, have to do a better job organizing. And so that's what I'm going to keep on doing, is working together with my colleagues that have signed up, Adam Gray and Josh Gottheimer and Maggie Goodlander and Kristen McDonald-Rivet and Laura Gillen and Don Davis and Janelle Bynum. We're going to keep on working together to try, Susie Lee, we're going to work together to build this coalition in our country.
Please do, because we all love this country. Most of us love this country. But some recent polls have been pretty shocking. Like, I think it was like 30% or 25% of Democrats were proud to be Americans. So keep fighting, Congressman. Thank you so much. All right, let's check in with our meteorologist.
Well, I'm one of those people that's very...
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox.
Like and subscribe to the Fox News and get the latest information. Hey, who knows? Maybe I'll get a job at Fox News as one of their shows. Maybe I can be like some sort of a temp. You know what I'm saying? For one of the radio shows. I'll do it very cheap. You know, $6,000. Very cheap every show. I think it will be good. Now, the only bad thing is I probably wouldn't be able to curse as freely as I curse on my own channel. So if the money's pretty good, I guess I'll do it. I don't have to curse. I just let myself be free in my own channel. But if I work for a company, obviously I have to represent that company and their values. But I think Fox is a good news station. I mean, it's fair for the most part. They do put their own opinions on there, and their opinions just happen to match with the reality of what I see with my own eyes. And so I agree with them. With that being said, Laura Ingraham. Love this lady. I wish one day I get to meet her in person. She's a real American woman and actually does have some sense. Oh, boy. The 30 minutes is already up, Serenity. How did this happen? Your older alt accounts were not good enough? All right, let's go. Next clip.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Laura Ingraham. This is the Ingraham Angle from Washington tonight. Trump's big immigration wins. That is the focus of tonight's angle.
I would, in fact, make sure that we immediately surge to the border. All those people are seeking asylum. They deserve to be heard. That's who we are.
Well, nice try. Today, the Supreme Court restored sanity to our immigration system, playing cleanup after the hard-left activist judges appointed by Biden, appointed by Obama, had twisted U.S. law to limit the president's ability to oversee enforcement efforts. Now, under Biden's open borders nightmare, migrants were just allowed to show up at the border or, walk across the Rio Grande. We were there covering it, and then claim asylum, that they were persecuted, so forth, which millions and millions of them did. But in a 6-3 decision today, the court ruled that the Trump administration can restart its policy allowing federal agents at the border to turn back asylum seekers before they...
What? 2 wins? 2 wins for the American people. You have to understand this. If President Trump wins, we win. That's right. That's how that works. He is working for you, my patriots. He is working for all Americans, even the libtards, who happen to be American as well. And those anchor babies who are fake citizens for now. That ain't right. I apologize about that. That's not... if you love America, I want you to be here. And even if you came from illegal immigrant parents and you were born here, if you love America and you really look out for the best interest of America and you support legal immigration, all right, you're one of us. We want you here. We don't want you to lose your citizenship for that. Here we go. Go ahead, Laura. Sorry about that.
Enter the country. Now, at issue in the case were the immigration laws that say any non-citizen who arrives in the U.S. must be allowed to apply for asylum. Okay. Well, Justice Samuel Alito wrote for the majority, in ordinary speech, no one would say that a person arrives in a place, for example, a house, a city, or a country, before the person enters that place. Yeah, pretty obvious, right? Well, writing for the dissent, Justice Sonia Sotomayor sounded more like an immigration activist than a justice, writing the consequences of today's decision are predictable. More people will die. More people will attempt to cross the border illegally, and some will make it while others will not. Well, that is disgraceful, because if Sotomayor wants to make policy, she should resign and run for office, or, I don't know, just apply to work over at MS Now, whose panelists, by the way, embarrass themselves.
America lost. There are going to be a lot of jobs that are open. There are a lot of people who are going to die.
Whoa. Did you hear that? Wait a minute. I didn't hear that before. Hold on. Let me get back here. Listen to what he just said. I think I heard it right. Listen to what he just said. America lost. I think he said, America lost. Listen to this.
Whose panelists, by the way, embarrass themselves.
America lost. There are going to be a lot of jobs that are open.
Wait a minute. Did you guys catch that? This is how retarded the DEI hires are. He said, America lost. There's going to be so many job openings. Let me replay it again.
Themselves.
America lost. There are going to be a lot of jobs that are open. There are a lot of...
America lost because illegal immigrants are going to be deported. Thanks to that, there's going to be a lot of job openings. Ave Maria. I got to say it. We're always right. We're always right. We get rid of all these illegal immigrants and the Americans will have too many job openings. Oh, how did this happen? How did the Democrats let that slip out? I'm telling you, man, I'm having a good time. I'm having a good time. I'm having a good time.
People who are going to die and suffer because of the account of this. So I wish this court was more of a court of equity than they say they were a court of policy right now.
Well,
I know there's a small delay, and I'm going to give you the benefit of doubt here, Mr. Serenity. I'm going to give you the benefit of doubt, a doubt that you didn't hear what I just said. I'm going to give you the benefit of doubt that you didn't hear what I just said. Because Trump is going to be allowed to continue to deport illegal immigrants. There's going to be so many more job openings. Okay, this guy is retarded. You see why I don't want to debate him? He says, where are all the jobs? The guy just told you, the Democrat, your peeps. He just said it. They're going to deport all these illegal immigrants, and they're going to be all these jobs openings. How is that a bad thing? Serenity, you are a freaking moron. How many insults can I give you? When will you learn? Stop being a little blue bitch and grow some brain cells. Use your common sense. Try to listen a little bit, just a little bit. He just said America lost because all these illegal immigrants are going to be deported and there's going to be so many job openings. What does that tell you? I'll tell you what. Why don't you write that, take the notes down, and then do some type of crossword puzzle. Get the brain warmed up. You know what I'm saying? Get the critical thinking warmed up. And then think about what you just heard, and don't listen to what I said. Listen to what the Democrats said, and see if it makes sense to you in any way. My lovely patriots, I love you all. I really do. I love you all. I love you guys so much. I love you so much you don't believe me. I'll tell you that right now. Man, the United States of America, man, it really is a great country, man. I'm always honest, but I'm being very sincere right now. You guys who are Americans, yeah, of course, I'm an American citizen too, but I want to give you props. You people that are American citizens, you really are blessed to be an American. You really are privileged that you are American. You got to see that. You got to see that. You know what's sad? What's sad to me is that, thank you, Kathy. You know what's sad to me? It's to see veterans who actually have served in the military. I guess today I'll give you a benefit of doubt. And I'm going to say you have PTSD. And you're not in your right mind to see America with good eyes. I'll give you the benefit of that. Maybe I'm too hard on the traitors. I call you traitors because you guys don't love America anymore. Maybe I'm being too hard on the veterans that are against us. But I will tell you, I am honored. I really am. You don't have to believe me. I am really honored that I have so many veterans that have truly served this country unconditionally and don't use their service and their merits to make themselves look special. On the contrary, they unite in my pain for those who have lost their lives for this country, for the ungrateful people. But more importantly, for the grateful Americans, for the innocent people. See, I know that there's atrocities all over the world, but my priority has always been the United States of America because this is the land that has provided for me and my children. And it will probably be the land for my future children. And I wish that other migrants would see that. And in order for that to happen, you got to be able to love this country. And if you don't love this country, how can you teach your children to love this country? If you teach your children to break federal immigration law, you're teaching them that they don't have to abide by any law, because anything that they find that is a good enough excuse to break the law, they will continue to break the law. You don't see it, do you? You don't see it. You know what, my son is 16 years old. My son tells me, hey, Dad, I'm 16 now. Can I get a job? And I said, no, you don't need to get a job. So you got to make sure that, you pick up after the dog, mow the lawn, do your chores, keep your room clean. After you graduate high school, then you can think about a job. Till then, you don't have to do that. You work for me. You know what they say? When I tell them, do you want me to get this for you? They always tell me, Dad, don't waste money on that. I don't need it. It's true. I have great children. I'm blessed. I'm very grateful for what God has given me. And I appreciate that very much. Now, CR, I know if you're an American, it's okay. You can have your feelings and your opinion. But if you're bitching about January 6th, I want you to tell me how many billions of dollars were wasted by libtards, burning down businesses, especially on black communities, tearing down police departments, precincts taking over, Antifa destroying federal property, destroying local businesses, terrorizing American citizens and all the innocent people on the street. Tell me something about that, and I'll think you're serious about January 6th. And if you don't, shut the hell up. Yeah, fuck you too, Serenity. Put that on the chat, and then we'll see if you're serious.
A court of policy. Well, this is a court of law. Again, if you want to change the law or rewrite the Constitution, lobby Congress, okay? It's a process. The Trump DHS also won another case, Mullin versus Doe, where the court reversed a lower court ruling that had barred the administration from ending what's known as temporary protective status, or TPS. Now, TPS was established, just so you understand, in 1990 by Congress, which gave the president authority to allow foreigners experiencing extreme hardship, floods, earthquakes, extreme political unrest, to temporarily, the word is temporarily, stay in the United States. Well, the TPS designations made in this particular case for Haiti and Syria were so old that they were both made by Janet Napolitano. Remember her?
I don't know what that is.
But repeatedly they were extended year after year after year. So Trump's DHS said, enough. It is time to go home. The entire TPS system, though, it's become such a scam. It started with one country getting protective status, El Salvador. Then the number of countries ballooned in recent years to as many as 20. You're seeing them on the screen. Cameroon, Haiti, Ethiopia, Honduras, Ukraine, Venezuela, Yemen.
Honduras, guys, I promise you, we don't eat dogs. Just a disclaimer. At least not the legal immigrants. Illegals, I don't know, maybe.
Et cetera, et cetera. Now, Biden quadrupled the size of this program. So by the end of his term, approximately 1.4 million foreign nationals were protected from removal. Basically, they got sanctuary under TPS. Now, 1 million of those 1.4 were added by his DHS. Again, it's a total scam. A once limited humanitarian program was abused to become another effort to simply flood America with third world migrants. Now, one of them was Felix Bustia Diaz, a 49-year-old thug from Honduras who repeatedly raped his own 12-year-old grandniece. In 2024, he did this even with a criminal record, and he was allowed.
See, these are traitors. These are the kind of people that bring shame to Hondurans, to me. See, that's the whole. I want you to know the difference. You look at me. I'm from Honduras. I love you. Never break the law. Respect immigration law. Love the United States of America. Bada bing, bada boom. Squeaky clean record. And there's that Honduran right there who is a child molester, an illegal immigrant. I'm not saying that all illegal Hondurans are bad. Listen, I'm not saying that. But I want you to distinguish. I'm the person that stands with legal migrants and the American people. Illegal immigrants, they think they are defending good moral ethical grounds. But illegal immigrants support this garbage right there. That's crazy. And this is what the leftists support and defend. You don't believe me? A good Maryland father, MS-13 gangbanger, Salvadorian citizen, illegal immigrant in this country. Senators went all the way down to El Salvador, which is illegal. They got no power to go and make deals with international diplomats. And yet they did it. They didn't care. They always put illegal immigrants first. Not only just illegal immigrants, they protect the criminals. They protect them so bad that they send them out on the streets like Tampon Tim and tells them to harass ICE agents, to draw blood. And they lost pretty good. Good, try to run an officer down? Well, there you go. Bye-bye. Pretty. Breaking taillights, pissed off, always causing a scene and assaulting ICE agents, and then he wonders why he gets shot when he is fighting arrest with a gun on his waist. And the libtards, or I should say completely retarded, idiotic, ignorant people making all the noises, banging, blam, 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 and whistle, 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 doo, doo, doo. Tell me, are you helping? Fucking morons. You got pretty killed. You fucking dumb-ass leftist Democrats. You got those two people killed for your stupidity. And garbage like this, you are making these people sacrifice their lives for. Get a grip of reality. People piss me off. Innocent people dying because of your stupidity.
He was given TPS status by Biden, even though he had a criminal record. Well, it's since been revoked. Then there was this TPS gem who has been hanging out here since 1998.
Oh, he's an innocent grandpa. Oh, my God. He's an innocent grandpa right here. Well, why would he get deported? He's not doing anything wrong. Well, let's see what he did.
Pedro Antonio Luna from El Salvador. He was also convicted of sexual assault of a minor child relative of his. He was granted TPS.
Good job, Democrats. Good job on protecting our children. Good job on protecting innocents. Good job, fucking morons.
Status in 2002. And even though it was terminated in 2007, he was only deported by Trump's DHS in April. That's how long they stay. Oh, and earlier this year, this keeps going, ICE arrested another TPS wonder named Christian Medrano Umanzor. He committed various drug crimes, resisted arrest, and felony illegally re-entering the U.S. after he was already deported. So, again, this is just a reset for all of you. This is who the Democrats and all the new socialist commies and all the runaway judges are protecting. They don't give a rat's you-know-what about you. They care about them. Remember, they want no one deported. I don't care who we're talking about, murderers, rapists. They want no one deported ever. That's how radical they are. But litigating all these cases takes time and money. And the left, it seems like they have a bottomless trough of open borders cash to fund their lawsuits. But the administration, frankly, it's been up to its ears. It's done a great job, though. Just this week, 2 more outrageous district court rulings against immigration enforcement came down. Again, they were by Biden and Obama judges. Now, none of us can be here tonight on our 250th anniversary and forget what will happen if the Democrats get back in power.
A stunning scene more reminiscent of a third world country than the United States. Over 10,000 migrants are crammed underneath the international bridge here after crossing illegally into the United States.
Yeah, well, those are prospective Democrats, right? Look,
these are not people that are going to assimilate to our level of civilization, to our level of culture. These are people that are raised to live like animals in a stable. I kid you not, and I'm not trying to insult them, but this is the way it is. Their minds are more set on criminality than it is development. This is why I'm against illegal immigration. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. If you are willing to break a federal law, what else are you willing to break?
Floodgates are going to be open again, but this time they'll pack the court as well if they get back into power. Because they aren't getting the decisions they want out of this one. They got to expand the next one to what, 13, 17 justices? Democrats know this, that without millions of new indigent foreigners flooding the system who will then go to public schools and be indoctrinated there, their lousy ideas do not stand a chance. But thankfully, for now at least, we have a Supreme Court that has affirmed a president's constitutional and statutory authority to defend American sovereignty. And that is the angle.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the fun.
That is the angle. With that being said, I think that I have time to show you guys President Trump receives presentation of Religious Liberty Commission report. Let's see what this is about.
Well, thank you very much. We just got back from a wonderful group of people, Faith and Freedom, and now we have something else that I've been working on for a long time with the Lieutenant Governor of Texas, who's a fantastic man, and Ben Carson and everybody else up here. And I'm delighted to be joined by some of our nation's greatest champions of faith and religious freedom to receive the report of the Presidential Commission on Religious Liberty, which is a very big deal. And here today are members of the commission. They showed up for every meeting, and they take it very seriously, and they are very serious people. Chairman Dan Patrick, and I want to thank you, Dan, because you've done a fantastic job. Fantastic job. Vice Chairman Ben Carson, Dr. Ben Carson, my friend. He was originally my opponent. He ran very, very tough. I didn't like running against him. He was very tough. He was a tough one, but he's a great gentleman. Attorney General Todd Blanche. Where's Todd? You're doing good. Everybody tells me what a good job you're doing. I agree. They're all, even the senators are all saying, well, he's doing a great job. Secretary of Housing and Urban Development, Scott Turner. Scott, thank you. Dr. Ryan Anderson. Ryan, thank you very much. Bishop Robert Barron. Attorney Allison Ho. Dr. Phil. Some would call him Dr. Phil McGraw. We all know him as Dr. Phil, one of the most successful people ever on television, I might add. Thank you, Phil. President and CEO of First Liberty Institute, Kelly Shackelford. Kelly, thank you. Rabbi Mir Solovicek. Thank you, Rabbi. Pastor Paula White has been with the campaign from day one. And Jenny Korn worked with Paula so well. We've got, I think, 94% of the vote, the evangelical vote. Nobody's ever gotten a number like that. And we're very honored, and part of it is because of the people standing behind me. The director of the White House Domestic Policy Council, Vince Haley. He used to be my speechwriter, now he went on to policy. And he's doing a great job. He's a fantastic guy. In May of last year, I established the Presidential Commission on Religious Liberty to outline threats to the free exercise of religion in our country and to provide recommendations for action. America was founded by people of faith, and it was settled as a haven for religious freedom, so important. As we prepare to celebrate the 250th anniversary of our founding next week, it is only appropriate that we work to strengthen this fundamental right and to most essentially have liberty for generations to come. We want religious liberty. We want liberty, but we also want religious liberty. We will closely study this report that is being presented to me as president today, and my administration will continue to work with the pillars of protecting religious liberty for all Americans, and we must also remain one nation under God. We will never let that phrase be stolen from us. You know, people are trying to steal it. We all know that very well. That phrase will never be stolen. It will stand proudly in our courts and everywhere else where we have it. And I want to thank this great team of outstanding work, and I'd like to start off with the chairman, Dan Patrick, and say a few words about the report, and followed by a couple of the people that I know up here so well, and they're going to speak at random if they want, but it will be followed by Vice Chairman Dr. Ben Carson. So Dan, if you would, you'll start it off, and then Ben, and then you could say a few words, everybody, as you want. Thank you.
Yes, sir. First of all, Mr. President, thank you for hosting us today, and thank you for establishing this commission. It was just 13 months ago when we stood in the Rose Garden. Now it's an incredibly beautiful Rose Garden today. We just stood there and we talked about religious liberty, and that no president in our history has stood more for God than this president. He has been unashamed to speak the word of Jesus. He's been unashamed to speak up for all faiths. And he established this commission so that we would assure Americans that religious liberty, that this great inheritance from our founding fathers, would continue for another 250 years. And Mr. President, we believe this will be one of your greatest legacies, and you happen to be the perfect president to be here in the 250th celebration. The question is, what is religious liberty? It's our conscience. It's that little voice inside of us that tells us right from wrong. It's that voice that when we're in trouble we can talk to in our quiet moments. It's that voice when we feel unloved and alone that can comfort us through a higher power. When governments can take away your religious liberty, they're putting their hand in your heart and taking everything you believe in. And if governments can do that, then they become God. The president spoke earlier today of the communist threat in this country. We know what communists do around the world. They remove God. They close the churches. They punish the believers. And so this is so important at this point in time in history. And we didn't know about this communist movement a year ago when we were here. But this is the perfect time to stand up and say to America, you have been given this great inheritance and you deserve to have religious liberty. The key is that after 103 witnesses, after 7 months of testimony, after 200 pages of testimony that we're delivering today, we found there was one constant theme. The overwhelming majority of our witnesses said that they were attacked and punished, and what was used against them was one phrase that's not in the Constitution, and that phrase is separation of church and state. The left has used that one phrase that was one line out of one of hundreds of letters by Thomas Jefferson to batter and hammer people of faith for the last 70 to 80 years. And this report will speak very clearly that we want to be sure Americans understand that they cannot be attacked by that phrase any longer. So we have 12 recommendations. I'll read the first 6. My great Vice Chairman will read the next 6, and then members will speak to these issues. So, Mr. President, recommendation number 1, instruct the Department of Justice to issue guidance clarifying the proper understanding of the Establishment Clause and the separation of church and state. Number 2, the Department of Justice, the Department of Health and Human Services, the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission shall issue Know Your Rights posters for students, parents, public teachers, administrators, religious leaders, religious institutions, healthcare workers, and military service members. Ben Carson, I'll let you finish with the remaining 7. 6. Go ahead.
Combat anti-Semitism through enforcement of civil rights laws, litigation of credible allegations of anti-Semitic discrimination and violence, and civic education. Protect religious Americans from government-led litigation targeting their free exercise. Repeal the Johnson Amendment. Order the Department of War to streamline and improve the religious accommodation process. Continue efforts to restore the retirement or re-enlistment eligibility of service members who lost employment, health insurance, pensions, and other benefits because of their religious beliefs about COVID and vaccines. And lastly, honor the courage of religious liberty heroes through creating a Presidential Medal of Religious Liberty and First Freedom Hero Awards to recognize Americans who stand up for religious freedom and play an indispensable role in protecting citizens' constitutional rights. And Mr. President, we just want to thank you, first of all, for appointing us to this commission, and secondly, for your steadfast dedication to religious liberty. I don't think anybody has done as much as you have, maybe not everybody else put together. And some people in the beginning thought it was just fake, it was just politics, but you've been steadfast throughout the whole thing. And it's a big part of America. Our founding document says that our rights come from our Creator and not from government. And people who try to divorce us from that heritage, do they realize that that's our founding document? Do they realize that our Pledge of Allegiance says we are one nation under God? Do they realize that many courtrooms in the land on the wall it says in God we trust? That every coin in their pocket, every bill in their wallet says in God we trust? So it's in all those places, but we're not supposed to talk about it. Maybe we need to see a psychiatrist.
Thank you.
Other members?
Would anybody like to say anything? Anybody? Dr. Phil?
Mr. President, I want to underline that this wasn't a performative commission. I remember walking in there, the Attorney General's there, I walk in the next one, the President of the United States is there, seeing what's going on with the commission. And what stuck out at me, for me, is how many Americans showed up saying that they were persecuted in healthcare, military, education, different walks of life for living their faith and standing up for their faith. It's not just the liberty to choose which house of worship they want. It's actually getting into their daily life, and they're being persecuted in their jobs, in their professions. And that's where the fight for liberty is actually showing up. And they're having the courage to come and talk about that. They can't show a cross on their desk at school. They can't refuse a vaccine because it's against their religion. And they're having the courage to stand up for that, and President Trump is backing them all the way. And this commission is making it all transparent. And I'm just very honored to have been part of that.
Thank you very much, Phil. Appreciate your support. You're a great gentleman. Thank you. Anybody?
Yep. Mr. President, just thank you for creating this commission. As we celebrate the 250th, we're reminded that we're created equal, we're endowed by our Creator with inalienable rights, that the right to religious freedom for the founders is because of duties to the Creator. What we heard over and over during our commission hearings were people who thought that the Creator should be banished from the public square, that the Establishment Clause meant that religion had to be kept in a closet. We saw over and over again students being told they can form a club, but not if it's a religious club. They can speak at commencement, but not if they mention God. Parents can get vouchers, but not if they use it at a religious school. Over and over again, double standards where religious Americans were victimized. And then we saw unjust ideologies, particularly trans ideology, where parents were told we're going to secretly transition your kids. Medical doctors were told if you blow the whistle on this, we're going to harass you, over and over again. The recommendation that I really want to encourage you to make prominent is the last one that Dr. Carson read. Who a community celebrates shows what a community values. And we should be celebrating the heroes of religious liberty. Over and over again, we saw men and women who were victimized, and then they fought back, and they won. And we should celebrate those heroes.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. President, I'll just add first how grateful I am for the privilege of serving on this commission and for being given the opportunity to work for the religious liberty of all Americans. Dr. Carson, as part of the recommendations of this commission, mentioned fighting against anti-Semitism, fighting against Jew hatred. And of course, your administration has been so incredible in the way that it's worked on this issue. I'll be heading back now for Shabbat to New York. As you know, the Jewish community there faces a lot of threats, and it's a scary time in New York right now.
Serious threats.
Very serious threats, as you mentioned in your speech today. And I, for one, am profoundly grateful for your leadership on this matter and the incredible leadership of the Justice Department on this matter and of the entire administration.
Thank you.
Thank you
very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. This is the report that was just presented to me by the group. Beautiful. And you'll all get a copy of this during the day. And you'll see it's quite a report. A lot of very important things in this report having to do with religion and actually some other topics also. It's very important.
Paula, did you want to speak to Bishop Barron?
I want to say thank you, President Trump. You are the greatest champion of faith, and these were not just superficial woundings that we heard against people of faith. They were egregious acts that were very difficult to even listen to, that you would think wouldn't happen in a country like ours, but they did to 4-year-olds, 6-year-olds, little children, to moms, dads, communities, the rejection, the pain, the trauma that was caused simply because of faith. And it is just inconceivable that no one has stood up like you have stood up to fight for faith, which gives us meaning and purpose and hope and an ability to continue to be our better selves. So thank you for honoring people of faith and being the greatest champion with this religious commission, with 2 DOJ task force, with the historical White House Faith Office, and all the many other things you've done. We could sit here and list this all day, but your history will go down as the greatest history of a president that fought for people of all faiths, and we're grateful.
Thank you, Paul.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Mr. President, I'm very grateful to you as well. The commission was a wonderful year. I enjoyed the meetings very much, and the witnesses were very impressive, the people that we heard. I'm struck as I stand in this historic place looking over at a portrait of James Madison. We spent a lot of time talking about the First Amendment. No one in this commission wants an established religion, but we all want the free exercise of religion. We sense that being limited in different ways. I think we also sense that behind a lot of the particular offenses, there was this great battle, you might say, with what I call the culture of self-invention, that my freedom determines value. I invent who I am. I determine what's good. And the avatars of that culture realize that the religious people stand athwart that view. We think they're objective goods, moral goods, spiritual goods, that we ought to align our freedom with. And I think that came through a lot in the witness testimony. But it was a wonderful experience, and I think this commission accomplished a lot. So God bless you for drawing it into existence.
Thank you very much. Vince, you want to say something?
Yes, sir. Our founders know, wrote that no government has the right to become between the citizen and the relationship with God. It's one of the most powerful forces in life, in anybody's life. I'd say two things about this report. One, it's a body of evidence. We took testimony, so people can judge for themselves what people said in this report. It's a body of evidence. And to violate religious liberty is self-destructive in two ways. One, religious people, religious organizations provide so much fruit for society, whether it's education, healthcare. To violate the beliefs of those organizations and the people that work there would be undermining for all citizens and the type of value they get from that. And secondly, the people that defend our freedom writ large are often religious people because they get a power from above. And so if you go after religious people, you're actually undermining the very foundations of a freedom and those who will protect in this country.
But
so
it doesn't stop them.
No. Yes,
they make it worse. But we have a great defender right here, Todd. Go ahead. You're the one.
I'm ready. I mean, the most important part of what we did today, Mr. President, after a lot of hard work, is what you just heard Dr. Carson and Lieutenant Governor talk about, which is the work we have left to do. So we're not here saying, we're done. Yeah. We're here saying there's a lot of work left to do. I'm excited to do my part, the Department of Justice. I know that the White House, we're going to do our part together. And so everybody all the work that was done over the past 8 months sets us up for the next several years to make sure that we don't drop this and that this stays as important as it should be. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, John. Great job.
Mr. President, could I just say one last thing?
Yes, please.
On the issue of church and state, that was used as a hammer against almost all of our witnesses. One of the important recommendations that we made, if that happens in the future, if any superior person in the military, a superintendent of the school district, someone in the healthcare system, whoever uses that against someone who is simply standing up for their religious liberty or simply praying in public, that within a short amount of time, if they allege separation of church and state, that public official must in writing explain how that person has violated the Constitution. Because, again, the separation of church and state is not in the Constitution. And from this day forward, if anyone says that to you, and they're in public office, or serve in any agency in any official capacity, they have to point out exactly where you have violated the Constitution, because you have not. And from this day forward, that phrase should have no power over people of all faiths ever again in America.
Thank you. Okay, how about a couple of quick questions?
On Iran, Mr. President, you said that Iran violated the ceasefire.
Yeah,
will they face any consequences?
Well, you'll find out.
Do you consider the ceasefire to still be in place?
I don't like the fact that they took a shot yesterday, actually 4, we knocked down 3, at a ship. Not an Allied ship, but a ship, a very expensive ship. And it was fine, but it took a little beating. They shouldn't be doing that, so you'll find out.
Will the U.S.
You'll find out.
Will the U.S. respond? What is your message to
Will I respond? You're going to find out.
Sir, why do you think they did that if the talks, you've said repeatedly they're going well? What do you think the motivation was for the ship?
They're a little bit different. That's why I think of it. 47 years, no president did what we're doing. So you just asked a question, you'll find out. Okay, I think we had enough. This is so important. I want to have it said and so. These people are incredible patriots. They're people of great respect and religion. They're among the most respected people in our country. And I just want to thank Dan and Ben and Todd and Vince and everybody for Paula, always Paula, because she's been here from the beginning. We have a White House office now on faith. Nobody thought that was going to happen. Never happened before.
How will the findings of this commission change how the government operates going forward?
Well, we're going to sell it. We're going to sell some of the things that we have. We have some incredible recommendations, but a recommendation doesn't mean anything. This group can sell, and that's what we're going to be doing. We're going to bring religion back even stronger. You know, religion's made it. It's been a tremendous resurgence in our country. I have not seen anything like it. I hate to joke, but if this were stock, it'd be very rich, because it has gone up like a rocket ship over the last year and a half. And I'm very honored to be sitting here. Maybe I had something to do with it. But they've made some very strong recommendations, and now we have to convince people to adhere by those regulations. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you guys, thank you. Thank you press, keep moving please. Thank you press. Thank you guys, keep moving please. Thank you.
I had to say thank you to my brother Brian. Appreciate you, man. Love you. I know you guys do a lot to support me. Oh, Tanya. Thank you, sis. God bless you. God bless both of you guys. Now, I have one more video that I'm going to show you just because Trump actually mentioned it. Now, we're going to go to our friend Max Afterburner. Everybody knows who he is. Fantastic guy. If you guys want to subscribe to his channel, I will recommend them 100%. It seems like he makes videos daily, and he has really good information, especially because he is a real American hero. He is a patriot, and he always supports our military. I really enjoy this man, and he's got some little dirty jokes in here and there. I made a crack at him sometime, and he was just laughing, but I really do support him. Thank you so much for your service, sir, and for what you do. I want you guys to go ahead and listen to this with me.
Welcome to the video, everybody. It's Friday, June 26, 2026. A Singapore flag cargo ship called the Ever Lovely was trying to exit the Strait of Hormuz last night. It was taking the southern route, the one that hugs the Omani coast, the one that the United States military is actively defending, and this is a representation of that ship right here. We don't have exact confirmed footage. Again, that southern highway, that's the area that the peace deal was supposed to open up, but an IRGC drone found it anyway. Enter CENTCOM. Just a few moments later, CENTCOM's going to post this image right here of an F-16 carrying the mighty APKWS rockets. These rockets mean business. These are $20,000 laser-guided rockets that can home in right to a Shahed drone and then obviously take down drones. However, it's got a little something else. It's got a little something that she told you not to worry about. Basically, the bomb on the left wing of this thing is the guy that she told you not to worry about. It's the GBU-54. So not only targeting the drones with those laser-guided rockets, but actually targeting the C2, command and control nodes, the places where the drone operators in the IRGC Navy could actually be operating. And then later this afternoon, President Trump has said he'll make a big announcement. So will this be renewed strikes in Iran? Will it be something completely different? We don't exactly know. But right now, as we speak, the IRGC is broadcasting that they're going to continue to collect tolls in the Strait of Hormuz. They're trying to push all the ships up north. If you look at this target imagery right here, you can see Lavon Oil Island, all the little choke points up near the coast of Iran. That's exactly where they want to get these ships to go. And now Iran's ships aren't being pushed back into their ports, but they're still being a little bit nefarious in what they do to other commercial ships that aren't paying their toll. It looks like the Shahed drone actually hit the bridge of the ship, and the IRGC said the consequences of traveling on unauthorized routes will be the responsibility of the owner, operator, and commander of the vessel. So as you can see, General Tuna from the IRGC, who's ever in charge of the IRGC at this point, has gotten a little feisty and needs a little bit of cocktail sauce. Hey everybody, quick update to that video. So President Trump just posted this on Truth Social, showing that we did shoot down 3 of their drones. Here's what he said. The Islamic Republic of Iran shot at least 4 one-way attack drones at ships traversing the Strait of Hormuz. One of those drones solidly hit the upper deck of a large and very expensive cargo carrying ship. Damage was done, but the ship was able to proceed on its way. We knocked down 3 other drones. Obviously, this is a foolish violation of our ceasefire agreement, President Donald J. Trump. So in no uncertain terms, showing that Iran is now put on notice, what will be the next strikes? Will there be more strikes? But again, the F-16 is perfectly suited to shoot these down, along with the AH-64 Apache. And we're going to get into all of that throughout this video. Latest breaking updates coming right at you. But here's the part that diplomatically should make your jaw drop. At the end of the day, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, VP J.D. Vance, they've been doing everything they can to give Iran a chance to open up the Strait of Hormuz and actually hold to their deal. So it looks like Iran while they're negotiating, they're having their IRGC actually do some nefarious things in the Strait of Hormuz to either help their negotiation position, or it's rogue factions of the IRGC that will likely be dealt with the U.S. military very, very soon. Within minutes, though, CENTCOM releasing that jaw-dropping F-16, screaming over the Middle East, no press conference, no warning, just iron up at altitude. The message is basically in the exhaust trail at this point. Also, the U.S. military has AH-64 Apaches armed with APKWS laser-guided rockets as well that are hunting those drones over the open water. So F-16 Block 50s on patrol, multiple of those still in the region, probably dozens or more, teamed up with the AH-64. Reports that I'm seeing are saying that the A-10 Warthog has actually gone home for now. There might be a...
Spoiler alert. The Iranian regime is about to get fucked up. That's all.
Few left in the region, but the big workhorse now is the F-16 Block 50 and Block 52. These are a fleet of fighter jets that really take it to the enemy in a way that they don't want to mess with, and they've been holding back. They've been showing that tactical restraint. And now with Iran doing what they do, sounds like these...
Shilham Omar, that's right, man. All of Iran's neighbors are pissed off at the IRGC. I didn't read your comment, but I guess I'll give you credit for that. See, we're on the same page. We are on the same page. They're about to get lit up. I'm going to tell you right now. Trump is pissed right now. You probably didn't notice, but Trump is pissed. Let's just leave it at that. I can't wait to see what surprise he shows us.
F-16s might be dropping from the top rope at any...
Make us proud, President Trump.
Second, because we know there's so many different factions at play and so many different things that happen in warfare, and that's exactly what I put in my new book, The Art of Modern War. I wanted to give everybody a little bit of an insight into what happens in the gray areas of warfare and how the deals behind the scenes, the political maneuvering, the aircraft maneuvering, all the different things that come into play when it comes to modern war. It's a lot more than meets the eye. And these exact principles, these are things we can actually apply and use in our own professional and personal life to help us win at whatever we're doing. So I intertwined my different experiences from studying Iran, Russia, China in back vaults of the U.S. military for over a decade, and all the unclassified...
We got to get that book. I think I'm going to order that book from him.
Classified things that I can actually talk about, the strategies and techniques of how the best military on earth actually executes warfare. I did everything I could to put those in here with some fun stories throughout my career and throughout my personal life. I tried to not hold anything back to give you guys the absolute best value possible.
Aw, Juice, you missed the news? Yeah. This war that Iran has against us is 47-year-olds. We're just trying to finish it. We're trying to stop it. Is what we're doing. Ah, man, you got to stop listening to the legacy media and the liptards. Don't be one of them, man. You got to make a change, Juice. Juice, you got to wake up. Let the Jews loose. You know what I'm saying?
The link in the description right now. You can grab a signed or an unsigned copy. Thanks so much for supporting me with the book. And remember, the U.S. military has a fleet of guided missile destroyers that are locking the southern corridor right now. However, Iran's got a lot of these drones. But the U.S. military has something that Iran is not counting on, and that is the Eagles counter-drone system, EAGLS. The Eagles counter-drone system works...
This Jews guy, he is so behind on information. Bruh, oh man, before you come in here, bro, come on, man. Come on, man. You gotta be kidding me. The Democrats say that the gas prices and all this high costs has gone up because of the Strait of Hormuz issue. The barrel of oil, they said. The price of the barrel of oil, is causing all of these problems. Well, even with this whole thing that we're going through with Iran, we're still $10 cheaper than under Biden's cheaper barrel of oil price. What do you think about that, Juice? Go do some more research, buddy. I don't want to waste my insults on you. I've been insulting all these libtards all day long today. Go do some research. Go find out what happened to 22 million illegal immigrants who took all the housing and the American jobs and health care and welfare. Go do some research on that and then come back on my show when you actually have some information to give us. All right. Thank you so much. Okay, bye-bye.
Off of the deck of one of these ships. It's a one-way attack weapon for a fraction of a cost of what these Shahed drones cost. This is what Project Freedom looks like when someone tests it. So will the blockade go back into effect? And then we're watching a breaking story out of Ukraine right now, so stay for the global roundup. That's about 3/4 of the way through the video. And we're out traveling right now. We're actually in Boulder City, Nevada. The Hoover Dam is just over there, just through those mountains. So I hope you guys enjoy this backdrop. It's incredibly patriotic here. America 250 banners everywhere, American flags everywhere. Boulder City is just awesome, and Nevada is awesome in general.
Ryan, I hate to bust your bubble there, sir, but the background is very blown out. Just like the white on my hat right now. But guys, I hope you guys have enjoyed that little update from our patriot Ryan, a.k.a. the crazy-ass afterburner. I recommend his channel, man. He truly does give good information. Real American hero right there, guys. Ryan is very underrated. He should be, well, actually, let me see, how many? Oh, shit, he's got almost 1 million subscribers already. Never mind, he's not that underrated. But he gives information daily, and he always gives you a date of when he does these updates. Now, him having some military background and things like that, I think he's very well prepared to give intel. That's what I call it, intel, because, it's something that he did. I like to listen to him a lot. I really do. And he doesn't touch what I touch, but anything that has to do right now with Air Force, like when I started watching him because I love airplanes. You know what I'm saying? He was describing the MiG-16s and the old planes and the Raptors and the F-35, 47 and all these other planes. I don't know about names and stuff like that, but he's always been giving me information on Air Force, on planes and jets and all this stuff, and I love it. I just love it. And right now that we're going through this thing here in the Strait of Hormuz, he's been pretty good with information. He's up to date, and you saw it right there on his video that he broke in half. He gave us an update from what President Trump just said. And this is something that we just heard, from the live feed. The live actually happened about an hour, maybe 2 hours ago. But that's the information that we also received. Now, I know that, you guys probably don't know. You probably even, maybe you don't care. But I've been doing this live for about almost 6 hours now. And I think that it's time to call it. I'm going to tell you something. Some really good information today. Happy Friday. My dear patrons, thank you so much. Tanya, Brian, you guys went above and beyond today. Thank you for the supers, guys. I love you so much for your support. And more importantly, because of the patriotism to this country, I really want to have more family that are for America first. Because these are the people that I want around me. People that put American citizens first before anybody else. And that's right. I am a migrant. I am from Honduras. But I expect every American citizen, because even those were also Honduran migrants that are now American citizens, I expect every single one of you to always put Americans first. And if you are a migrant, remember, when you do become an American citizen, then you will be first, but not before. You got to earn your privilege. You got to earn the respect. You got to earn that honor. I don't give a shit about respect from losers. I don't care about that. I don't want honor, respect, or anything from anybody that hates the United States of America. With that being said, thank you so much for being here with me today. Hey, God bless you. God bless your family. God bless the USA. And I'll see you on the next one. Peace!